Powerful. Powerful. Hey, up. How's it going? Oh, we're back. Okay. Little bit of a late one. I'm going to be honest, okay? I have, in fact, I stayed up really fucking late trying to go through everything for this. All of the nooks and crannies and 2-year-old dramas that, frankly, nobody knows. Nobody needs to know. Nobody even cared at the time. But, okay, I've had calls with everyone involved, got screenshots from people, shopped them about a bit, okay? I'm not gonna lie, okay? But, I feel pretty confident, okay? Feel pretty confident in what I'm talking about now. You guys are rapists? We'll see, okay? We'll see. Maybe it's you who is raped. The truth. Okay, anyway. Let's get into it. Let's have a look. Wait, did he call into Himpleton? Wait, hold on. Did he? What's he said now? Thought I'd join real quick. Enjoy Parlo's document in particular, dude. It's so good. How's it going, Samuel? You're right, mate. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna hop in the open live, and I'm just gonna give everyone perms. That's the way that we're gonna do it, okay? Internet adjacent. I don't know how he doesn't have perms already. There we are. I think Parlo's gonna join as well. So Parlo will have perms whenever he wants to join. There we are. That's the way that we're gonna do it. That's the way that we're gonna do it. Yeah, I saw. Okay, so I spoke to Parlo just before his allegations went live. Just before I was speaking to him, I think as he was getting the document together. So I've already given. I guess I've given Parlo, I guess, the things that I'm gonna say. Probably here. I'm gonna give my take. Some bits are strong, some bits are not, some bits are left out. Yeah. But we'll go for it, okay? Himpleton stream crash. Was his stream crashed? Okay, right. Nice. Okay, nice. Let's have a look. Alex, if you're still on the fucking piano music, you need to skip ahead. And honestly, somebody needs to tell him to skip ahead. There we are. Yeah, his stream crashed. Right, let's get straight into it then. Fucking hell. The fight, man. Apparently Parlo will bring it up, though. Bring what up? Okay, anyway. His chat was broken, he tried to fix it, and it crashed the whole thing. Nice. Alright. The way that I'm gonna do it, okay, and I'm gonna be totally honest. The reason why this drama has come to light, the fight, okay, has he got permission from Internet Adjacent to do that, or is that a face docs? Can I show that? I've got those videos as well. Because the thing is, okay, this is part of it, okay? I tuned into Himpleton's for like 2 minutes earlier, and I heard him saying like, oh, yo, this fight, I'm hearing things about this fight. I'm hearing an awful lot of stuff about this fight. Could somebody show me that, please? I know for a fact you've already got the footage of the fight. I know that you have. Huh? You got sent it by the person who recorded it, I believe. Anyway. Yeah, so the way that this drama has come about, a little bit weird, okay? It smells a little bit. And that's kind of what I've been going through, calling different people, asking why this decided to go public, okay? Because yesterday, there was a big drama. Again, I'm going to catch up to speed. There was a drama over this being spoke about in the background. Everyone basically knowing what's going on. And then all of a sudden, Parlo and Internet Adjacent have kind of come to an understanding of sorts that if neither of them release the document, the other one won't release theirs, right? Which led to, naturally, of course, a lot of drama farmers, a lot of content creators being like, really, are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to release your are you sure you don't really want to release your document? Now, apparently, what's happened here is that, I'm just going to say it, okay? This is a leak. This is a leak. And I've been told not to, but I don't give a fuck, okay? The bright light of knowledge, God's grace, honesty, truth. That's what I believe in, okay? Gonna shine it into the darkness and expose what's been going on. Himpleton forwarded a message by Parlo's manager that basically said, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to tell Parlo what he can and can't do. That's between them. Himpleton then apparently, according to Internet Adjacent, sent that to him and convinced him, look, listen, okay? These guys are going to drop the document. These guys are going to drop. You need to drop yours first. You need to drop yours first. When these guys, Himpleton knew, had already got an agreement between each other that they weren't going to drop shit. That's why this has come out. That's why this has come to the fruition. Because Himpleton has been fucking buddy trolling people. That's why. Just FYI, I thought I'd let you know. Just FYI, because I spoke to Parlo after that, and I even got his manager on the line. Manager on the line to basically ask, what's this message mean? Can you give me the rundown of this conversation? What are you saying here? So, oh, well, just saying that I don't control Parlo. He's like his own person. Okay. Parlo, did you have any plans to release this document? No. No. I didn't want this to go public at all. I asked Internet Adjacent. Why did you choose to release the document? Oh, well, somebody told me that Parlo was going to release his, so I need to get out in front. I respect it, okay? I respect it. Same time. At the same time, I feel like the drama farming may have gone a little bit too far. If you want to convince somebody that it's maybe in their best interest to release their document, that's okay. But lying about what messages mean, or lying about other people, I don't know. That's a little bit... Himpleton played a good game? Yeah, kind of, but... I don't know. It's not the kind of game that I play, okay? I don't lie about what other people are going to do in order to try and stir drama. Because I was speaking to Himpleton about this in his server, and he seemed very, very annoyed that weeks of work, in his words, were going to go to waste. What did he mean by that? Anyway. Nice. Fat AIDS Dog thinks the game's icy players are evil. What Himpleton does is cool. Okay. Whoa! A chatter said what? Chatter said what? No way! No way! Shut the fuck up, you. Alright. Let's get into it. Okay. Fruity ass shirt and mug. That's how we do it. Okay. Nice. Let's have a gander. Dickers, what did you leak? What did you leak, Dickers? Nothing compromising. Dude, it's just like I'm on the call with fucking Parlo, and then afterwards I'm on the call with Internet Adjacent, and they're both like, literally word for word. Oh, God, I wish this didn't have to come out. I wish this didn't have to come out. There's so much of my life that's now, like, exposed. I wish I could move on and nobody had to know about any of this. I really wished. Oh, my God. Okay. Let's have a gander. One sec, I got a DM. Alright, jump on whatever. Address the allegations, Brit boy. Dickers, you were named. I don't know what you mean. Named in what? Feel free to send me. In the document. No fucking way. Anyway, let's have a gander. Bomb. What we're going to start off with, okay, despite the fact that Internet Adjacent released his document first, trying to get out ahead of the Parlo stuff, it's realistically like a response to what Parlo's going to include in his, so it makes the most sense. We'll go through Parlo's first. Like, again, I've already spoken to Parlo, so none of this is probably going to be new. This is stuff that I said to him in private. Let's have a gander, though. Let's have a look. Let's actually get my OBS sources working. Okay. Here we are. Lovely stuff. Okay. Nice. Wolfgang / Internet Adjacent situation. Okay. Can I get like a better view? Can I do a little bit of a... Can you get it to fit? Thank you. Okay. Let's get into it. Okay, let's go. So this document covers allegations / topics pertaining to sexual predation, zoophilia, sexual coercion, unwanted sexual contact, suicidal ideation, suicide baiting, emotional manipulation, image leaking and privacy invasion, sexually transmitted diseases. Okay, let's go! No, okay, well, hold on. Okay, Parlo wouldn't send me his document earlier. This is one thing here. Oh, dude. This is one thing that has changed, in my opinion. So I spoke to Parlo about this earlier, right? I was like, so what is, like, brass tacks, what is the accusation here? What word are you using? Because I've heard the word rape being bandied about a lot. And Parlo basically says, no, I'm not calling it rape. In fact, I'm not putting a label on it. People can refer to it as whatever they like. I'm not gonna put a label on it myself. Trigger warning, sexual predation, sexual coercion, unwanted sexual contact. What do we call unwanted sexual contact? If somebody's touched you, and you didn't want them to touch you, that would be sexual, no? Okay, never mind. Anyway. So, Internet Adjacent / Wolfgang is a commentary YouTuber with 14.4 thousand subscribers, known for creating topic-based commentary and news channel, and covers ongoing internet dramas and situations. He was also, once, a close associate and friend. Holy fuck, we're going straight into it. Internet Adjacent has a history of prior allegations pertaining to his behavior during Anthrocon 2024, such as alleged sexual assault and unwarranted advances towards others. That is absolutely fucking crazy to leave it off like that, okay? Kalora Vetla be damned. I tried to take a look into the Anthrocon stuff. That's what I was referring to at the start of the stream, when I'm talking about drama that nobody needs to know about, that nobody does know about. Drama that's, like, mostly fucking worthless. That is the Anthrocon stuff. Like, I've taken a look at it, okay? I've tried to take a look at it, believe you me. There really is just, like, very, very little there. Very, very, very little there. Like, genuinely. There's basically nothing. You can tell Parlo started to make the document a while ago, because Internet Adjacent has gained 2k subs, Lamau. He's been growing fast, to be fair. Oh no, he did gripe. Well, that's the thing. He does have previous allegations. Listen, to summarize it, okay? The Anthrocon stuff, so far as I'm aware, is... He was a little bit of an embarrassing guy, okay? Fuck it, we'll put chat on for this. There's no way this is getting monetized either. The amount of times that I'm going to need to say rape and herpes. Let's go! Okay. Chat box. Nice. How's it going, Toastify? I'm glad to hear that drama YouTubers are now having gay sex. Shout out to John Swan and Edwin. Thank you, Toastify. Basically, Anthrocon drama, so far as I remember it. If anyone disagrees with this, okay, you've got perms, you can join. I might give Kalu perms as well. Basically, Internet Adjacent is beaten up with a bunch of his furry friends, right? They're going out. One of them is on his phone, looking at basically Gay Grinder. I think it's called Woof or Bark. I've completely forgotten, okay? He's like, oh, what are you doing, friendo? Friendo is like, oh, I'm looking for gay sex. Internet Adjacent says, would you like to have gay sex with me? He goes, yeah, sure thing. Yeah, we can have sex. That sounds nice. And then Internet Adjacent kind of, you know, slips his hand on his knee, reaches in for a kiss. However, Bark Boy did not want that, okay? Bark Boy did not want hand on the knee and a kiss. He's one of those, like, no romantic touch kind of guys, you know? He's one of the, like, you get people like that who have, like, casual sex, but they draw the line at kisses and cuddles, you know? Yeah. Woof is not a thing. It was probably Scruff. Thank you, Romeo. Okay. You seem overly familiar with the process. Listen, okay? Like I said, I've gone over this. But that's what happened, right? So there was initial problem. However, there was 2 following days where that's the sexual assault, FYI. That's the alleged sexual assault. After saying that, yes, we can hook up. I would like to have gay sex with you. He put his hand on his knee, and leaned in for a kiss, and that was the sexual assault. Yeah. But it seems like I'm gonna be completely real, okay? Everyone just leaves it there and is like, whoa, that's like false allegations. The people who were leveling the accusations at the time, by the way, even said, well, you know, people say that sexual assault is like a big, kind of mean, scary word. It doesn't necessarily mean anything that bad. Okay, right. Feels like the worst thing you could possibly say if you want your allegation to be taken seriously. But, anyway, on from that, Internet Adjacent seems to just, like, go to a club with them, that ends up being a gay sex club, like a gay bathhouse where everyone's shagging, gets like horrendously fucking drunk, like throws up at the club, and then I guess all in all, he's kind of like, it feels like an outsider entering into a new friendship group that's pre-established, that he's joined them, he's staying with them, he's going up partying with them, he can't hold his drink, and he's fucking vomiting everywhere. So presumably, the hookup got called off, and then maybe they're thinking back on it, like, oh, okay, I didn't really like him when he put his hand on my knee. That made me feel weird, actually. In fact, this guy's kind of gross. I don't like this guy at all. This guy's kind of, ugh. And then it develops into an accusation of SI. Right, that's what basically happened with Anthrocon. If people want to correct me on that, if anyone wants to disagree with me, feel free to join, okay? I've got my eye over on the waiting room stuff, or if you want to send me anything else, feel free, okay? That's basically the summarization that I'm going to give. Okay, threatening suicide / suicide baiting. Dude, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, hello? Hold on, I gotta fix my audio real quick. Yeah, go on.
What's good?
Ooh, what's with the call? Because we don't usually do this.
I don't know. I'm just in a good mood.
Yeah, I know. You're in the mood to kill yourself.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't sound so down about it.
I do. It's kind of devastating, honestly.
Well, what can you do?
Who the fuck is the person on this call, bro? Who the fuck is the person on this call? Listen, I've been pretty consistent on this in the past. Accusations about suicide baiting fly fucking wild online. I'm super fucking skeptical of them. Realistically, you get all the benefits of suicide baiting by actually being genuinely suicidal. People give you attention, they give you sympathy, right? And so is somebody manipulating somebody else and faking being suicidal, right? Baiting as if they're going to kill themselves when they actually have no intention to? Or is this just somebody who's like genuinely despondent, ahedonic, and suicidal? I don't know.
Yeah,
well, so who is this person?
Like,
how's it going, Tyrone?
What's with the garden hose?
Carbon monoxide poisoning. Gonna duct tape it to my gas tank and then my gas tank exhaust and then put the other side through the window.
When are you gonna do this? Like, on call or something?
I don't know, when I get bored. I mean, I just reached out to who I thought were my friends of, the past few months, and found out not only were they not my friends, but they actively hated talking to me. So, I don't know. It can't really get much worse. I can't really get many more reasons to go, And then they said that, actually, they talked to a lot of people, and a lot of people hate me, so, yeah, really can't get many more reasons. The stupid plastic on this thing will come off. I mean, I don't know. I feel like telling someone who you just found out was going to kill themselves to, fuck off is a little crazy. But hey, I guess that's just me. What do I know? Still wondering if I should do carbon monoxide or if I should come up with a, MacGyver type trap. Because, I want it to be, people know that it happened, I want it to be infamous. You know what I'm saying? I want people, I want media to cover that.
You know what you actually desperately fucking need?
Okay, this sounds really fucking bad, okay? This sounds really, really fucking bad. But I just wanna put in there, it's not the most unusual thought for somebody who actually has ideation. The idea that a bunch of people who've, treated you badly because you're depressed about everything, so you think that everyone hates you, is gonna find out that you died, and then the idea or thinking of them, feeling bad or giving sympathy, that's a common part of ideation. Or a common part, not an uncommon part, I'll say that much. So this isn't necessarily suicide baiting. In fact, given the fact that this guy did actually end up in hospital for this, a month ago, at the start of October, it's not actually the most unbelievable thing. He actually got fucking taken into hospital for it.
To be put in a padded fucking room. Because, you don't need to kill yourself, dude, because of, boo-hoo, my life is terrible, I better go kill myself. Dude, I've been in that situation. I've been in that situation many times before. Trust me.
What do I have? What do I have?
I don't know, like a life.
Dreams, aspirations.
Yeah, dude, like, dude, like
friends
you
around
could.
me. What do I mean, hell, how do I know anyone's my friend? I thought those guys were my friends for months, and they've been lying to me. Oh, I have a good job? No, I work at Domino's. I fucking hate it. Successful YouTube channel? Nope, not doing well either. What do I have?
Oh my god.
Like, dude, like. You know, like every day I want to fucking kill myself, but I don't do it because I have people that give a shit, you know? Like, yes, I've had people who absolutely hate my fucking guts, but, like, that's their fucking problem, not mine.
Yeah, but like, these people found out how...
That's a good point, Samuel. I think he might still be delivering for Domino's, but at least the channel is doing well now. Maybe. The channel is popping off. The channel's doing quite well, yeah?
Myself, and then essentially told me to do it, you know? I mean, am I crazy? And this is another thing. They're like...
The vibe that I get from this is somebody essentially with maybe no IRL friends. Being brutally honest. No IRL friends. Only has connections online. And so it's teetering over this, like, weird position where he's talking to people online about his suicidal ideation. When, like, I don't know. When you'd usually have a conversation with somebody in real life. Or realistically... People who are actually suicidal probably don't talk to people about it an awful lot. And when they do, it's an uncomfortable thing, but they're kind of anhedonic. So maybe they talk about it in, like, weird ways, or, like, seem overly jovial about it. Overly casual, maybe. So I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to make of this. How does this play into the... Tell me about the rape. Why am I watching this?
That's what I got from that.
Dude. I'm gonna be real as fuck. People...
Who's who? I've got no clue who actually recorded this. Literally no clue. The guy who's suicidal is Wolfgang.
Ain't you fucking therapist? Like,
well, that's not what I was going to them for. I'm letting people know about this so that they don't feel responsible.
Deadass, you need to seek help. Like,
what did he say there?
I'm letting people know about this so that they don't feel responsible.
Deadass, you need to seek help.
So that people feel responsible.
I'm letting people know about this so that they don't feel responsible.
Is that what he says there? I'm letting people know about this so that people feel responsible? Okay. I don't know if it's necessarily say that this is like suicide baiting in the traditional way, that you don't feel suicidal at all, and you're pretending that you do to try and garner sympathy. This is probably somebody who is legitimately suicidal, probably has like genuine ideation, but is doing it in a really, really, really toxic way. A really, really, really toxic way. Right? Like, how much do I judge somebody for this? How much really? I genuinely don't know. I've never really known how hard to come down on something like this. If somebody is in the point where they're literally about to take their life, I don't think they're necessarily thinking about the most like self-rational way. They're probably thinking about anything that gives them like a little bit of joy, even if that comes at the expense of other people. However, I will say that's at the point of somebody in crisis. If somebody habitually has suicidal ideation, it is ultimately your responsibility to be able to manage that, right? And find an appropriate way to be able to communicate that, talk about that. Now, what I do know is that Internet Adjacent did tag at everyone. Gonna try and get this video out by tomorrow. I've been in hospital all day, so I either grind it out or push back a day. And he includes a photo of him in a hospital bed, right? So there's like an oxygen monitor there. Are those psych ward socks? Are those psych ward... Okay, those are psych ward socks. The implication here is pretty fucking clear. And I'll say this is a very inappropriate way to be able to handle this. This is... Shelbo? Shelbo? No, he's got white hands. He's fine. But, yeah. Obviously, this is a pretty toxic way to handle it. You are trying to, like, sympathy bait, right? You are trying to bait sympathy. The issue is real. The issue is absolutely real. But is this really, like, an effective way or, like, a healthy way to be able to communicate? If you're suicidal, if you're in hospital, if you're going through a psychiatric, like, if you're going through a point of crisis, Does your Discord server need to know? I think probably not. I think probably not. And this is probably an inappropriate way to be able to communicate about it. Okay. Anyway, I think that's probably about all we're gonna get at there. It's just gonna be otherwise, 14 minutes of this guy saying he's suicidal. If there's anything else in there, let me know. Otherwise, we're moving on. Okay. The problem is, okay, with this document, as with a lot of other Parlo documents, namely the Pyro document, a lot of it is quite winding, a lot of it gives too much detail, and Parlo includes every single argument that he can think of that is largely irrelevant, okay? But anyway, we'll go into it. Also, FYI, another thing that's going to cut against a lot of the things, so I'm going to say this again and again and again, okay? One of the things that's going to cut against a lot of what Parlo contains in this document is you knew about this before he flew out to the UK. You knew about a lot of this before you even paid him to be able to fly out to the UK. Before you sent him the money to pay for his flights. So, what's this got to do exactly with you kind of breaking up your kind of like sexual relationship after the fact? It doesn't, really. It doesn't. It's kind of irrelevant. Maybe he's trying to paint him as like a generally bad guy, or try and think of all of the criticism you can give him. I mean, fair play. I've just given my take on it. I think it's massively inappropriate, but at the same time, yeah. Okay, let's get into it. So, recently, he's appeared to have exercised examples of emotional manipulation and coerced me into giving him sexual favors. I don't agree with the coercion. I don't agree with the coercion. You can say emotional manipulation to give you sympathy, sure. Into giving you sexual favors, there's no evidence of that. But maybe, okay? Maybe we'll see along the way. Hold on, just a pin in that. So he can be seen continuously pestering me and instigating sexual-based topics of conversation to get me sexually engaged with him, despite red flags showing that I was not reciprocating. Okay. Here's the thing. You can call it continually pestering you and instigating sexual-based topics of conversation. You agreed that he was going to be up in your guts, having anal sex with you ahead of this trip. You agreed that you went back and forth with him sexually. Did he shoot a shot sometimes and you weren't interested? Sure. You had an ongoing sexual affair, right? You had an ongoing sexual tryst. Yeah. Okay. So, I felt obligated to have sex with Wolfgang, and I didn't feel as though I had the ability to say no. While I seemingly did oblige, I was physically uncomfortable. I physically froze during numerous instances, and my body language showed that I was not enjoying it whatsoever, as I was close to throwing up during certain intervals. Okay, I think I've heard that. I've heard that. Cinderella, Tyrone, you already fucking know about this. Okay, no spoilers. So, felt obliged to have sex with Wolfgang. You can talk about him being emotionally manipulative to get sympathy. When I spoke to Parlo on call, that was not the reason he gave me why he felt as though he couldn't say no. Now, to be fair to Parlo, okay, and Internet Adjacent, I'm pretty sure these documents have been written, like, in a matter of days. A matter of days. I mean, Parlo's document, I think, was only finalized when I was on call with him earlier today. So if it's not the most well thought out, okay, we'll give that a little bit of grace, okay? But, yeah. That is misleading. Anyway. So, in reality, I only engaged because I was scared of the repercussions if I did not engage, since he was rather demanding during certain instances, and I was anxious as to not upset him. Yeah? I'd even told Wolfgang that I had difficulty stating no to people. Apparently, that was IRL. Actually, I do want Internet Adjacent on the stream. I've told him he's got the ability to call in, because I never heard that detail from him. Ever. Parlo has claimed that's a conversation that's happened IRL. We'll see what he says. Put a pin in that as well. So, I paid for his plane ticket, which was over $1,167, and felt compelled to engage to satisfy him, as he was constantly asking for sexual favors. Sexual favors, you'd already agreed. You'd already agreed to have sex. But, sure, that's fine. Obviously, you can say no at any time. Is he pestering? We'll get into talk about that later. Okay. What intact details? I PayPal'd you it. Okay. Oh, what? Is that a first name leak? Is that a Okay. Okay. Right. Great stuff. Wait. Dude, is that a dog? Is that a dog? Is that a dog? Is that a dog?
Too big for your boots.
No.
Nice shirt, Dickers. All dressed up for the big RR.
That's right, Soul Skibbity. Thank you for the £2. Oh my god, poor Pooch. Okay. Jesus Christ. Why is Dickers sweeping for IA? It's so over. Listen, okay? I'm going to disagree with Parlo's document where I disagree with it. Cool Animal CPS. Cool Animal Control. Full Wolfgang. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Parlo's document where I do, okay? However, I come down on both sides, believe me. That's not a leak. That's not spoilers. I have done in both calls. So, there we are. Everyone knows my position on this already. There we go. Okay. As of recently, Wolfgang has been requesting me to have also paid for the Airbnb that only he used and found, despite him not only having a job at Domino's, but also being paid a significant amount on YouTube the past month. Requesting, there seems to be a disagreement on this, okay? Because in Wolfgang's document, he intimates that Parlo was agreed to pay for the Airbnb. He's agreed to pay for the Airbnb. And it wasn't only Wolfgang that used it. It was also this other party who, so far as I'm aware, isn't being named. So, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Yo, thank you, Space Station, for the gifted membership. Okay. Let's get into it then. So that's a point of contention, but I don't even know if I really care that much about it. All right. Okay. So Wolfgang also admits the fact that he, on his own volition, offered to pay the expenses for the Airbnb while I bought the plane ticket at Avalon, at Parlo. I guess. Okay, so we know who. We already know who. Right, it was Avalon. There we are. At Avalon, at Parlo. New problem. How would me and Zillow even go halvesies on the place?
Okay,
y'all want to call in here later? I'll go later and grab my paycheck. Okay. So, So we talked about going halvesies on the place between him and Zillow, aka Avalon. But then he never got reimbursed for it ever? Okay. I don't know where the claim is. Okay. I'll book the Airbnb when you pay me, when you PayPal me the rest. I'll book the Airbnb when you PayPal me the rest, right? Parlo says, chilling in bed. I'm a little confused on what to do. Like, with the Airbnb, since I can't stay over.
Sex tapes. That's just
Wolfgang says, I'll pay for it, and you can come and visit.
A girl near where Dickers lives was recently accosted by a balding man who, quote, was wearing a shirt that looked like a queer zebra.
Thank you, Oomphy Slaughterer, for the 5. Listen, if she wants to drop the doc, she can. I'm not going to drop anything before, okay? Because that is a completely retarded thing to do. But anyway, let's go. Let's go. I'll pay for it and you can come visit. It seems like there's conflict here. It seems like there's conflict, but it does seem to be that Wolfgang never expected Parlo to pay for it. He speaks about going halvesies with Zillow, and then he speaks about paying it and he can come visit. Right. So under no circumstances did I ever state that I was going to pay for the Airbnb and plane ticket, especially when he said he would book it and pay for it on his own volition as late as the 7th of October 2025, when he was the only person using it. The plane ticket was considerably expensive, and the Airbnb would only been purchased by me, as discussed on October 2nd, if it was $80 for the plane ticket. Is this really going to be... Okay. Is this really going to be, like, one long fucking... This is so fucking gay, dude. This is so fucking gay. I don't know, genuinely, why Wolfgang thought this would be a good idea to put out his response first. But, in any case... It seems like Parlo's document is a response to this. Yeah, fuck it. We're swapping over. All right, we're going through Wolfgang's document first. Okay, nice. Is this Wolfgang from Gaystalk stream back in the day? No, that's Wolfgang. That's Wolfgang. That's a different guy. Okay. Let's change tracks. Alright. Fit. Hello, everyone. This is really not something I ever wanted to go public, but due to unfortunate circumstances, it appeared as though it has. If you're seeing this Google Doc, then I'm making it fully aware. Then I am making it fully aware of the drama that has been going on with me and fellow YouTuber Parlo behind the scenes. This isn't something I'm happy about going public, but obviously it was inevitable at some point, and I don't appreciate how this entire situation has played out. As most people know, I was really good friends with a fellow content creator, Parlo. In the public eye, I was a YouTube accomplice who, while critical of his past actions, had always maintained a stance that since I hadn't been around for his past, and felt that I was unfair to judge him for. I hadn't been around... Wait, what? Maintained a stance that since I hadn't been around for his past, that I felt I was unfair to judge him for. Right, okay, great stuff. The reality of the situation is that me and him were pretty much better than just friends behind the scenes. We were close friends, closer than friends. Despite us being so close, I at no point allowed my relationship with him to cloud my judgment. These are examples, even in DMs of me expressing my frustrations with how he acted. Right. So, just FYI, a little peek behind the curtain. I'm pretty sure that at some point, somebody has intimated to Wolfgang that the fact that they had a sexual relationship is going to call into question his prestige, his reputation, his careful, considered judgment as a commentator. And so that's why he's including it here. Okay. You're always going to have that allegation thrown against you. I don't know why the fuck you would make that allegation towards yourself. You saying it's not true is not going to help anything. It's not going to help anything. Okay. Fucking hell. By the way, guys, have you considered maybe my judgment was compromised on Parlo? It's not true, but just FYI, I bring that up to say that it's totally baseless. Anyway. So the main point is, I always had people tell me that he never listened to people, and that he was kind of a spurge. But it was never behaviour that I myself had seen. And when the pyro thing had happened, and people seemed to be, at the very least, willing to tolerate him again, it wasn't until after I had cut contact with him that I was aware of some of the other stuff he did, like post nudes on r/femboy and shit like that. Wait, does Wolfgang not know about, fuck, what is it called? Is it Femtopia? Is it Femtopia? Is that the one? Anyway. Oh, there's a lot of lore there. Okay, we're not gonna have time to get into all that. Fuck me, dude. Okay. Jesus Christ. But yes. Me and Parlo had some type of closer than friends relationship. Looking back, it was incredibly stupid of me to entertain this guy as anything more than a schizo, and I see that now. I want to apologize to anyone who tried to warn me of who this guy was. I deserve all the shit I get for putting my trust in him, but I've alluded... You made this public. What do you mean, put my trust in him? Your trust... Has your trust been betrayed here? Okay. I want to apologize to anybody who tried to warn me who this guy was. I deserve all the shit that I get for putting my trust in him. But I've alluded to it and made it clear that me and Parlo are no longer friends. I'd like to delve into that further by explaining exactly what happened between me and Parlo that caused us to go from really close to full-on ops. Okay, nice. We need Fembo for this femboy furry drama. Gillard the Blood Spiller. Gillard the Blood Spiller. You have perms to join if you'd like. Okay. So, we'd planned out a trip to see each other on October the 11th to the 15th. Me, him, and an anonymous third party would also be staying at an Airbnb for a few days. Internet Adjacent says, Pretty boy. Oh. Pretty boy. Just landed in New York. In 2 hours, I start flying to London. Parlo says, what time do you get here? Because if I don't get the last train back by 12, I'll have to pay $100 for an Uber. £100. Internet Adjacent says, I have no idea. I'll leave 8:45 New York time, and it says I arrive at 8:45 local time, and then I have to ride the tube to get there. Okay? I guess just just proof that they did in fact meet up, okay? Dude, okay. Before we actually get into that, something important I want to talk about is a GoFundMe that Parlo made just weeks before we had this trip. Parlo. 2.2k goal, 560 quid raised. Parlo YouTube. Organizer. England. Created September the 28th, 2025. For rent, food, and monthly bills. Please help. Please help. Okay, this is not great, okay? Dude, what is Parlo doing? So I was not even aware that such a GoFundMe had even existed. But you can imagine my surprise when I find out that only a week after he created a GoFundMe, literally begging to help pay for food and bills. Well, okay. Is that what... Okay, to be clear, that just seems like a common category to put it in. But, yeah, it is dishonest if that's not what he's going to use it for. Dude, Parlo is literally going live on GoFundMe. Please help. Please help. Rent, food, and monthly bills. And then flying out American Bussy with the fucking cash. Okay. So I was not even aware that such a GoFundMe even existed. You can imagine my surprise. Okay. I find out only a week after he created a GoFundMe, literally begging for help pay with food and bills, that he sent me $1,000 in order to pay for my plane ticket to London. It could be legal fees, yeah, but then why would you be fucking raising money if you actually could afford it anyway, right? If I need $500 for like bills, you can bet that I don't have a fucking grand laying about to fly out some young hot piece of ass from America. Anyway, so this is besides the fact that he also purchased a brand new gaming laptop, which was at least $1,000. If you're in a position where you need to make a GoFundMe, then maybe you shouldn't be paying for trips like this. This is completely irrelevant to the allegation. This is unfortunately just like poisoning the well. This is just poisoning the well. Holy fuck. Yeah, you shouldn't be paying for trips like this. And the only thing I paid for, as I was told the entire trip would be paid for, is the Airbnb, which becomes relevant later. But yes, I arrived in London on the 11th, where I found my way to the Airbnb, and one of the first things me and Parlo did together was have sex. Woohoo! Hell yeah! Okay. Oh! Bro. Internet adjacent. Have y'all made it? Parlo, at Internet Adjacent. Internet Adjacent starts a call that lasted 11 minutes. Parlo, I'm gonna make you blow as quick as humanly possible. You have no idea. Whew. Okay. Interesting. Internet Adjacent. Do you want to do it shortly after I get there, or right when I arrive? Parlo says, I'm hungry, and I need to eat. Shower gel. Okay? Shower sex? Question mark. I'll call you when I get to Paddington. I'm on the train right now. Started a call that lasted 2 minutes. Sex tonight or no? Parlo. Yeah. Internet adjacent. Okay. Parlo, but I can't eat until then. And I'm starving and hungry as fuck. Okay. Now, the greatest queer minds of the commentary community, myself and Aiden Underground, have come together to be able to dissect exactly what's going on here. Aiden is of the opinion, okay, that it's over blowing, right? He doesn't want to eat before he gives a blowy, because then he's worried it'll, like, throw up, have a gag reflex. Personally, I thought that it was about anal, right? If you don't eat anything, there's kind of nothing to create a mess, right? That's the idea. But, in any case, Parlo apparently hasn't eaten in 32 hours and is starving himself so that Domino's boy can get up in them guts.
What'd you say
Hello?
about me?
What are you talking about? That you said you thought that it was over blowies.
Where?
Last night.
Where?
In the open live, not in ICBC.
Do you have record of this?
No, I didn't record that call.
So you're just making unsubstantiated allegations.
No, it's not unsubstantiated. I gave eyewitness testimony to it, Aiden.
Eyewitness testimony. Well,
Okay, so
I must say,
did you have any interpretation of what this meant then?
what meant?
The fact that he was holding off and not eating.
Who wasn't eating?
Parlo before they had sex.
I'd have to look into it.
We looked in. We were looking at the. No, we weren't. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
We didn't look
I'm
at any
seeing
of this last.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I
It's
think
okay.
it must have been a dream. It must have been a dream. Yep, I'm very, very sorry. Yeah, you're very, very
forgive you.
right. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. I love you. Aiden and I never had a conversation about this at any point. I only saw this document when it released today. Yeah? Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Fuck it. Okay, let's go. What did I say earlier about the blinding light of truth? Exposing reality in the darkness of lies, okay? Never mind. Okay, so Aiden has also never read this document. Okay. I spoke to Parlo about this earlier, though. Basically, yeah, I was right. And the anonymous party who I was potentially speaking about this, hypothetical, we imagined, okay, if he isn't eating, what would that mean? Yeah, Parlo said earlier, it was specifically, and they had spoken about it, it was with the intention to do anal, right? It wasn't anything to do with oral. It was to keep the pipes clean and unclogged, so to speak. Anyway. Okay. So Parlo says, but I can't eat until then, and I'm starving and hungry as fuck. Internet Adjacent says, we'll do it, and then go out and grab dinner. Parlo says, I haven't eaten in 32 hours. Lads, find yourself a boy who'll starve himself for 32 hours to make sure his pipes are clean for you. Oh my god, why is this public? I guess it's relevant. Okay. So, beforehand, okay, Parlo is super fucking up for it. Super fucking enthused. I'm hungry, and I need to eat. I'm gonna make you blow as quick as humanly possible. Okay. So, Internet Adjacent says, do you guys still want to meet at the station? Parlo says, yeah. How long do you think you have left? Right. So, Parlo says, I haven't eaten 33 hours. What's around for food? Have you checked on maps? Not that long. Parlo says, I haven't seen. Why don't we just order stuff? IA says, I'm almost here. Parlo says, on Deliveroo. Internet Adjacent, like pizza? The next stop is Willinston. I'm here. Okay. I'm guessing that's Williston Junction. Alright. So, there he is. In London. God, what a gorgeous skyline. England is my city. Okay. So, where is that? They're in northwest London. Alright, lovely stuff. That's just exactly where the fucking Airbnb was. Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, I guess realistically, nothing is being leaked here. Nothing is being leaked here. I know the Willisdons, the Willisden area. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I do as well. So, Internet Adjacent says, when do you want to do it? Parlo says, before food. How long do you want to do it for? Internet Adjacent says, as long as we can. As long as we can last, I guess. If we are, we should do it before 12. That's when Domino's closes. Parlo says, okay, give me a bit. And then he links the thing that he'd sent previously. Okay, great. Internet Adjacent says, what do you want to do about the anonymous third party, by the way? I don't want to have sex with him in the other room. Parlo says, I know. We can do it another time if you want. We can do it on the 4th/3rd day, maybe. Right. So they said about having sex a day. That's throwing a spanner in the works. Right. Okay. Internet Adjacent says, it's up to you. I'd rather tonight, though. I can ask him to dip for a bit. And then we don't see the rest of that conversation. Okay. So, he says, me and Parlo, Okay. Me and Parlo had sex. And while this is definitely probably an overshare, it becomes relevant when you hear what he tried to accuse me of later. Before we even had sex, he said he wasn't sure if he was in the mood to do full penetrative sex. Just mouth stuff, which is what I was fine with. Okay. After we did stuff for a while, I did pose the question if he wanted to go all the way, since we already had a condom. He, at first, said he was down, so I took the condom out. That was what he said, that he actually was... That's when he said he was actually too tired to do anything like that tonight. I told him that was fine, he put the condom on the shelf, and that's where it was the entire trip. Okay, so when he says about taking the condom out, right, initially, I thought that this was talking about taking it out of a bag. I'm like, oh, yeah, I've got a condom, FYI. Okay, I'll put it on the side. No, that's not what happened, actually. That's absolutely not what happened. If you take a look, at the images that are these in his document? Fuck it, if he sent it to me, it's probably public. Okay, if you take a look, it was just an open wrapper. This guy has opened up this condom like a bag of crisps, okay? Taken it out and gone, oh, no? Okay, and just kind of like left it to dry out on the side. At that point, what is the fucking point? What is the fucking point? Oh my god, okay. The arrow. Yes, the arrow. Okay, and there's a more magnified pic earlier. There we are. Tyrone, where's Cinderella? We haven't even got to that part of the story, bro. Yes, that's Cinderella. We'll get to that later. Okay. So, I did pose the question if he wanted to go all the way since we had a condom. He at first said he was down, so I took the condom out. There is, as people are probably aware by now, a recording of a conversation between Parlo and Internet Adjacent, where Parlo directly claims that that is not true. Okay? So Parlo directly claims that this is a lie, that Parlo never said this. Is it a miscommunication? Is it a lie? Is there a misunderstanding here? Did Internet Adjacent, based on the fact that Parlo had previously said that he was going to make him bust as quick as possible, he was going to make him blow as quick as humanly possible, the fact they were talking about having anal sex, like, for the entire time before, did Internet Adjacent just assume that while they were in the bedroom, that, oh, okay, this is what's going to happen, rips it open? I don't know, okay? I don't know. Even if it is a lie that Parlo said that he was up for it, okay, in that moment, I could 100% understand why Internet Adjacent might just assume they were going to have anal sex. However, at this point, it seems as though things are starting to settle down. Parlo, up here, is absolutely ravenous, thinking about his bussy consuming that cock, right? He asks, how long do you want to do it? Internet Adjacent says, as long as we can last. Parlo never says anything about it. His asshole is ravenous, anyway. And then as soon as they get in, he's a little bit chill about it. Could be a signal. Okay. So, the next day was after that The next day after that, a group of us tried meeting up with him in Oxford Station. While doing that, I messaged him about what we did. Internet Adjacent says, I hope you had fun last night. Parlo said, I did. Kiss? Where do you think I can meet you all? Internet Adjacent says, we're outside Oxford Station. The way Parlo has tried to frame this is that I ripped a condom out and told him we should go further, saying you felt peer pressured. But this is an out and about lie, as I didn't do that. I didn't rip open a condom in an attempt to pressure him into sex after I asked if he wanted to, and he said no. I dropped it entirely, so I have zero idea where this narrative comes from. Okay. I'm gonna level with you, okay? I don't know if this is something Parlo says in his document. I don't think Parlo has said this directly to me. Okay? What I'm going to say is it seems as though Parlo is super, super excited to do stuff before the fact. Then, it seems like they actually meet up. They meet each other in real life. Things are not as they maybe appeared to be. I don't know if these guys ever did face doxes to each other. In any case, Parlo is no longer feeling the same way. Parlo probably wants to cool things down, and Parlo is essentially not as interested as he first thought, okay? Let's just be real, okay? That's what's happened. He's met him in real life. He doesn't look like that man from from Ace Attorney, okay? That's what's happened. Okay. So the way Parlo tried to frame it, okay, we read that. The second day, we talked briefly about the prospect of doing something sexual. But after, he said he wasn't down for it since he was tired. I once again dropped the topic. Internet adjacent, do you still want to try topping? Parlo says, I could, but I'm stressy about it all. I don't know if I'll be able to stay hard. Okay. Little odd. We can try something tonight before you leave to see. I kind of want to blow you in this outfit, to be honest. Who's joined? How's it going?
What's good, man?
What's good? Okay.
I've heard a lot of interesting clips.
Yeah, you've joined. Was there anything that I said that you wanted to comment on? Or do you want to?
I haven't been.
I guess read through it.
I haven't been watching, but what's been your take so far? I guess.
I think it seems, and tell me if you agree with this. There's a pretty clear difference to when Parlo's talking to you previously in DMs and the kind of energy that he had IRL, right?
Yeah, but I just figured he was like awkward like that. I just assumed he was like, like, because I mean, that's how I kind of am in DMs too. Like I talk a lot, and then in real life, I just I'm quiet,
I get that. If people are like doing ERP and stuff like that, and giving like sexual
that
fancies, it's
was
gonna
my
be different how it is
fucking
IRL.
That was my mindset going into it. I was just like, okay, well, this is a quiet guy.
The thing it seems to me is that what Parlo was planning to do when he's even discussing doing stuff IRL, he says, when you get here, I'm going to make you blow as soon as humanly possible. He's not eating for 32 hours, and he's still starving himself because he really wants to like have anal sex.
Well, and then he blames
all of a sudden
me
in real life he's... Well, I'm just saying, do you think there's like they claim there seems to be a big clear difference between what he says that he wants to do and what he ends up wanting to do?
Yeah, I think that's fair, but it's also like, I mean, how am I supposed to tell the difference between like, if I'm like, are we doing anything tonight? I mean, it's totally up to you. Like, I'm good either way. And he's like, oh, dude, I totally want to blow you. It's like, well, how am I supposed to know that you're actually saying you don't want to do that? That makes no sense.
Hold on. Where was that? Okay, we haven't got to that part of the document yet. So we're moving ahead a little bit. I was just talking about the difference there. But did you pick up on that at the time?
I picked up that he was awkward, but I just thought he was like quiet. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, that's fair. Carry on reading through this if you want. There seems to be a problem here as well with what, because you know by now that there's been a recording that Parlo did in private or in secret, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at his doc yet.
You haven't looked at his doc yet?
I've been at work all day. I haven't had the chance to. I'm at work right now as I'm calling.
Okay, so you know there's a conversation between you two where he talks about the fact that you guys, he didn't actually say, let's have anal sex right now. And you said that you thought he did. Parlo said that didn't make any sense. And then that dispute never made it into the document.
Wait, what? Wait, when did this secret call happen? When did this secret call happen?
A secret call. It was more of a secret recording. We can go and take a look if you'd like. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Are you in the screen share?
Yeah, let me look at this real quick.
Okay.
All right.
Let me check if I have everything. Okay, so do you want me to be honest? When we did stuff, I felt rather pressured to do it. Yeah, it's just like regarding the like start of the thing. Oh, for goodness sake, my fucking flashlight's not working. I just felt kind of pressured to do stuff for you because I didn't want to make you feel upset if I didn't do anything.
You can tell me no when it comes to that stuff. You don't have to.
I know, but I felt afraid that if saying no would just piss you off because I spent about 1,000 on that ticket. But I mean, I was just saying things that was.
I even told you we don't have to do stuff until December if you want.
I mean, I tried not to necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I told you we can wait if you wanted.
I did. But regarding the shower stuff, I was like saying about like I do you want to have a shower first before after me?
I'm sorry.
And then regarding like anal and stuff, you like ripped the condom and you were like, oh, do you want to do it now? Do you want to do anal now?
Yeah, and then you said sure, and I took the condom out, and then you're like no. I'm like okay, I put it back.
Why would I say that?
That's
So there's two bits there that don't make it in the document. So were you aware that this recording existed?
No, and isn't this? I mean, I'm not gonna be like a little bitch about it, but isn't this illegal? I mean,
I don't know. I'm not sure. In the UK,
I mean,
I
I
don't believe
care.
so.
I'm not gonna be a little bitch about it, but like, I mean, that's kind of
No.
fucked. But
Okay. So
what I don't
there's
think
two
Parlo
bits
realizes a
there.
lot of what he points out here, and a lot of what I've like say here is what I've been saying this entire time.
It's not. So okay. There are two problems with what I've just played, because in your document you claim that you guys are going to go and shower together to save time, whereas here Parlo is saying to you IRL, I said, do you want to go first or should I go afterwards? And that never makes it into your document.
I said, should we take one at the same time? Because like, I mean, we're running low on time.
And did Parlo say yes?
That was what I told. He said, yeah, sure. That was what I told him at the time.
That's not what he's claimed. That's not what he's claimed at the very least. But Parlo seems to intimate here that okay, that never makes it up. I guess the question would be why would you not bring that up at the time when he's saying because you're explaining your perspective.
Because he immediately interjected about the next thing. I didn't really have a chance to.
Okay. And then on the next thing, let me just refresh.
Steven's just being a silly guy.
Because he
is now in yours after he said he had to know what is happening. Let me in.
I'll bring you in a second, Himpleton. All right. So in the second one, he then also says that you just ripped open the condom and just asked afterwards, "Are we going to have sex?"
I did not. I pulled out the condom. I said, "Do you want to have sex?" He said, "Yeah, sure." I opened the condom, and then he said, "Actually, I don't know about tonight." And I went, "Okay, that's fine. We don't have to." And then it went up on the shelf, and that's where it was for the rest of the trip.
Okay. Right. But Parlo directly refutes that. Do you not point that that's a point of contention? That like this is Parlo's
it's
perspective?
a point of contention, but
if you're
I have a
come
photo.
and like release your document first, that's probably something you should represent. Like what Parlo is saying. Because this is part of what Parlo's saying that you just leave out here.
I said in there that he claimed that I took the condom out to like peer pressure him. That's in the document.
Yeah. But the whole claim that Parlo had said that no, I never said yes to anal sex in that moment before you got the condom out. That's not included.
He
in the
said
document.
he did. If I didn't include that in the doc, then it's my fault. But he did say that like, all right, sure, we can. And then like as soon as I opened the condom, he was like, actually, no, I'm not really feeling it.
Okay. Well, Parlo has perms. I think I saw him in chat right then. You can join if you want, mate. You can get perms to jump on. Okay. And then the claim of the shower. So did you end up actually having a shower together? Or was Parlo showering while you were just in the bathroom?
No, we were in the shower together. I helped him shower. I helped get his back.
You helped get his back?
Yeah.
Okay, because the claim that I've heard is you asked him to help with your back.
No, I helped get his back, and then as soon as he was done, he got out and out of the bathroom.
Okay. Parlo's jumped in, so I'll just give him roles. I guess we can hash this out. Okay, let's go. Parlo, you've got roles to jump in whenever you want. Is he in the waiting? Okay, you can join whenever. Okay, let's listen to the rest of this then.
I'm sorry. And then regarding like anal and stuff, you like ripped the condom and you were like, oh, do you want to now? Do you want to do anal now?
Yeah, and then you said sure, and I took the condom out, and then you're like, no. I'm like, okay, I put it back.
Why would I say that?
That's what you said.
Okay.
That's what happened.
I don't know. I just felt a bit off put by everything. I feel like it was rushed a little too much. You feel me? And regarding like the other stuff, when you like asked me a lot, like to go in bed and do that stuff, I just didn't really feel anything, and it was pretty uncomfortable as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that.
I don't know. Let me just do one last sweep and check. I might be back again, don't worry. But I just want to make sure I have everything for now, because I like...
What's going on? Please, speak to me.
I just feel like sometimes, I don't think you intend for it, but sometimes you just push in, it puts a lot of stress on me.
I'm sorry.
And the sex thing as well, it's like, I just felt like I had to do it, like the day you came over, because, I don't know, I was already really tired, and I just felt like I had to do it because I didn't want to upset you. Yep.
You don't have to.
I didn't see that in my messages.
Well, okay. Can I point something out here real quick? That
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think Parlo realizes with the existence of this. That means even before because I'm not aware that this was recorded. This is a secret recording. That means like what I've been saying has been consistent with what I've said at that time. So it's like my story has been the same since the beginning. I don't think he realized that he just proved that.
I mean, there's going to be... it seems like you're perfectly consistent. Like, in the calls that you had with other people at the time, it just seems to line up, yeah? The argument that you've been giving, that's true.
That's been, like, the story the whole time. I've been consistently the same with that. And honestly, I didn't know that was recorded. Actually, can you send me that? Because I'm kind of glad it was. That's kind of great.
It's linked in Parlo's doc, but yeah, I can give you the link, sure.
Yeah, download that, because I'm sure he'll probably try to get rid of that, because that's
wait,
that's fucking crazy.
You're not threatening legal action over this, surely?
No, I don't give a shit.
Okay, right. Fair play. We can go to the just go to the end real quick.
By the way, I'm being told that I looked awful because I dipped out of Himpleton's stream. That's because he was bringing on other people, so I figured I'd go on other streams. You know, I don't. Because I wasn't Himpleton's
the weird
stream,
stuff
but
about
then I was
Avalon.
Huh?
He was pressing you on Avalon at the time?
No,
right?
He was going to. I had to be quiet because I'm at work right now, and he was going to bring in someone else, and I figured I would just dip out.
Okay.
I figured
because
I don't want to deal with like a whole shit ton of people right now.
Oh, like a whole panel? Okay, fair enough. If I bring Himpleton in, are you happy with that?
Yeah,
if he feels as though he's like upset because you've like ran from him or whatever, yeah.
I will absolutely argue with Himpleton on that.
It's your time.
So not only do we have Alex who wants to join call, but we also have Atwa who is going to bring up how he's just violated a cease and desist order allegedly. So that would be very interesting to highlight. Himpleton's also not very happy at the situation because, you know, you have to go out for work, but you have enough time to go and join this call.
Yeah, I got back and Himpleton was bringing in Alex, so I dipped out.
Why did you dip out? You literally were open for a debate.
I told Himpleton I don't want to talk to a whole bunch of people right now.
You said that you would debate Alex and you dipped before he joined.
I did not say I would debate Alex.
Yes, you did. You said you'd debunk his lies openly, and you
I don't want to talk to a whole lot of people right now.
Well, you're not talking with a whole lot of people. It was literally going to be.
I don't want to. I want it to be a one-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one between you and Alex.
No, I wanted it to be a one-on-one with me and Himpleton.
So you dipped out before Alex joined, despite the fact that you said you were going to debate him.
I did not say I was going to debate Alex.
You literally said you were going to debunk him openly.
Can you talk about the fact that the secret recording you took, by the way, was...
I thought you said you weren't going to pussy over the legality of it, even though I had all legal right to do so.
I'm not talking about the legality of it. I'm talking about the fact that the secret recording you took has now backed up my story, because that's exactly what I've been saying this entire time.
You mean the one where you forcibly came into the shower room and you literally didn't refute that?
I did not forcibly come into the shower room. I asked you if you want to take a shower together, and you said yes.
Okay, because
I literally asked you.
We could get a Zillow to attest, because they were actually a witness to the situation. I stated...
Zillow's told me he's an unreliable narrator because he can't fucking remember anything about like this entire thing. So I don't know what the
fuck who said that? Who said that?
Zillow has apparently said that. Could you send me that DM?
Zillow stated, Zillow can attest and corroborate because he was a witness there. I stated, do you want to go in the shower first or should I? Clearly illustrating that I did not want to shower with you. And then when I was taking off the clothes, I was doing it so rigidly because I was so uncomfortable by the fact that you were in the room with me.
Zillow can attest you were taking your clothes off rigidly? How would he attest to that?
No, this is mutually exclusive now. Now that we're inside the room, okay, because after you just came barging in, then I take a shower. I do not make any eye contact with you.
Into the room.
Yes, you did. You literally just made your way in because you have this entire fancy about having shower sex.
No, I asked if you want to take a shower together, and you said yes. I didn't just kick the door in and go.
I never said you kicked the door in. I said you literally forced your way inside, literally completely disregarding all the signs that I clearly didn't want to do anything. And then at the very end, did you have was that your pubes in the sink, or was that the...
No, I shaved my face.
Okay, so you didn't wash it down the sink anyway. So then you asked me to scrub your back before I went out. Really?
Yeah, I helped you shower. What the fuck?
No, you literally asked for me to scrub your back. Now you scrub my back. Do you know how comfortable that is?
I asked if I helped you shower, and I asked if you would help me. What?
Excuse me. I think you're neglecting the main point here. Okay. First of all, there was clearly enough signs via body language and also by my own personal words that I clearly did not want to have a shower with you. Then when I felt there was no way possible to say no, because keep in mind, when you've been denied sex before, you've completely given the person a cold shoulder. You're completely unpredictable. For example, when Spa on Zillow's behalf stated that he didn't want to do anything, you completely, literally aired him, ignored him, and fucked him off for the rest of the day.
What?
Spa can literally attest that.
Okay, this is going into a different area now. Just real quick, Parlo. So there was a conversation where you said, "Okay, we can go in the shower. Do you want to go first, or shall I?"
Yeah.
Apparently, after that, internet adjacent said, "Oh, well, we can go in at the same time. It'll be quicker." Did that happen?
No, not to what I recall.
That is what it happened. That's exactly what happened. I said it would save us time if we did that.
Okay.
I do not recall that.
Apparently,
because you were
internet adjacent enters
the whole day doing the pyro doc. So we were.
Yeah, I brought up the pyro document to you to clearly show that I wanted to be preoccupied with something else to disengage with the sexual conversation that you kept instigating.
We were going to leave at 6:30, and by the time that we had sexual stuff, it was 5:30. So it was all right, well, we have an hour to get ready, and some of us are doing a lot to get ready. So what the fuck do we do?
So Parlo, you're in the bathroom at this time, okay? Are you in between undressing at this point? Or are you about to start undressing?
To what I remember, I was getting undressed near the shower rack, like, very slowly, and, like, I just felt myself kind of seizing up because I didn't know how to get myself out the position that I was in.
I'll actually be right back, Dickers. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, you've got perms to hop on whenever you want, if you'd like.
I'll be back.
I would have thought you want to contend with this, but okay. Right. So, you said you never had that conversation. You never said at any point, oh, do you want to have it at the same time? Yeah, sure, sounds great.
No, I was not enthusiastic about this in the slightest.
But enthusiastic, I'm saying whether you said it or not.
Regardless, no, I don't remember saying it at all.
Okay. So you were in the shower and turned away, kept yourself turned away, while Internet Jason was...
Yes.
getting undressed
Explain
himself,
to me how
presumably?
this would make any sense that I simply stated, yes, we can do this to be quicker, and then I turn away, do not make any eye contact, and simply keep myself to the far opposite side of the shower the entire time.
Right, okay.
Anyone else would be able to judge via body language that the person, especially me, was clearly, like, in distress, and I wanted to get out. I felt genuinely trapped in there. Shit was uncomfortable.
Alright, there we go, I'm back.
Okay. So, when did you first start making this claim that you had an agreement that you were going to have a shower at the same time? Because it'd be quicker.
I said that, like, after he said the, like, do you want to go first or do you want me?
Directly afterwards. So you're not referencing some message in the DMs days before about shower sex?
Yeah. We also brought up shower sex before in the DMs. Even before this whole
But
trip.
I'm saying it's not a reference to those. You saying in the moment, right? So I guess it's...
in the moment I asked.
He said, she
yes.
said? Did you feel as though Parlo was tense when you got in the bathroom? If he's kind of trying to turn away from you, not speaking to you?
No, I didn't suspect anything like that.
Okay. Alright then, and Parlo, you remember him asking you to, after he got in the shower, to wash his back?
After I came out, yeah.
Wait, after you came out the shower? So you'd already done in the shower?
Yeah, I did it genuinely as quick as possible, and then I came out, and then he asked.
Okay. Is this correct to how you remember it?
I said,
Jason?
do you want to help me? And you're like, no, I'm going to dip out of here. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
No.
So you...
That's not true at all. You told me to do your back.
I said, do you want to help me? And you said no. I was like, okay.
No, I did your back after you literally told me to do it. I said I didn't want to, but you literally told me to do it.
You were getting out already.
I did your back.
You were already getting out of there.
Wait, I genuinely can't believe you're literally openly lying right now.
So, wait, Internet Jason, did Parlo end up washing your back?
No, I don't believe so. I don't, he did not.
So he went from saying no to I don't believe so now.
He did not do that.
You have a recording of him literally not even denying that he made his way in despite me not wanting to be there. I genuinely... Sorry.
You said this earlier on stream, that he did. You washed each other's backs, I thought. That was the impression that I got earlier.
I think I said that, like, if he wanted to, and he didn't.
Okay. Right. Okay. I guess people can go back on stream to see what was said at the time then. Okay. I don't even know where to go from that then. Okay. So... Okay. Yeah, moving along. Okay. So, after that, Parlo, at any point did you think that it might be notable that this person has just kind of, like, walked into the shower room with you guys together and you don't say anything? Like, whoa, what are you doing? Hello? I'm in here. Are you... Okay, I'm not done yet. Something just to indicate that you are in the shower and that maybe he shouldn't be?
My document covers like numerous examples, which is very just identical to that situation where, I even highlighted to Wolf how I have a problem with saying no. So genuinely in situations that are like that, I start stressing out, I seize up, and I don't really know how to get myself out that position. I mean, a lot of the situations just, yeah.
All right.
Wait, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Wait. You just said that you have a problem saying no. So is it not
Apparently you
possible
said that
for
to you
you
in
to
person.
Yeah, I literally told you that in
just said
person,
yes
so I
to
don't
me?
know why you're acting like... I told you on the 13th.
I was not told that.
I told you on the 13th.
I don't know why you're acting like that.
I told you on the 13th.
Absolutely did not.
I did, on the bed. I told you on the 13th,
did not.
and you acknowledged it, and you said we'd go as slow as possible. You're full of shit.
Oh, that. Yeah, I thought you were talking about refusing to take a shower or whatever. I'm like, that's not true at all. And yeah, wait, that doesn't,
Okay,
dog,
on the
that doesn't
13th.
help your claim when you're like, hold on a sec. Wait, you just admitted that I've openly told you we can go as slow as possible to make you comfortable.
No, so you originally denied a claim that I've literally just
Wait,
brought up on
hold
the
on.
13th, where I quite literally
Let him finish
stated...
what he's
Wait,
saying.
can we
Let Paulus
like-
just finish what he's saying.
Oh, no,
Otherwise we're
you
not
go
going to move on.
first, because you go first.
Well, you literally just admitted that, like, I told you we can go as slow as possible to make you comfortable. Like, do you not understand how much that like affects the the narrative? That like
It literally does not affect anything. First of all, you fingered me without my consent. Okay, then you consistently
did not
pushed
do
for
that.
penetrative sex. Yes, you did. You did not ask for my
I
consent.
asked you if you
and
wanted
you
to.
made me
All
into the
right.
shower without my permission, and we have witness testimony. And you're trying to bring up one specific thing you stated in response after you tried to initially deny that ever happened. I love your way of just manipulating the narrative right now.
Let's
This
walk
isn't
through it real
manipulating
quick,
the
then,
narrative.
okay?
Yes, it is.
Let's walk through it real quick then. Okay.
You're saying
so
that
what
like,
this is. Yeah, what this is started with is the conversation where you're walking back and forward into the room. You claim in your document this is because you have a charging plug in that room. You couldn't do it in your own one, so you had to go back into Parlo's. Parlo is claiming this happens every 15 minutes, over 2 hours. Wait, hold on.
Yes,
and
sir.
that apparently Azeroth, or whatever his name is, okay, Zillow, is claiming that he heard Internet Adjacent saying, okay, I'm going back to bed now. I'm going back now. As if to try and, like, invite you.
And I put that in the Google Doc that, yes, the reason I was going in and out is because my phone was in there and it was charging. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go in here for a bit. I've talked to Avalon about this. I don't know why the narrative is suddenly changing. Because I told him this is what
narrative
happened.
has changed?
It's now like me trying to allure like Parlo in there. No, I told Avalon days ago that like the reason I was going in and out of there was because my phone was in there. And it was the only outlet in the fucking Airbnb where I could charge my phone. I put that in my Google Doc.
That's not the narrative
yes,
changing.
I don't know why people are saying yes there in chat.
That's just the fact that you've made a claim, and that Azeroth at Zillow has like what ignored you, doesn't find that reasonable. When you were going back into your room, okay, because later on you would say to Parlo in DMs, "Come here, 3." Were you saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm going back into my room now"?
No.
In a way to get Parlo to maybe invite him into your room? I mean, it's not even rape if that happens, right?
When he said that he wanted to not do anything for a while, I was like, okay. So I was going in and out of the room because my phone was in there and it was charging. It was the only place I could use my phone. 2 hours later, I texted Parlo like, all right, come in here. And he's like, yeah, all right, I'm kind of horny.
It's not true at all. His entire cable thing is a complete fucking bullshit alibi. He was even seen messaging. Sorry, you let me speak. You were seen messaging your friend Byte, stating you're trying to get me to cuddle you in your room. You came in numerous times, pushing for me to come into the room. I mean, Avalon saw it. We're gonna have his testimony very soon. Consistently seeing you come out, you're asking me to come in, then you're also seen stating, look in your DMs, and I consistently make excuses for why I don't want to engage with you.
Talking about the whole conversation. And then when you're like, I don't want to do anything right now, I'm like, okay, we don't have to. And then I asked you 2 hours later.
It's not true at all. You continuously pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pressured and pushed.
The only instances
That's
where I
been
would say
levied
check DMs,
chronologically
the
in my
only
document
instances
as
where I
well.
would tell you to check DMs are when I send you something in DMs. And there's a significant gap of you saying that like you don't want to do anything, and 2 hours later, I'm like, all right, let's do something. So it's not
You
like
seem
you saying you
pushing
don't want to do.
consistently over the course of
Let me
2
speak.
hours in order
Let me
to
speak.
engage. Yeah.
Let me speak, because you're saying that I was consistently saying check your messages, check your messages. That's not true, and you've now confirmed it because I was saying, I fucking
You're
check your phone.
stuttering.
I was
You're
talking about
faltering.
like, can you let me speak, please?
Parlo.
You were saying that I kept telling you to check your messages. Those are the messages that have been provided where I said, do you want to do something? And you're like, I want to be on Minecraft right now. That's where you're saying like, oh, you're saying like, check the messages. That's what that's talking about. And then 2 hours later, I say, come in here. And you're like, okay. So how am I
Not true at all. Numerous intervals over with you over the course
coming
of
in and out of the bedroom and
countless
saying to
hours.
check your phone when
Coming
there's
in, by
no
the way,
messages in there? How would I be going in and out telling you to check your phone if there's no messages? Why would I be telling you to check your phone? That makes no sense.
not only did you send messages on Discord, but you also came in and verbally asked several times, and Avalon was there and he can attest. He can literally see what you were doing
I
consistently.
talked to Avalon. Avalon said what I was talking about is check your phone, which is what I've been referring to. About, yeah, check your phone, and then you're saying, oh, I want to be on Minecraft for a bit. That's what this is talking. That's what we're talking about. That's what Avalon told me that he's talking about. That is what this is. That is what Avalon said he would back up, because that's what he's talking about. He remembers me saying that, like, to tell you to check your phone, because those are the DMs.
Avalon also attests verbally that you came in several times to ask me to come into your room.
That was before you said that you wanted to be on Minecraft.
That is not. You are literally
is
just making this shit up on the fly right now.
Is that not after the
anything
fact? So Parlo says that he wants to play Minecraft, and then 2 hours later, that's when the DM happens where it's like, come in here, :3.
Yeah.
And I thought in that intervening 2 hours was when you're going back and forth and charging your phone.
I was going in and out of the room to check my phone. I was not saying, oh, come in here.
There was a charging socket right next to his bed, by the way.
That's the one I was using. Yes. The
Coming
charging
in and out to charge your phone. There's a charging socket by your bed. The one which had the LED lights plugged into it.
The one that would have to be in my bedroom, Parlo? You mean the reason I was going in and out of my bedroom? The one with the LED lights plugged into it, you could have very evidently used that plug in order to charge your phone. Why would you need to go across the room? It's a complete bullshit alibi that you have made up and strewn in your document to try and excuse your constant pressuring. What are you fucking saying? That's the fucking outlet I was using. That's what I'm saying. And
Wait,
you've now confirmed that.
Wait, this is funny because now you're now you're catching yourself out in a lie here. Because why would you then need to traverse across the Airbnb?
No. I said I was going in and out to charge my phone, and you're saying, well, there was an outlet by your bed. Why didn't you just use that one? And it's like,
so then why are you transversing the Airbnb in order to instigate sexual-based conversations to try and lure me into your bed?
Because I wanted to chill with you guys.
Oh, so your story's now changing. Oh, is it now?
No,
I thought it was charge your phone.
Habitual liar is getting caught lying. Holy shit.
I was going in and out of the room. You're fucking retarded, man. What are you talking about?
You literally leveled in your document that you were trying
to... Boys. Okay, so when you say that you're going in and out of the room because you're trying to charge your phone, are you going back into your room to charge your phone and then going back to them in order to, like, hang out with them? Is that what's happening?
That is what I was doing.
So you're not going into Parlo's room to charge your phone?
No, Parlo didn't have a room. It was just my room.
Okay, right. And Parlo, you're contesting that because...
No, I was bringing up how he was obfuscating context. So in his document, he tries to levy this on an alibi that he was simply moving and traversing rooms in order to charge his phone. But now he claims that he was actually charging his phone by the fucking bed where the power outlet was. Well, that doesn't explain. And he was trying to use that as a cover story for why he kept coming from his room to the main room where me and Avalon were sitting, pushing me over and over and over again to adhere to his sexual fetishes in his room and to do shit with him when I clearly was not reciprocating, and Avalon could clearly pick up on that. So his entire...
That's not what Zillow has attested to, though, is it?
Zillow's
what Zillow said is it seemed pretty clear that he was
Zillow
intimating
has told me
that
multiple
you should
times
come
that he's
back
a
to my
fucking
room.
unreliable narrator in this instance.
Hold on. This is helping you. I don't know if you realize. What Zillow has attested to is the fact that Internet Adjacent was trying to imply you should come back to my room, oh, I'm going to go back to my bedroom now. But it's not that he's walking up to you in some other place in the Airbnb and saying, you should come back and adhere to my sexual fetishes.
This doesn't help
it's
his
not
case
that
at all
explicit.
because you're not understanding the situation. He is attesting, because he was literally there, that he was consistently asking for me to come into his room to cuddle. Not only do you have the bite DMs, which literally prove Wolfgang's intentions, but you also have him literally being caught lying numerous times. I really don't understand how this is being lost in
Where have I
translation.
lied?
Okay,
Where
what
have
I'm
I
talking
lied?
about is explicitly what was said, right? Is he trying to imply that, oh, I'm going back to my room now, and trying to bait you in order to say, like, oh, I'll come and join you? That's what Avalon said. He said it was painfully obvious that Internet Adjacent was trying to get you to come back to bed with him, and it just wasn't working. You weren't into it. You were given Avalon like side eye. It was pretty clear that you weren't interested.
We can have Avalon literally come into the call. He can
Can we talk
communicate.
about the
You
fact
can if
that
you'd like.
Avalon has said before that he has like memory issues and he's not a reliable narrator in this instance? Why is that not like
Can
a
you s-
point of contention?
You said that earlier. I asked you for DMs. It's
I don't have. We talked about that in VC, unfortunately. So I would have to. We'd have to ask him
Right,
about
okay.
that.
We can ask
But
Avalon
it's
if you'd
also-
like.
I mean, I'm totally down. But yes, I was going in and out of the room because my phone was in there and I wanted to hang out with you guys. You're saying there's a phone charger or there's a wall socket by your bed. Yes. The wall socket by my bed, which would be the one that like my phone was plugged into, which would be lining up with my story that yes, I had to walk in and out of the room to use the outlet. Which means yes, I was going in and out of the room because my phone was charging, Parlo. You've confirmed that
Was
now.
there-
That's why I was
Was
doing
there
that.
no plug
I-
socket in the living room of the Airbnb?
There were
Yes, there was. There was
there were
numerous.
Wait, hold
let
on.
me speak. Let me speak. There were two sockets, or like two main outlets. Parlo was taking up one of them, and it was kind of behind a couch. The other one was by the TV, and it had an extender plugged into it, and the other socket didn't work. I put that in my document that I messaged the Airbnb host that the outlet did not work, like the socket wasn't working. But obviously, I'm American, so I have to put an extender on my my phone charger so that it works. You can't plug an extender into an extender; it doesn't work.
Well, no, it's not. It's not an extender. It's an adapter, right? So if you've got like
You can't plug an
if you've got an
adapter into
extender-
it wouldn't work. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't plug that into like another thing and have it work. It doesn't work like that.
it would.
It was not working.
I do that
I
all the
can-
time when I go to the States or like Europe.
I can tell you for a matter of fact, it was not working.
Okay. All right. So when you were going back and forth in this message that you've got, you've jumped in the screen share, right?
No. Let me look real quick.
Okay. So it's a text conversation between you and somebody called Bite, right? Blah 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 blah. In December, I'll be in Latvia visiting my family. Well, real dad's side anyway. You said that sounds fun. And then later on at 5, you said trying to get him to cuddle in bed right now. Bite says take it
Where does the
easy.
time line up? Where does the time line up? How does that? Because that
Wait.
says 12. I mean,
Well,
that
I was
was-
asking you. What's your
I
side
have
of the
no
DMs?
fucking clue. That's the. I don't think those come from my DMs. Those are not my DMs. I don't know where those are from. I've never I didn't take a photo of my DMs with Byte.
No. But I'm saying these are your DMs with somebody else. This isn't your screenshot, true, because it's got your nameplate at the top. What is the time on your DMs? You can get it to match up, right?
I can check.
Yeah.
But also, my time is out of date because I'm in a different continent right now. So
Yeah,
I'm in,
but
like,
if
a
you
different
compare the
time zone.
time, but if you compare the time from this screenshot, right, from this message with the message that you sent to Parlo, come in here, :3, was it before or after?
I can check real quick.
Because presumably, if you've text Parlo and said come in here, and then Parlo says yeah, okay, and comes straight through, I guess why would there be a text conversation with somebody else saying that I'm trying to get him to come through?
I'm trying to find that DM right now.
Mhm.
What was said again? Okay.
We can wait on that real
I'm-
quick.
Sued for leaking sex
I'm
tapes. That's
genuinely
just-
trying to find
Steven's
this.
just
I
being a
can't
silly
seem
guy.
to find it.
As bad as I feel for young PPM making this into
Well, the
content,
person's
I am
name
so
is Bite.
glad that this will 86
Bit of
that.
Tactical Templar. Only good that will come from this.
I don't see that DM at all.
No, it should be on the 13th of October. Trying to
I'm-
get him
yeah,
to
I'm-
cuddle in bed right now.
I'm looking for that. I don't see that.
Are you saying these DMs maybe have been faked?
I can take a screenshot of this. I can take a
Okay.
screenshot of exactly the exact scenario. Yeah, this is
Okay.
it. I can send it to you right now. Um, wait, okay. I'm trying to think too. Wait, if you line that time up, even if that message was there and I said it like after that, I think that'd still be like around 6 p.m. Wouldn't that? I don't.
Have you deleted a DM?
No, I did not.
Oh.
Because why would
My
why would
God.
this person say take it easy after you'd said 6 hours before?
Unfucking
That sounds
believable.
fun.
I don't.
Unfucking believable, dude. Holy shit. You fucking retard. Oh my
We can
god.
still check up the time if you want. So if you say I fucked everything up, that was how many
I'm-
hours? 6 hours
Wait, I'm so
before
confused
I fucked everything up.
here.
We can still find out what time you sent that message, even if you deleted it.
Wait,
Why
I'm
would you
so
delete
confused
it if
here. What
it's
the
not
fuck?
incriminating?
It would have been around 6. It would have been around 6 then. 'Cause- Wait, okay, hold on a
It
second.
would have been
Yeah,
around
because this was within.
Did you know that this screenshot was being shopped
I-
about?
No, I'm genuine. I have no idea what the fuck is happening.
Then
I'm-
why go back
I'm
and delete the
genuinely
message?
confused right now. What the fuck?
Okay, it seems pretty clear here that you have just gone back and deleted a message, right?
I guess I might. I don't. What is? Wait. Hold on a second.
Very
Here's how we can figure
meticulously,
this
by
out,
the way.
though.
That was the one single message deleted. Wonder why.
Can we hold on a sec? What time did they send that message, or what time were our DMs?
I mean,
Between-
for them,
Well, wait.
you
What's
can
the?
see.
what's the
I'm not
hour
sure what the
difference?
question is.
Like,
That looks like
It's
fun.
trying to get him to cuddle in bed right now.
There's an 8-hour difference.
I'm trying. Yeah, I'm genuinely trying to figure
So
that
your
out.
time zone is 8 hours behind theirs.
Well, wait. I'm
Seems
saying
that they're
what's
somewhere
the
in Europe.
time difference between me sending that message and her response?
It is 10 minutes.
Why is he stuttering so much
I mean, you
as
would
well?
you would. Okay, Paulo.
He
You would know
keeps
if you
saying I
deleted
might
it,
have.
right?
I guess I don't remember. Like, why the fuck is he stuttering so much?
this
He's
isn't a
clearly got some
situation I
shit to
think of
hide
all
here.
the time. I don't think of the situation 24/7.
It's not what you said in my DMs, dude. You said that this shit's been plaguing you and you want it to remain private, but
Yeah,
then you
it-
fucking lied to Himpleton,
I
didn't
did
you?
want it to be. I did want it to be private, and then as I found out today that I was kind of yeah, I was kind of
Yeah, you
hold on.
kind of
confused
just
a
made
little
it
bit.
public, and now it's like backfiring
No,
really badly. And now you're
Could you get
dragging
me
all
a-
your
could you get
friends
me
down
a-
with you.
Could you get me a
Dickers can back
screenshot
this
real
up.
quick of your side? Hold on. Could I get you a? Could you get a screenshot real quick of your side of the Parlo DM where you tell him, you know, come in here, ooh woo,
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, why would you go back and delete the cuddle message?
I have no idea.
I
I
think
mean,
you
yeah,
do
I'm not
have an
gonna lie.
idea.
I mean, it does look bad. I'll be honest. I don't.
Let's be real. Okay, you went back and deleted this, right? But you didn't know that there had already been a screenshot taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's what happened. I don't really. Yeah.
Because was it not true that after Parlo and Zillow kind of like had a talk with you in that recorded message that we saw earlier, that recorded conversation, you immediately started calling Samuel, Ace, other people.
Yeah.
So you were thinking about it at the time, and you've been writing this document ever since.
I wrote that document like a day or two ago.
But haven't you been talking about this with people ever since?
I have been talking in DMs to people about this.
Okay. So you have been thinking about it a lot, right?
I have, yeah, it's definitely been on my mind.
Okay.
Hold on a sec.
I mean, we can have Zillow come in right after this little thing's dealt with, and he can attest a whole lot more.
So Zillow has said that he doesn't want to speak on live stream because he thinks he's not going to be coherent, okay? So I'm going to read out the message that he just sent me. Yeah. So 5 minutes ago he said this. For clarification on that whole Byte thing, he sent the come in here DM a message before he sent that message to Byte. That looks like he deletes the message. I don't know if that's true. It could be. Okay. It could be. So that looks like he deleted the message. Byte said to me that when he tried to look up at the previous text message, Byte has sent me those screenshots relatively close to when this is all happening, that he couldn't see messages. And they suspect that he deleted it. I was sent this message a couple hours after the initial events of us leaving the Airbnb. Right? So this is the exact same screenshot. In December we visited Latvia. That sounds fun. Trying to get him to cuddle right now. Okay. Right, okay. So it's basically just confirming that message does seem to be deleted. Why would you go back and delete messages in DMs when you're trying to prepare this document?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't have any excuse for that one. That's not good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it up there with like the sharing intimate images without consent as well?
Well,
yeah, I apologize to you for that, and I'll apologize to you here again. That was not cool. That was a panic response, but it's still not acceptable either way. And I actually apologize. Like genuinely, that's just an apology from me. That's fucked up, and I'm sorry.
What exactly happened here? Sorry.
There was a instance where I took a photo of us making out, and that wasn't the problem. The problem.
To which I didn't give permission for. By the way, you kind of just did it.
You gave me permission. No, you gave me permission to do it, and I sent it to you, and I was like, "Look at this, lol." What happened was, while I was panicking, I sent that to someone and go like, "This was us like literally hours ago," and now he's saying like I'm some fucking horrible monster. It was a panic response. It's not cool anyway. It's fucked up with me. I apologize to you in DMs. I'll apologize to you here for it. It's pretty shitty of me. I should not have. Even though, like, I mean, I'll debate. Like, I absolutely got consent to take that photo, but I did not have consent to send that photo to someone else, and that's shitty of me. And I will apologize for that.
Okay. Listen, you've deleted DMs about this stuff. I mean, just being real, leveling, okay? When you were going back and forth into the living room of the Airbnb, you were hanging out with them, but then you knew you'd have to go back on your phone. You were probably hoping, because this was leading up to when you actually asked Parlo to come in and join you in the bedroom. You were hoping that Parlo was going to follow in, right? Kind of maybe putting out little feelers.
No, I don't. I genuinely was for a while just on my phone and just chilling in there. I think there was a certain point where I was like, I'm trying to get him to cuddle with me, but like, That was not my, like, I was not just going in and out of the room trying to allure him in there.
But that wasn't like a sole motivation, but that was a motivation, right?
It was like, I did, I mean, obviously I wanted to cuddle with him in bed, but like, obviously he said he wanted to chill for a bit. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to just go like, all right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. But
Yeah,
I was
you're not forcing him, but you're kind of like prompting it.
I was not trying to pressure him in there. I
yeah, we're not talking about trying to pressure, but you're kind of prompting him, like, when you go in there, you're hoping that he's going to follow you back in, but it sounds as though you're going back in there again and again and again. I mean, this is what Zillow said made him feel kind of awkward. He felt as though it was pretty clear what was going on, and so he just decided to leave.
If that is how it felt, then that was unintentional of me, and I apologize, but that was genuinely not what I was trying to do. Like, honest to God, that is not what I was attempting to do. I literally was just going, that's why I even said that my phone was in there. I had to literally go in and out to go on my phone.
Okay. Do you accept that apology, Parlo?
What apology? Necessarily. If you embed an apology with half-truths, I don't see it as genuine, especially with the consistent going in, coming out, going in, coming out, pushing me. I have the screenshots. I mean, in the first day as well, I was hesitant, and you decided to come in and say that you'd prefer to do it today. You'd prefer to do it by 12. Come in here. All of these things that you were trying to do because you wanted to engineer an interaction like that.
That's not peer pressure. That's me saying I'd prefer us do it today, but it is your decision ultimately. You can do what you want.
By the way, you're just making straw man arguments. I'm saying all of this collectively is examples of you continuously pushing.
I will be back in a second real quick.
Oh my God.
I guess
keep in mind,
okay.
I've been up since, like, dude, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and I've had to deal 8 hours of this shit, so forgive me if I'm stuttering like a retard, but...
That's right. We're in the same country, we're in the same boat. It's fine. I'm the exact same. Okay. To be fair both ways, because you and I had a conversation about this earlier, I'm sure you're fine with me bringing up the contents of it, right?
What'd you say, sorry?
You and I had a conversation earlier. I'm guessing you're fine with me talking about what we spoke about, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I put to you that basically you were really, really up for stuff, anal, oral, the whole works, the full Monty, before you actually met up in person. You were really excited for it. In fact, you kind of like kept yourself kind of like starved, or you didn't eat so that you could like have anal and stuff. And then when you met in person, a lot of stuff changed. You weren't attracted anymore, is that fair to say? You didn't really want to have sex anymore? Right. I guess, like...
Completely dissuaded from that. I mean, because of
what made the change?
It was
personal hygiene.
Yeah.
Okay. So for that reason, you kind of decided that you didn't want to anymore.
I was disengaged entirely.
Okay. And that was a big change. Did you communicate that to IA? Did you say, take a shower?
Are you kidding me?
I mean, I'm just asking the question, okay? Did you communicate at any point that
I would not have the social ability to communicate like that, but it was certainly something that the whole group had a problem with. I mean, have you covered the fighting situation yet, where he got into a altercation? So we had this whole friend group, we were all going out. He decided to start fighting one of our friends who was 17 in Hyde Park publicly, started walloping the kid in the dick.
Wait, hold on a sec.
Wait, hang on.
No, you threw up twice. Lying about the situation. You're fully lying about this situation.
Dude, we have
absolutely lying about this situation. This was not just a random thing that fucking happened. We fucking planned this like a month out. We're like, oh, we're gonna fight one another. Lol. And that's what it was. You were there. You watched it. You filmed it. Like, you guys were there while filming it.
Yeah.
We have the video of us fighting. It was a mutual thing. We have fucking commentary from you guys of us fighting.
Yeah,
fucking,
and you were hitting the guy in the dick, dude.
I hit him
once. Am I okay bringing up the images as we talk about this? I got these sent to me earlier.
I'll give you everything.
But and then he starts fucking throwing up after the situation, and then for
Yeah.
the remainder of the journey back, oh my god, it just dissuaded anyone from wanting to interact with him because it was so
So okay,
nasty.
so can I explain what happened actually? So he's saying I just repeatedly punched this guy in the dick once. No, I accidentally hit him in the dick, and I've apologized to him for that because we made no face shots, no dick shots were allowed. I accidentally hit him in the dick, and I apologized for that. I threw up after our fight because I exuded all of my energy. Yeah, when you fucking go all in like a 16-minute fist-to-fist fight, yeah, you're gonna be pretty fucking tired, and so I threw up. And when you're saying like, you were like all fucked up on the way home, yes, I had 50-50 vision, and my head was still like, I was still exhausted after the fight. Why am I like being shit on for being tired after fighting someone?
Wait, hold on. We've got the video here. Give me 2 seconds. Can I open this in Chrome? I can open this in Chrome. Here we are. I guess I can't. You guys can listen to the audio. The audience will be able to see it. I'm guessing everybody already knows what this looks like on the call.
What in the Hollywood film is this move, bro? No.
Okay, who's that saying no at the end?
Huh?
What in the Hollywood film is this move, bro?
That's just our friend group who's
No.
watching right now. But he is solid 18 minutes of just him like laying hands on this guy. It was a joking fight at first, but then
Yeah, it was a
then
joking
towards
fight. Why? What?
Yeah.
Wait, I'm
No,
so
the entire
This
reason
is
why this is
joking-
being brought up is because it was absolutely fucking embarrassing, and that was the reason why everyone was like dissuaded from wanting to engage with you. Then after you started throwing your guts out in front of literally everyone in public, that was quite enough for like everyone else to not really want to be around you when you were literally covered in
Right.
grass and sick.
Wait, okay. So I'm being I'm like an asshole for throwing up after a fight and winning a fight or
No,
something.
no
Like,
one's
what is
saying that
this
you're an
point?
asshole for throwing up. This is being brought up to why I was very much disengaged from wanting to be sexual with you.
And what was
Especially
your
with the
what
fact
was
that you had to
and when you
you
expressed
had to
that no, no, no,
Airbnb
and when you expressed
shampoo.
that in text that night when you said you didn't want to have sex, what was my response?
Yeah, and
I
then you
said that's
decided,
okay. We
and then
don't
you
have to.
decided
No,
at
no,
the
no,
very
no, no,
end of
no.
the day.
What was my response? I said we don't have to. Then I literally
I
said,
love that you're
okay,
bringing
fine.
strawman
You
arguments
do
that
not
have no
have to have sex
relation to
then.
the document that we're bringing up. What happened at the end of the 12th was that you came in and you tried to kiss me. Then I got disengaged, and then you came in to do it again. By the way, this is after you didn't brush your teeth after you threw up.
I absolutely did brush my teeth. I don't know what
No,
you're
you
talking
didn't.
about.
No, you
I
didn't.
did.
And also, you had to
Absolutely did.
Airbnb shampoo, and you were asking us to get shampoo for you because you didn't
Yeah, I
want
said
to. You didn't want to line
no.
up for 10 minutes at TK.
No, I said I wasn't going to make you guys stand around and wait while I bought shampoo.
So you decided to either ask for us for shampoo and then Uber
I
Eats it
said, can I
yourself a
use the
couple
one that's
days
at the
after
Airbnb?
because you couldn't get any at the fucking airport.
I said, can I use the shampoo at the Airbnb? What is this like? What is this?
I mean, it's just being brought up
Right, okay.
solely because this player didn't want to engage.
Did the 17-year-old say that he didn't want to fight anymore? Was he trying to get away? Or were they fine, like, play fighting together, and nobody cares about this, but you found it particularly unattractive? This made you want to not have sex with him even more?
I know, we
Is
all
that-
talked
is that
about it
the-
after. It was like the guy really didn't want to be fucking consistently hit in the fucking dick area. And
It wasn't
IA was going
consistently. I
around
hit him once
bragging
by
to
accident.
commentary
I've
channels about
apologized to him for that. What are you talking
IA
about?
went to like Samuel to try and brag about the fight that he got into, and
Yeah,
it
I
was
was
like
like,
a
dude, look
couple
at my fucking
scratches
hand. I
because
fucked my
he kept
hand up.
fucking hitting the guy's flyer.
Yeah, I fucked my hand. What is it? This is why does this matter? What is the relevance of this?
It was collectively being brought up, and then we went to a fucking Chinese restaurant. The guy picked up my food and started throwing it on the floor in front of everyone. Like the table.
No, I picked up a dumpling from the middle of the table and threw it on the floor as a joke. And then everyone was like, "What the fuck? Why did you do that?" And I was like, "Okay," and I picked it
Yeah,
up.
because your etiquette and the
You
way
have
you
to take like
behaved in
everything and
public.
take it like you have to try to make it sound worse by 2 times. It's like, no, I didn't consistently hit this guy in the dick. I hit him once on accident, and I've apologized to him for that. And
No, you
Dickers
didn't.
was
You
like,
consistently were hitting
did
him
the
there.
17-year-old want to keep fighting? Yes, he wanted to keep fighting. I was fucking exhausted.
Okay. Your etiquette of throwing fucking food on the floor in a public restaurant while we were all
Yeah,
trying to eat
it did it as a
and
joke.
fucking throwing up everywhere and having like literally no self-care,
Okay.
especially with your hair. That was just reasons why we didn't really want to engage. And then you came around in this fucking horrific rancid femboy outfit with broken fishnets, a wolf mask, and a crop top. And everyone was like, what the fuck is going on here? And it was like, it just added a whole
I
lot
literally
more.
said, "Does anyone mind if I wear this?" And everyone was like, "No, no one cares." So I don't. I literally don't know
Yeah,
what you're
dude.
talking about.
Yeah, dude. Definitely. Definitely, dude.
Dude, I've sent you
Okay.
photos of me in that outfit, and you complimented my appearance before. Why is it suddenly now?
Wait,
I'm
is this
talking
like
to
the
you? This
unsolicited
is like
like
this
nudes
makes
that you
no
would go
fucking
around sending?
Wait, do you have a
dude
screenshot of that?
Oh, I
of
can't. I
me
If
can't
it's
sending
happened
him
in
the
send it.
outfit
DMs.
I've got it. I've got it, but I can't send it because of like revenge porn shit.
of me sending the
Okay.
outfit. I mean, I have photos of me in the outfit and him complimenting me on it.
Do you have that in DMs? Can you send that over?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
It's a whole lot. It's a
Okay.
whole lot. It's a whole lot better when it's in person because he's going up saying that he wants to go into fucking bars with it in
Okay.
public, and that he wants everyone to.
What's up?
He went up to me and said, "Do you want to touch my leg to see how hairy it is?" When he was in his fucking fishnets. I think seeing pictures is a whole lot different when you can use different camera angles to seeing it in fucking person. Because holy shit, what the fuck
So
was I getting myself into?
so wait. So I don't understand what the hell the point even is. I don't look better in
Well, the point
person
is,
than I
well,
do in
Dickers was
photos.
bringing up why I was dissuaded from wanting to interact, so I brought up a couple reasons. That, and of course, the fact that you said that you didn't need ointment for your rashes.
I don't.
Yes,
What rat? I don't have rashes. What are you talking about?
you literally were going around telling mutuals that you had rashes and you needed ointment for it.
No, I said I have like a
And you
like a
didn't
thing
tell me
on me.
this beforehand?
Yeah, why would
You
I?
didn't
It's
tell me
not.
about your chlamydia diagnosis, either your STD history, only that
Did
you
I
had one
have chlamydia
STD
when we had
scare.
sex? Did I have? And I did tell you about my STD scare. It's in
Yeah, you
DMs
told me the STD scare. It's not something I denied, but you never told me you had fucking chlamydia.
because I don't have chlamydia.
You
I
had
have
chlamydia.
chlamydia.
You
Why
had
would I
it.
tell you about something I had that I no longer have? That doesn't make
Well,
sense.
because if you have a long history of having fucking knobby rashes and STDs, wouldn't it be a
I
little
don't have.
bit bad?
I don't have rashes. What are you fucking talking about?
You literally
Wait,
went around.
earlier,
I can have no,
earlier, didn't you
I
say
can
that
have mutuals. I can have mutuals
there
come
was
in
a
and attest this.
I
there
had.
was a
I
Chlamydia.
had.
there was a dark
I had a.
mark that you went to your doctor
Yeah, there
about,
was a
and it was
dark mark.
fine, and it wasn't.
There was a.
Yeah.
There was a dark mark that my doctor told me was a skin irritation, and I asked him if I should get like tested for anything, and he said no, you're totally fine. And I
Okay,
went
so
to like a
when you
dermatologist
went
the
to
other
like
day, and I
mutuals
was fine.
talking about like very bad eczema and rashes, potential contagious rashes,
No, I
those
never said
mutuals are
I.
just
What?
lying.
When did I say contagious rashes? That's just
I
not
said
true.
potential contagious rashes. They're just lying,
Yeah, I
right?
don't have potential contagious rashes.
So
To be
your
fair,
your
okay,
mutual
it
you
seems as though
shared
we
this
went to the
information with a
doctor
line.
about this. It seems though we went to the doctor about it. He asked if you get tested. The doctor said no. Seems though he had a scare, but he no longer had chlamydia. It was cured by this time, right? Parlo?
Yes, that
That
is
seems
exactly
pretty
right.
fair, right? He had an STI and then it was cured. He's no longer infected. He's no longer infectious.
Yeah, and if I was
Or
told
did you
about
see
this
something that
beforehand,
convinced you that he did have an STD when you guys had sex?
what'd you say, sorry?
Or did you see something that made you thought that he had an STD while he had sex?
I mean, I almost threw up numerous times because, I mean, no offense, it didn't. I listen. It was pretty fucking. Nah, it's nasty. It didn't smell very good.
Yeah, because we wanted it to happen like as soon as I got there, and I've been on a flight for 22 hours.
Listen. There's a reason why this shouldn't have been fucking public, and I don't know why you were campaigning for it to be
Because
such. Because this
I
is the
talked
most
to Dickers
fucking
about this.
embarrassing, degenerate, disgusting fucking thing
Dickers can
that you
back
have now
me up about
forced
this.
me to talk about.
Dickers can back me up about this. I was under different pretenses with this going public or not. Can you confirm that, Vickers?
Well, yeah, we spoke about it earlier, and I talked about it at the start of the stream. I think Himpleton sent you a DM from Avalon, and then apparently convinced you that this was going live any day now from Parlo's side, and so you should release your document. But I spoke to Avalon and Parlo, and apparently nobody over there had any intentions of making this public.
Okay,
at all.
You're getting too big for your boots.
And that they were only going to release it if you released yours first. So it feels like there's been a little bit of maybe playing of both sides to be able to get this released publicly. That's realistically, if you're asking the question, why is this public? Himpleton played the drama game, I guess, and managed to get you guys to go public about it. I've already given my thoughts about that at the start of the stream, but yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily relevant to these allegations themselves. Yeah. Aiden, you had something you want to inject with?
Well, yeah, I wanted to. Sorry, this is more my expertise. I wanted to ask a question about the chlamydia claim, and my apologies if I had missed this. But did you ever get retested and like tested negative in an adjacent?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. So then
I even had another test, not too long after, not like Jesus. I had another test about a month or two ago, and that also was negative, and I hadn't had sex since.
So I guess
these two might be
so. I don't
gay.
understand why we need to bring like your STD and eczema history.
Oh, that's a great question. Why the fuck is my fucking sexual history being flaunted for everyone to see?
Because you not only weren't transparent about anything to do with the rashes that you were sharing with mutuals. My mutuals had to come and tell me. My mutuals had to come and tell me that you had been diagnosed with this stuff, and they didn't know the dates, but they were sure as hell were very certain that you weren't being transparent with me about it.
Why does it fucking matter?
I almost
that
threw
I've had
up.
it before,
Right,
and I don't have it anymore.
Let me speak. Explain why I almost fucking threw up several times, because that shit was fucking disgusting. And how
I told you I'd been on a plane for 22 hours.
You were threatening my mutuals to come out about this situation, and you really didn't expect me to talk about the entirety of the ordeal. I almost fucking threw up, dude. This shit was disgusting.
Yeah, because I'd been on a plane for 22 hours.
What kind of excuse is that? Never once have I almost fucking thrown up.
I'd been on planes for 2 days. No fucking shit. Yeah, I was in fucking crystal. I didn't even get fucking shampoo until the 3rd day. I had to use other people's shit.
Yeah, you could get shampoo at the fucking airport, dude. Like, these excuses are stupid. And your fucking charger excuse is even more stupid, because not only do we have witness testimony that you're lying, but you came in and you were consistently pushing for sex, and you deleted messages to hide your shit.
Listen, okay. Let's move on from this. There's been a claim, you brought it up earlier, and I feel like we breezed past it. I don't know how much we're going to get with cock hygiene talk, alright? There was a conversation earlier about the fact that somebody had put a finger in somebody else's arse, and I believe there's also been a claim about a dildo called Cinderella.
Okay, alright. Well, see,
when did this happen?
What's
this talking about?
After he said that he wasn't cool to do stuff with the condom, I asked if he would want to do stuff with the dildo, and he said yes.
Is that true, Parlo?
After I consistently said no, and he eventually got the message, which is this similar to the other allegation. Wait, hang on. Hang on, you're not giving me time.
Let's get one at a time.
Exactly. I used the Cinderella, which was the bare minimum, in order to this is so fucking embarrassing to say, but to fucking satisfy the fact that I clearly didn't want to do anything else, and it was the most uncomfortable fucking shit ever. But that isn't the main allegation I'm levying here. It was just an additive context to the situation. To Cinderella.
Okay, so internet adjacent, do you want to respond? I think you said he was lying though.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I asked if he wanted to do stuff, and he said, in regards to the condom, he said, yeah, at first, and then he changed his mind to saying no. And I was like, okay, how do you feel about even this? And he was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, okay, well, you can do that.
Okay.
Now,
It was not made of fucking glass. Also, I had to consistently say no in order for him to actually drop the situation because he tore it
That's
out.
not true at all.
That is
That's
true.
not
I
true.
was making a lot of excuses as to why I didn't want to engage, and you
Wait, no,
consistently were
you
pushing.
didn't. No. You're saying that you had to say no. Now you're saying you had to make excuses instead.
I made excuses and also said no. Those both can go hand in hand. You're trying to make some inconsistent narrative here, and it's not working.
Yes,
And try a bit harder.
You were saying no. Now you're saying that you were saying excuses. Now you're
This
saying
isn't dude, this isn't working. Not only did I also say no, but I also came up with excuses on why I didn't want to do it. Again, those two don't have to be mutually exclusive. Try another thing.
Okay.
Why didn't you say them both? Why didn't you say that? Why did you change your story?
I'm not changing anything, dude. You're the only one who's been deleting messages to hide your shit.
Okay. So, he did delete messages. I feel like this has been slightly one-sided, okay? Parlo, I'm going to put the argument to you that Internet Adjacent seems not really able to do. You seem perfectly fine talking about sex beforehand, right? You seem really, really enthused. Then all of a sudden, there are personal hygiene issues. There's, whatever kind of turns you off. You're not into it anymore. At what point, if any, do you communicate that there has been a huge shift in what you're willing to do and what you want to do at the time?
Wow. Well, I would say that my first half of the document shows quite a lot of me showing clear signs that I simply just didn't want to engage sexually. As soon as I saw, I was instantly put off, and then it became incremental throughout the night. And then I found myself in a position where it was like, okay, I feel kind of forced to get this shit over with because I've put myself in a fucking really deep hole. I'm scared of what happens if I say no or the consequences or ramifications, but I'm too deep now in this shit. And it was genuinely horrible. It was like a fucking prison I essentially was in, okay, how am I going to deal with this with not pissing off IA, or because he is a relatively new person. I mean, I've only known them through text. I don't know how impulsive that they could be, or how unpredictable. I mean, the fucking suicide bait call is enough in itself to be like, okay, sometimes this guy can go off the fucking rockers.
Wait, okay. This is going to be one of those things, and I said at the start of the stream, so I don't know if you watched it, but there are a lot of things that you reference in your document that you knew before you actually, flew him out, right? Before you paid to have him flown out.
What did I know?
So the furry stuff that you reference, the suicide baiting, this is all stuff that you knew before you transferred him the cash to be able to fly out, right?
No, the suicide baiting I only knew after the main call, and I didn't know that I didn't give too much attention to the hospital images until after, because that's when a pattern started to develop. I didn't look into the Anthrocon stuff until after, because I didn't get given didn't get given, sorry, it's fucking late at night. I didn't get given the access to the document until I got in contact with mutuals of the person after the situation transpired. And to do with the furry images, I had to go around asking other people for a long pattern of this behavior until I realized, holy shit, dude's commissioning way too much of this problematic artwork. Because at first I believed it was isolated instances. Hang on, no, you're interjecting, and I didn't to you. You commissioned a bunch. I mean, you'd commissioned hundreds of dollars of fucking furry content.
Okay.
And there was about isolated examples of where you could have plausible deniability defense that you didn't commission that, or you didn't have control of the knotted images and stuff. But they were really fucking weird.
Real quick.
So can we talk about that, by the way?
Hold on. We can put a pin in this, because what I was trying to ask Parlo is, a lot of this stuff you either found out after the fact, right? If you find out about the suicide baiting after the fact, I'm talking about your mental state in the time, why you didn't want to say no directly. Apparently you didn't want to upset him, you didn't want to piss him off. I think you said earlier, this may have been in a call that we had together, that this guy was going to go schizo. You said that when you finally did confront him, you had police on standby, you didn't know what he was going to do. Despite the fact you hadn't shown anything to be violent before, you had a lot of anxiety around what would happen if you said no. You spoke about your deep hole. You spoke about getting in, feeling as though you're in a hole that you couldn't get out of. You'd put yourself in this situation. You'd suddenly realize that you weren't interested in it anymore, and you didn't know how to get out, but you didn't feel comfortable saying no directly.
Yeah, he knew that as well. I told him on the 13th.
On the 13th, by the way. not
This was after you attempted to deny that ever happening, by the way.
Can I point something out, by the way? You're saying, like, I don't know what this guy would do if I said no. Well, we do know, because there's an instance in the DMs where you're saying you're not into it, you don't want to do stuff tonight, and I literally go, okay, that's fine.
Again, full context, because keep in mind you didn't include literally any of our full context conversations and you only showed 2 instances. Those aren't situations I brought up literally whatsoever, and the entire point of bringing up these conversations was to show a history of you consistently pushing sexual-based conversations whenever you wanted them to start.
We had said before the trip that we would at least, like, I don't know, like, I don't remember exactly how often, but I remember us talking about,
like, having sex. Let him finish.
I remember us talking about having sex like once a day while during this trip. I don't know if you said it. I don't know if I said it, but one of us definitely said that.
What can I do with that information? Because you've not provided a time, a day, or who the fuck said this, so what can I do with this?
I mean, it's in our DMs.
You've shown a fucking tendency of quite literally stuttering the entire time when you were brought up how you fucking deleted. When you deleted your messages, you literally couldn't recite a time, you couldn't recite context.
There is one message I've deleted.
This is unrelated, Parlo. Okay, hold on. Would you agree or disagree to the fact that in your DMs, that you are clearly planning like a sex-filled weekend? There's going to be a lot of sex going on. That was the intention. That was the hope. That was what you discussed previously.
Yeah, but I don't like how it's being mischaracterized as an entirely based event like that. It was like we were meant to be going out with just friends around London. It wasn't just meant to be that.
Well, no, it was.
Yeah, it wasn't part of it. Sorry, it wasn't all of it, but it was part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, okay, can I say this real quick? Because at first it was supposed to just be me and Parlo. So it wasn't supposed to be just a friends thing at first. It was supposed to be just me and him. Because it was after I sent him a photo of my fucking cock, he was like, dude, I need you here. Like, I can't wait until December, which is the second trip we planned. You're like, I need you here earlier.
Yeah, because that happened, yeah.
So the entire purpose of me coming there was not just like started from like you seeing nudes of me. That was like the entire point of this trip at first was for me and you to hang out. It was like just me and you.
Then how did Zillow get introduced into all this?
Wait, yeah, this is like such a null point, because even if that was true, it was literally, and was, up until the 12th, of course, a social event of all of us going out to parties, going to fucking Weatherspoons, going around Hyde Park and shit like that. It was a social event, and everyone was stating how you were making it oddly sexual to your own benefit and making it all about yourself.
Because that was the entire fucking.
Are those people willing to come on stream and say it, Parlo?
It could have been.
Are those people willing to come on stream
then.
and say it, or is that what people have just told you in private?
Sorry, what?
Is that stuff that people are willing to come on stream and say, or willing to, or they've got DMs of it, or is that just people things that people have said to you in private?
That's like testimony from the people who are out there making it about himself.
Yeah, are there DMs?
When did I make anything about myself?
Is there proof for it, or is this just hearsay?
Would you call testimony from someone there hearsay? Yeah, it's hearsay. I guess you could say that. It was literally Zillow.
Have you got a recording? Have you got a screenshot? Are they willing to come on stream about it? Is this something that Zillow would say?
I mean, Zillow can communicate via text, but considering it's like 23, might be asleep by now.
Okay. Alright, so we can go on. So, the reason you didn't feel able to say no was because you didn't want to upset him, and so you didn't want to be, like, too harsh with it, but you feel as though we should be able to take the hint. Okay, so I think we glanced over, we went straight to the Cinderella, and didn't talk about the finger, because I think this has been, like, it sounds silly, but this has been a cool thing that you've spoken about, Parlo, that he sticks his finger in your ass without asking you, you don't ask him to, you don't give permission. Was there discussion of doing anal during that sexual encounter? Or during that, like, sex session?
It was more of oral at the time. I explicitly do not remember giving any consent for that to happen, and my body kind of froze and went rigid when it happened.
You did, though. That's the whole point.
No.
You just said you wouldn't remember that. I do. You absolutely said that.
I did not give you consent for that. I would have explicitly remembered.
Cinderella, since you didn't want to use like a condom and actually have sex.
Wait, no, hang on. You were talking about the fingering shit.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the same as that.
No,
It's
you
like
just
you
brought
weren't
up
willing.
Cinderella.
Can you let me finish my point, please? You're being incredibly rude right now.
Okay, let's go one at a time. Let's go one at a time. AI. IA, go.
Yep. I was going to say, like, this is exactly like it was with the Cinderella. He was not willing to go all the way and have like just full on sex with me, which is fine. I wasn't like bothered by that. Which is why we didn't do anything like fully like we didn't do anal. But he did he said he was fine to use the Cinderella. And I said, like, are you cool with me like doing a little bit of fingering? And he's like, yeah, sure. And that's what I did.
It's not true. He's lying.
You
It
just said
happened
you
before
wouldn't.
that.
You literally just said you don't remember anything like that.
No,
or you
no, no,
couldn't
no, no,
remember
no,
anything
no,
like
no,
that.
no, no. You're literally making shit the fuck up. This was during oral while you were doing it to me. This was not before the Cinderella. You're making
I
this
said,
shit
do you
up right
mind if
now.
I said, do you mind if I slip like a finger back there? And you said, you were like, like you didn't mind.
No. Dude, you've literally been caught out in 5 fucking lies right now.
Why?
Okay,
Why are
are
you
you
lying?
saying that's a lie, Parlo?
Okay, well, it's not fucking true on his part, so, like, how are we gonna move on from here?
Well, no, I'm just saying, are you saying that's a lie? Because you said a few seconds ago you couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember what? No, I literally stated that I, like, under no circumstances remember giving consent whatsoever for that to happen.
Okay,
Is that
you don't remember
being
giving
lost in
consent.
translation or something? Because I do remember
Well, it
the
sounds like-
situation.
Okay, can you remember definitively not giving consent, not enjoying it, not expecting it?
Yeah, I didn't expect it. It was
You say
during
your
oral.
body went rigid.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is not true.
Internet adjacent. Can you remember his body going rigid at the time? Seemed like he was pretty shocked
Absolutely
by
not.
it. Did you notice that?
He was actually super into it.
No, I wasn't. I was extremely
You absolutely
uncomfortable.
were.
No, I was not. You're full of fucking shit. That is such a
Literally-
rapey
you
thing to say.
were.
What the
Okay.
fuck is wrong with you?
Internet adjacent. Why do you say that he's super into it?
Because he even scooted his like ass closer to me. Like he got closer to me when I did that.
Parlo, is that true?
This is such a fucking disgustingly degenerate thing. No.
Okay. So you're saying that absolutely wasn't true?
It's pure dry insertion, like the most uncomfortable fucking thing ever. How was I meant to retroactively know it was going to happen either? It was happening during
So you're
oral
saying
as
it's
well.
completely... It was
I said,
completely
do you want
dry.
to do it? And then you were like, yeah, and then I did it.
It was completely
That's
dry.
not true at all.
Because I would think at the very least you'd probably use spit or something like that. No, you're saying during this it was completely dry.
Yes.
Okay. Internet Jason,
The
are you
shit
saying
is,
that he
like,
agreed to have
painful.
to be fingered completely dry?
I figured the lube from the Cinderella was still good enough that I could use
It
that.
did not happen. See, he's fucking lying again. It was not before. It was literally before the Cinderella. It was not after.
No, it was after.
No, it
was
wasn't.
definitely after.
No, it
Absolutely was.
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Absolutely was.
It was
Absolutely
fucking.
was.
Because apparently this was during this is during oral. So
were
Internet Jason,
multiple
are you saying you
instances of oral.
started with anal? You started
No.
with anal.
We
and then
started
went
with
to
oral. Then we like he was getting like lube and shit, and that's when I asked about the Cinderella. Then he came back for oral, and then I was like, "Can I like stick a finger in there?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure."
Is it fucking true at all? You're actually full of shit.
It
It's not
absolutely
true.
was.
It's not. It's genuinely
Okay.
not.
Okay. On the
It
topic
was
of
while oral was happening. You know what? While oral was happening,
that's
it was sitting
Yeah,
down at the edge of the bed.
There
I
were
was
two
sitting by the
instances
side.
of oral. That's what I'm saying. No, because I was laying down and you were to the side of me. You were laying on my
And
side.
then you put your hand around, and then you did that without my fucking knowledge that you were going to do that.
No,
and it
I did
took
that.
me
I
by
asked you, and
surprise.
then I did that, and then you said you got closer to me. I don't even think. No. I don't even think this is during oral. I think this is while you were just like giving me a hand job after like that at first. I actually think that's what it was. I think that's why this is getting lost in translation, because I think you're thinking this is a different instance entirely. I think you're thinking this is when you like first blew me. Which, if that's the case, how would I have even been able to do that? Because I would have been laying on my back, and you would have been.
See, how many times are you just gonna
your
make
legs
this
would have been
shit up?
completely
You keep
off the
changing
bed.
your story, dude.
Your legs would have been completely off the bed. How would I have done that to you while you were blowing me? That doesn't make sense.
Dude, you're just changing your story.
like 50 times
No,
over.
it's a very good fucking point. Of
You went
like,
from saying this
you-
was
like,
before this. You went from
you're-
saying this is after the Cinderella to before the Cinderella.
Yes, this
to
was after the Cinderella. You
It
blew
was
me
not.
after the Cinderella, and you like gave me a hand job, man. That's why I'm saying this is after. Because you were like to the side of me, which if you were like blowing me, like you like are saying that's when this was, how would I have even been close to your ass? Your ass would have been completely off the bed while I was laying on my back. That makes no sense.
So you're now contending that you never slipped a finger in, or this was during a different time? Parlo was giving you a hand job, and somehow at that point you were able to slip a finger in?
Here's what it was. I was laying on my back, and he was like cuddled to the side of me, and he was like doing that stuff. And I was like, do you mind if I put a finger
Giving
in
you a
there?
hand
He's
job?
like, no. Yeah. And I was like, do you mind if I put a finger in there? And he's like, no. And that's when I did it. Like I reached my hand around and did that.
No. This is so fucking stupid. No.
Okay. So you're saying that's just a direct lie?
You just have to you just have to process the fucking eldritch position one would have to get into in order to do that. You would not be laying down flat on your back if you were to reach
I could
over
draw
to do that.
stick figures. Like I could draw stick figures doing this. If I could make a diagram better, I could.
That's fine. Aiden wanted to this feels like we're circling. Parlo was saying something exactly who's making what claim at what time. It feels like things have changed, but it's slightly confusing. I guess we'll have to figure out when we watch back on the stream exactly who's changed their story, when, about what. It seems though there's a lot of like direct contradictions. Like at some point somebody is lying here, right?
Yeah.
Well, so
okay.
I want to. Yeah, so I essentially wanted to ask Parlo. It's agreed you paid for IA's flight out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which amounted to what?
Hold
about
on, real quick.
1.1.
IA, while Parlo's answering this, could you please draw us a diagram? If there's a contention over that. Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Aiden.
You're out of work. In like a couple minutes, so I'll do that as soon as I can.
Okay.
So that amounted to what? About 1,000 USD, you'd say?
1.1. 1.1.
Okay, 1.1 USD. Got it. And was there an expectation of reimbursement at some point, or this was you were just paying for this?
Paying for this.
Got it. So the trip began on when was it the 10th? Was it the 10th of October?
10th, yeah.
Okay, so my question then would become, because it seems like
GoFundMe, right?
Yeah, on the 23rd was it the 23rd of September? You had a GoFundMe asking for money, which you didn't meet goal for like necessities like paying bills, food, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So where did this money come from?
So I had my GoFundMe linked to my account, but I didn't complete a couple steps until weeks after the GoFundMe was originally done, and that GoFundMe was signal boosted by my goodbye video. So if I go onto my GoFundMe right now, GoFundMe, it is advertised as a GoFundMe for legal expenses and also just like food and stuff, because I don't really have a channel right now considering I've got like 2 strikes. So it's been, of course, used for that kind of stuff, but it's not been falsely advertised. So if I go into my GoFundMe right now, give me a minute. Great, I'm signed out. Perfect.
I think the point is like, still, why did you make a GoFundMe if you had at least enough to pay for me to come visit you?
Yeah, you do realize the money was taken out weeks after the payment to you, and I've been $5,000 down since everything. Like, I don't know what kind of gotcha point this is, because I'm out of employment right now. I've got the entire situation with my dad and the police and not having a house and being $5,000 down, and also wanting to take legal action on people who've made false police reports against me. I'm not sure how this is like a point of contention here. I mean, this seems to be you kind of grasping at straws to deflect away from the main situation at hand. I mean,
that's kind of what a lot of your claims were, too.
I mean, you talk about the whole like chlamydia thing, which I think's like
you're the one who brought
to
up
point out.
No one else was talking about that but you.
No, you literally were bringing up how it was like extremely personal stuff. However, it's like I had every right to know, considering you relinquished those key details away from me, but told literally everyone else.
Why would I tell you about a disease I no longer have?
Oh my god, you're missing the
Guys,
point.
before we get into the sub, this is gonna be a whole sub dialogue. I just want to ask, so there's like no room for confusion. Parlo, do you understand how if I was a member of the public reading your
Optically, yes, I know how it works.
GoFundMe, rent, food, and monthly bills, and it's like stipulated, talking about like that it's a horrible period of time. You need potentially you need funds for further action. Talk about your diagnoses, you being a victim, etc.
Yes,
This
but
is
the money from that was not used to pay for that because I only got it transferred weeks after. Because I didn't link that to my Nationwide account until weeks after. So the money from that was not.
But if you needed donations from the public to get by and pay your bills, why was the 1,000 not used towards that? It's like
no, the money from that is used for legal expenses and also food.
Can I get a link to this real quick?
Yeah. Because
it's on my description for my channel.
Well, because it looks like this is basically like you need this money out of necessity. The way this seems to be posted, I don't know. Maybe Dickers views it differently.
I'll take a look for a link. Hold on, real quick.
By the way,
I sent you a link.
Guys,
I DM'd you a link.
453 here right now.
I do get out of work
Like
pretty soon, so my audio quality will get a lot better.
Super
and
chat.
I won't be constantly
Super
interrupted.
sticker. Buy a membership, gift a membership. Everything's appreciated. It all goes towards supporting the stream. Couldn't do this without you. Thank you very much.
What it comes down to is not even that you use the GoFundMe money. It seems like you're presenting yourself as someone who needs this money to pay expenses out of necessity, when in fact there was a sizable quantity of money that was going to be available to you that could have gone to paying for said expenses that were, post the public as being necessities that you relied on the public's generosity for.
Insight, it was a horrible financial decision, but it's not a blue fourth situation where the money from that has then been used to buy a plane ticket. This was money that I had myself from YouTube that I used to buy the plane ticket. Then I extracted the funds from that GoFundMe weeks later after I managed to link it with my Nationwide.
Over the course of the past decade.
But you don't think the GoFundMe maybe conveys a level of desperation that doesn't make it look like you have just 1,000 available to you to spend?
Thank you.
Well, just because I paid 1,000 doesn't mean in my own way I still wasn't doing horrible financially. I would probably argue that my financial position is definitely not in the best place right now. I mean, I got my dad owning all my accounts. I have no idea how much money I even have. I'm dealing with
here's how we can do this. Aiden, if you were in a level of financial stability where you needed to make a GoFundMe to ask for food for bills and food and stuff like that, would you pay $1,000 to have someone fly out to hang out with you?
Well, no, I mean, obviously not. Obviously not.
I feel like that's the whole point with the allegation.
But I guess it seems like the
you got to factor in the desperation as well. So when you have police coming in, trying to charge you for a crime that you didn't do, and your own father and your parents are going to you and saying you're going to get raped and killed in prison, your life is going to be over, and then you have a small group of niche internet friends that you want to meet up with because you're shit scared that in a couple months your life is going to be completely irreparably ruined and you're going to be thrown into a cell. I mean, consistent just threats that you're going to get raped in prison.
Then you'd be holding on to every dollar you make. You'd be holding on to every dollar you make because
money would be completely fundamentally useless at that point because you'd be in fucking prison. You would want to make the most of the time that you have.
So then why are you asking for money? But then why are you asking for it?
Because the money in that would be given to legal expenses. Not only will I be taking the people who made this bullshit to court, but it will also be for the food at that time because I don't have control of most of my accounts.
Hold on, Parlo. That's not what you say in the GoFundMe, okay? You say, I do not ask for anything that you do not feel comfortable sending. But if you wish, all I ask is a small donation to help me pay for expenses, food, rent, and other amenities in this horrible period of time, also with potential funds for further action I may take.
Yeah, further action I may take. I got told not to say illegal action. But here I'm saying
Yeah, but this is like potential further action that I might take.
Yes,
so
but
people
you
donate,
can very much
the
use
meat
context
of that
clues
is
to
going to
know
go
what I'm
towards
alluding to.
amenities, and then if anything is left over, that might go towards those legal expenses, right?
Will be going over. I mean, you can very much see that I'm clearly alluding to something quite large here. Potential funds for further action.
Yeah, but it's potential funds, right? And probably that's a secondary
potential
thought.
funds
The primary
is to
purpose...
use
I'm
as you
trying
read
to
this,
shroud it in
the
some
primary
ambiguity
intention here is to keep your head above water, right? You're asking for money to buy just food, rent, like basic necessities for life, right?
Okay, so explain this. So if I were to publicly go and say I'm using this money to legally fuck over those who've completely ruined my life, then that's just going to give them avenues to literally purge all their Twitter accounts and hide all evidence.
Well,
Well,
I feel
Well,
like
if you're saying
it's
can
already
archive that before the
implied.
fact.
That's already implied. That's already implied more than enough for them to go and do that.
No, it's
also
not. It's an
because advertising the money for
it's a
something.
partial sense of transparency, so people won't complain that the money which has been made from this has been directed to something else. Everything which is
But that's
listed here, this money has been used for.
You're saying that 2.2k is all you're going to need to be able to fund your legal expenses?
No, oh my god. So the 2.2k is going to be used, most of it is going to be used for like food and indemnities as it's already specified there. The remainder of the money would then be used, hopefully as well, like with the small portion I have regarding solicitors and all of that stuff, I can then use that money, hang on, because I'm like possibly other YouTube channels, I can scrape that kind of stuff, get enough money that I can eventually go after the person who made the false report against me, because everyone can agree that some shit like that cannot be accepted. That is genuinely what it was.
Yeah, but what you're saying here clearly is that it is the primary intention of this to be able to help you pay for food and stuff, and that is an afterthought. What you said earlier is though you want to raise money primarily for this legal case, but if you say that, that's going to alert all these people that you're gonna, that you're raising funds to go after them. And so you pretend that primarily it's not for that, it's for food and rent. I mean, it seems pretty clear that you've said, please help. You've said that you need donations in order to, like, afford food. And then you are paying, like, $1,000 to fly people out. I mean, couldn't Internet Adjacent have, like, flown out himself? Could he not have paid that at all?
I actually.
I mean, he was asking for Airbnb. He was asking for money for the Airbnb at the very start, and then eventually ended up on the 7th stating he would buy it himself, and is now lying, saying that I still owed him money for that, which isn't true at all.
You said
what I'm saying. Okay, we're gonna go off a side tangent. Hold on, real quick. Okay, because what I'm asking is, did you say I will fly you out to the UK, come and visit me, we'll have a great time, or did you say me and a bunch of friends are thinking to get together? Do you want to fly out? Internet Adjacent says, I would, but I can't afford the flights. He said, don't worry, I'll cover that. Which way did it happen?
Paying for flights for him to come over with friends.
The first one?
No, I'd say more of the second one.
Internet Adjacent, did you ever say that you couldn't afford to come over and that he would have to pay for your flights?
I was told originally that this entire trip would be paid for and I wouldn't be paying anything. That was what I was promised. And
have you got DMs to that effect?
No, it's that.
I would actually like to add on to this, because Parlo didn't just pay for my flight. Parlo paid for my passport, and Parlo paid for my electronic travel application, so I could go there too. Which were also like another $300, I think.
Yeah, and despite your massive paychecks you get from YouTube, you're still trying to scrape Airbnb expenses, despite the fact that you openly said that you'd be buying it yourself.
I told you. You can.
You're on record on the document on the 7th stating that you'd be paying for the Airbnb, so I don't know why you're lying.
This is going to be like really embarrassing, by the way, but I told you how much was in my bank account by that time, and it was not a lot.
What's the fundamental point you're making here? Because you got paid out at the very, literally, when we were all there, 1,700 by the way, and then you were being that much of a cheapskate that you were asking everyone for food still, and also you paid for the, you literally paid for the Airbnb yourself because you were the only one using it.
When I have 1,700 in my bank account, that's not cheap. That's being fucking like smart. That's not wanting to.
No, you said on the 7th that you'd pay for the Airbnb yourself, but then you went around lying to people, stating that I agreed to pay that as well. That is not true.
Because we had a verbal communication.
No, we didn't.
And you said you would pay me back. You absolutely did. You said you would pay me back next month because you were going to do that with Zillow. That was originally what was going to happen with Zillow. Zillow would pay half, and I would pay half, and you would pay back Zillow. And eventually, when I had to pay the full thing, because like Zillow, despite having the most in his bank account out of everyone here, was being the cheapskate. Zillow was the one who said he didn't want to pay fucking
right?
anything.
So you've got an agreement with Zillow that you're going to go 50-50 on it, and then Parlo has got an agreement that he's gonna pay Zillow for his half. That's between them, surely. You've got an
That
agreement
was
with
what
Zillow,
we were
not
going
with
to
Parlo.
do. That was the idea. Zillow, despite having the most money out of all of us, adamantly refused to pay for that. And eventually it was I was the only one who was able to do anything. And so I had to. But
Well, your problem's with
I wish
Zillow,
I
though,
had
not
this-
Parlo.
Well, I mean, yeah, but no. What I'm saying is, in DMs, or not in DMs, but in call, I told like Parlo, this is pretty fucking expensive, and he said that he would pay me back next month. I don't have text evidence to back this up, but that was the claim. I mean, that's the claim, is that he told me in like VC that he would pay me back, but after he said that he wouldn't pay me back at the Airbnb, and he has no idea where this came from. You did say that I have to consider your
You
financial
have a
situation.
literal written agreement on the 7th that you would pay for it yourself, and you were the only one who used it.
And
I
you
don't know
told me in
what kind
call
of
you would pay me
contention
back
point
next
you have
month.
here right now, dude.
You told me in call you would pay me back next month.
Did not.
You absolutely did.
It's funny that
So
there's
this is
literally
another
no
case
written
where
contract
somebody
for
is
this
absolutely
whatsoever.
lying.
Well, there's not a lot of written stuff for any of these claims.
Why did
but,
you
still
say
pay
on the
much
seventh? Why did you say on the 7th that you would pay for it?
Because that was what we were at a point where. By the way, the reason that we
No.
we had to wait
Can
so
you
long-
answer it,
No,
please? Can you
let me
answer it?
speak? Can you let me speak? The reason that everything became so fucking expensive is because you dicked around and you didn't want to do anything. It took you fucking weeks to get like anything. When we were looking at flights, they were $500. When you finally looked at them, they were upwards of $1,000. The reason that
Yes,
everything was
and
so
I do remember
expensive
the
is because
distinct
you sat on
agreement
your.
being
Let me fucking
if
speak.
it was
I'm
800,
talking.
then you'd
I'm
have to get the
talking.
one for 200.
I'm talking. Can you let me finish what I'm saying before you interrupt? What I'm saying
Yeah, okay,
is
just
you
speak,
took
it's
so
fine.
long. What I was going to say is you took so long to fucking do anything. I wasn't going to buy the Airbnb unless I had confirmation that I even had a plane ticket. And by the time you finally got the plane ticket, our Airbnb was like $600. And I was like, dude, I don't have that much in my bank account. I'm not going to be able to fucking afford this. And you told me that in a call that you would pay me back next month with your ad revenue. If you don't believe that,
What date
that's
was
on
this?
you. But huh?
What date was this?
This was, I mean, it was sometime after he bought the plane ticket or sent me the money for it. So it was after the 7th, but before the 11th.
This is general, by the way.
After the 7th, but before the 11th.
Yeah.
Okay. He said, she said, I guess.
I mean, I'll say it is he said, she said, and I'm not demanding that money. So, like, I mean, I don't really care right now. But
You were demanding that money.
Yeah, at first. And then, like, as I've realized that there's, like, not any actual concrete thing to back it up, I've kind of realized that there's not really a point to pursue this. I've said it in the document that this is how I feel because, yeah, to me, this is exactly what happened. If you contend that, that's on you and you're totally fine to do that. But to me, that is what happened.
Okay, despite that being verbal proof that I said that if the 800, there is no way that I could be able to afford the other 200.
That's why I'm saying the only proof that exists is me saying I'd pay for it. That's why I'm not pursuing that further.
Okay, I've got a message from Avalon
I disagree.
now. Right? So Avalon,
Avalon
aka Zillow, he says, I never agreed to shit. He suggested me putting money in, but I made it crystal clear I was not intending to spend money. The number in my bank account is irrelevant. That's not even personal funds. And I've told these guys countless times that the money I have is money to do with my work. So apparently Zillow never actually agreed to go halves with you. Apparently you suggested to him that he should put some money in.
Because that was the thing. Parlo is the one who came up. I did not suggest that. That was Parlo. Parlo is the one who suggested that. And Zillow refused.
So you're saying that Parlo suggested that he put money in?
Yes, Parlo said that.
Wait, why were you going around saying this was official and now you're backtracking?
You did say
When did I
earlier
say
that you
this
had
was
an
a-
agreement with Zillow that he was going to pay half, and in fact, Parlo
Yeah,
was
why
going
is
to
this guy
reimburse
just
his
allowed to
half.
lie with like total impunity?
I can pull up the DMs right now. I can get the
Go ahead.
exchange we had. We talked. Did I say it was official earlier? I don't think I did.
You said
I
you had
said
an
that
agreement.
was like something. Oh, then that's all right. That's my fault. I can pull up the DMs though, where we had first like that was going to be the plan. I can find that real quick, actually. It should be.
While you're looking for that, I just feel like we looped past that one thing way too quickly. Parlo, I just want to quickly say, do you the accusation not that you misappropriated the GoFundMe money, just to be clear, because it seems like you're answering that allegation. That's not the allegation being made. Do you not feel like it's semi-misleading to present yourself as needing money out of desperation while having $1,000 to spend?
Sorry, give me a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said, just to be clear, because it feels like you're answering an allegation that's not being made. I'm not accusing you of misappropriating the money you were given from GoFundMe, so you don't need to defend yourself on that. The question was, do you not feel like it's like a little bit misleading to present yourself as needing that money out of desperate circumstance when you have $1,000 to spend on like, you know, casual activities like flying some friend out from the United States?
Well, at that point, the 1,000 was already going to be planned to be pushed.
Wait, hold on. You're roboting.
Yeah, you cut out.
Point that. I mean, just
Wait,
the financial.
start again. You just start again from that
sorry about that.
$1,000 was planned for.
Yeah, the $1,000 which was paid was planned for like ahead of time, like weeks beforehand. And it was more of a position of like, okay, I'm doing horrific financially. I need to just focus on getting food, and food isn't that expensive every day. I barely eat anything. It's more of just the fact that optically, yes, it does look bad, but when you actually strip it down fundamentally, the funds which I got from that were only linked to the account after I already paid for those plane tickets. And it's not like that money, which I got from the GoFundMe, was then like, how should I say this, sunk back into that account. It's just on the disposal for like my card, so I can use it just for everyday food, like just Deliveroo and shit like that.
Well, no, it sounded like based on the way this is presented, it sounded like you needed that money for food. And also, when you say that it was already planned weeks in advance, what do you mean?
Well, the idea of like flying out Wolf and stuff like that was already in talks for ages. It was just a question of how expensive would it be. I mean,
you couldn't prevent that out of like when desperate financial and social circumstance came up, you couldn't cancel on that and then appropriate the 1,000 accordingly.
No, because it was a time where it was like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen because of the unpredictability of the circumstances and shit that I found myself in. So it was like, okay, we ought to do this, and there was only a window of opportunity this could have happened in, because I mean, Wolf had like work and stuff like that in a certain time interval. So it was like,
why would you give that
might have not known
1,000
what
away
was
if it's
going to
that
happen,
unpredictable?
and I get it, but you knew that it was going to be bad. No, that's why you were asking for money, to be able to pay for rent.
Sorry,
like anybody doesn't know what's going to happen, right? But you had a feeling that what was going to happen with the channel termination or the channel not being able to be like uploaded to, that you felt as though you had to reach out to your community to ask for money. I mean, you can just admit that it's retarded and kind of like hold your hands up to ask for money for groceries and rent and stuff.
I don't deny that.
While also at the same time doing these kind of like luxury things, like flying your friends out from different countries.
Yes, I don't deny the £1,000 plane ticket was like absolutely retarded, especially with everything that transpired from it. But I'm not sure what point can be derived from this, except the fact that like my financial dealings are retarded, which is like objectively true.
It seemed
like it, but it seems like you're retarded. That's fine, right? A lot of people have retarded finances, but a lot of people don't spend £1,000 on flying a friend over so that they can spend time like a week with them, well, a weekend with them, long weekend, and then also ask their community for cash for as you say, rent, food. You're telling people that you can't afford, you might not be able to afford rent, food,
Yeah,
like
because
bare
I've been
essentials
out of
for life.
YouTube for like very much a long time now. This money was meant to last.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time as you're saying, I might not be able to afford the essentials for life, you're also spending £1,000 on flying your friend out from America.
No, I said no. I said to help me pay for expenses. I never said I was dying, and no, that's not what's happening.
Okay. You didn't say things
it's
directly, but
titled, Please help,
implications.
bro.
Look at the implications. Look at the way it's look at the way you worded it. The section put it under.
Subjectivity. Let's not base this on subjectivity. Let's look at the facts
What?
here.
It's not.
okay.
The framing is
Let's-
very purposeful. The frame is very
Let's base it
purposeful
on
with your
this,
wording.
okay? The clear interpretation here is that you're going to be in dire straits, and you're going to need help, donations. You're
Yes, I
starting a
have no
GoFundMe.
house right now, so it's pretty much dire, but not explicitly mentioned in here. Again, what is the point being derived here? I'm down, 5,000? Don't think you guys are down 5,000.
Well, I mean,
Oh, come on now, man. You're asking your community for fucking cash. Meanwhile, you're having these, like, extravagant expenses that are just frankly unnecessary. You don't need to do it, right? You could have cancelled this guy's flight.
Yeah,
you didn't need to pay it.
With the benefit of hindsight, what a great idea that would be. But again, let's...
This isn't hindsight.
You admitted you knew weeks in advance. You admitted you planned it weeks in
No,
advance.
with the benefit of hindsight, with how everything went, yes, the expenses were stupid regardless. Like, what is the point being made here?
Parlo, you admitted you knew that it was going to potentially be unpredictable and volatile, so you should have prepared
No, I
accordingly.
said it's unpredictable and volatile. What would happen with the police?
How is that relevant?
Because God knows what would happen. Would they come bursting in the door again? Would more fake reports be made? I mean, I don't think you know how stressful that is to deal with.
Well, that is stressful, but how's the GoFundMe, or how's money going to help with that?
No, it was that I
besides
was
legal
trying to have a
expenses?
sociable meeting, like in a window where I knew that probably nothing bad would happen in because it was too close to the original arrest, and most likely an investigation hasn't been opened yet. And I wanted to go meet friends at that time when there was a window where we were all free because everyone's all got work.
Did you have to, like, there's not like local friends you can meet? You had to spend $1,000 in like potentially like, okay, you say there was no financial volatility. The volatility was purely the police. But like, I mean, surely if you're like that insecure about what's coming for the future, like you couldn't have met local friends if you had this like need to socialize one last time in case you got arrested tomorrow or some shit.
I mean, wouldn't you also make the argument that, okay, if I'm splashing out this money, this shows how stressed and scared I am that really I have nothing much left to lose because I'm genuinely looking over my shoulder about what the fuck's going to happen next.
Yeah, but
I mean,
nobody's doubting that, right?
Sorry, what?
I mean, Aiden, you, I'm sure, like me, you have a lot of sympathy for Parlo with what he's been
Of
going through. With the
course,
police,
I'm not
right?
denying that you're
That's like a really
stressed out.
stressful point of your life to go through. Nobody would ever hope to be in that position, ever. And yet, it seems like you've asked your community for money to help you pay bills, and then if instead of like flying your friend out for like $1,000, let's say it was like $1,000 bottle of champagne, right? It was like maybe a last taste of freedom, a little bit of the finer life that you wanted to enjoy, because you don't know at any time the police may come busting in and arrest you. Do you think that would have been an appropriate like spending of funds? Meanwhile, fundraising to be able to afford
made
food.
From this for that ticket, though. I used my own money for it.
But you understand that it's like, wait. So you understand like the money is fungible, right? Even if it doesn't go in the same account, you can exercise it in the exact same way?
Yes. But the money derived from this has only been used for accommodation and food. And I have not splashed my money eccentrically like that whatsoever since that situation.
Paying $1,000 to fly a friend out is eccentric.
Thousands, for over $1,000.
I just said I had not done that exempt from that situation.
Yeah, but that's the situation we're talking about, mate. You can't just exempt that.
It's the situation we're
Internet
talking
Adjacent
about.
can't say, I've never raped Parlo, except for that weekend. We're not going to talk about that, right?
I don't think we should be comparing spending my own money to
No, but I'm saying we wouldn't expect you wouldn't accept that excuse from him, right? You can't just accept the part that people are trying to criticize. I mean, you could just say it's retarded, dude, and take the L. Like this, yeah, you were trying to like fundraise for money for bills and food at the same time as it's not like you had to spend that money on flights. It's not like it was an account and it's got labeled to it. It can only be spent on air travel, right? This isn't air miles you're spending.
Why the fuck are we talking about this and like not the main allegations at hand? Can I
Why
just
is it, dude? There's
bring that up?
There's so many fucking
We've
instances.
already shown him lying, okay?
Dude, there's so many instances in this situation we can say that. Why is my sexual history brought into this? Why is my mental
Why
health
weren't you
brought into this?
transparent about it? Why the fuck are we
What
talking
do
about
I
this?
need to be
This is
fucking
literally
transparent
completely
about?
nothing compared to everything else.
What do I need to be transparent about? That I had chlamydia and no longer have it? Like, what?
You've literally been caught lying several times and we're just fucking focusing on the fucking GoFundMe. Are you kidding me?
The GoFundMe,
I
feel like
I find it genuinely disgusting that the fucking GoFundMe shit's being compared or contrasted with like the shit that you've done.
Because
I find it absolutely
well, excuse me.
unbelievable.
That's not nobody's
just to be
nobody's
super
doing
duper
that.
clear.
Nobody's doing
Hang
that.
on, I'm making this. Wait,
Hold on.
I'm getting this.
The
I'm
only
getting
thing that
ahead
I
of this.
said, the only thing that I said was you wouldn't excuse that. You wouldn't use that excuse for anything else, especially not internet adjacent. You'd find it laughable if he were to say that. I never did anything back to Parlo except for that weekend. You can say I never flagrantly like spent my money except for that $1,000 ticket from here to the United States. Like, yeah, that's what we're talking about though. That's what we're criticizing.
I would like to say that I think people in chat are highlighting this, that I mean, this is kind of an instance of lying, which like
yeah,
I said,
chat. Go side with Wolf over the fucking £1,000 plane ticket and not you unconsensually fingering people and having a history of sexual assault.
Well, to be clear,
exactly.
IA doesn't need to be the one litigating. IA doesn't need to be the one litigating. He can go fucking. I don't know what's going on with him, but
What
like
the fuck?
this just stands for itself. This just stands for itself, right? It just seems. I don't know. It just like seems to me like the pretenses of the GoFundMe are pretty misleading.
One thing I want to, if you guys, I mean, do we want to keep talking about the GoFundMe, or can I like kind of change it to a different topic real quick?
Did you say anything about the GoFundMe? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're. I wanted to bring it back to the deleted message, because I know you said something about Avalon saying something. I don't Dickers. I want to know if
yeah.
Didn't you
it was after Avalon said something. I read it out to you, and then you admitted that yeah, you probably did delete that message. We can roll it back to that though, if you'd like.
If you'd like to
send that. So that was a screenshot that was sent at the time. Take it easy. I fucked everything up. Whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
And then this is the exact same screenshot. You said, that sounds fun. Trying to get him to cuddle right now. Then they said, take it easy. And you accept that when you showed me your DM side, you deleted that message.
Yes. I will. I mean, that is exactly what it looks like. What I want to figure out is...
I mean, that's exactly what happened, right?
What I want to figure out is, we were talking about the time frame of that. What is the time frame of that? Because we can tell what it is with this. Like when we compare them
You
together.
never sent me your side of the DMs from the Parlo thing. You can feel free to, if you like.
From which side of the Parlo thing?
You saying, come in here, :3.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let me get that real quick. I'm finally home now, so I can get more DMs.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be out of date because it's in US time now. It's not in English time.
Well, no, because you sent me this DM in US time, right? So it'll be the exact same.
So wait.
Coming here, 9:47 a.m. Oh.
Wait.
Oh.
So are these... Did I say come in here before that?
You said come in here...
I think
possibly.
I said...
Was it 10-15 minutes before?
I mean, show them in what Byte's messages say, because I think it's like literally 15 minutes before that or something. I might have said come in here before that. I think I did.
Yeah, over like 15 minutes between these. So if you go 15 minutes back, it's like, 9:50. It seems like you sent that message.
And if you put that... I think I said this before messaging Bite about it.
Yeah,
I
you
think
did.
that might.
Yeah.
So, okay. So when
So
we're
why did
saying
you delete it?
you know what? I have no idea. And honestly, like I said, it's shitty of me to do it regardless. I should not have done that.
Well, it's not really
I'm
shitty, right? It's more like
No, like-
suspicious.
Yeah,
You're
no,
going back
I-
and redacting your claims from at the time of a sexual encounter.
Yeah, no, I will 100% agree with that. But what I can also say now is even with the time dates that we've now confirmed, that I sent that to Byte after I said this to Parlo.
Sure, yeah.
So,
but you already admitted earlier that it was a thought in the back of your mind that you going in to hang out and then going back into your bedroom to go on your phone. It was partially.
There was
you were announcing it to try and see if you could get him to come to bed with you.
No,
right?
I was not doing that. I was telling him I was going in there because obviously he was playing Minecraft. He was doing his own thing. Like I said, I wasn't fucking begging him to come in there. He is
That's
an
not
adult.
what we said. Yeah, but it was like, again, we went through this earlier, but to explain it, okay, what the criticism is that over the course of, I believe it's about 2 hours, you're going in and out, in and out, in and out to the living room. You admit partially it's to try and see if he wants to come through to the bedroom with you.
No,
you're announcing that you're going back. And this made Zillow feel so awkward that he left. Because there was a very, very clear intent there.
I will say there is a part of that. Because like I said, he was doing other stuff, so it's kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to go in here. I'm here. Like, he's allowed to come in there whenever he wants. It's just
repeated
like,
prompting.
Yeah,
it's a little bit awkward. And it seems as though you might not necessarily be picking up that you've announced that you're going through. He isn't following you through, probably because he's not interested in following you through, right?
Yeah.
But then you do that over the course of 2 hours, and then you send him a DM saying, come in here, :3. Now, at that point, he does change his mind. 10 minutes later, after the 2 hours, he does change his mind. He says, I do want my pee-pee sucked, I can't lie. I might be a little horny, but you have to be delicate. So he does change his mind, but there's a repeated prompting that just makes it very, very awkward. And maybe implies that you don't really know how to read cues like that.
It wasn't like every time I was like, oh, I'm going in the bedroom. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go on here and check my phone. I was not like, you can come in here whenever you want. It's like, I'm gonna go on my phone for a bit.
Yeah, but in the back of your mind, I mean, this is pretty clear.
There were a small part,
cuddle, right?
There is a small part.
Yeah.
Where I'm kind of like, I'm kind of hoping that maybe he'll go like, all right, yeah, I want to come join you. But I was
Do you feel as though you're somebody who can read social situations well, or like you're good at reading the room?
God, no.
Yeah, because that's the claim here. That you can't read the room, and you're prompting him again and again and again to see if he wants to like come and cuddle in bed or come to the bedroom.
Yeah.
And that maybe that like gives a little bit of water to other claims where Parlo was saying that you're like a little bit pushy, and he didn't necessarily feel comfortable to say no. Because he felt like he was being maybe a little bit pressed for sex. I mean, it's fair, right? In terms of like, do you think that you've learnt things that you can then like implement going forward? Do you think you acted like perfectly here? Or
No, absolutely.
Or do you feel like there's probably improvements to be made?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Here's what I can say. And this is what I even talked about this to like Avalon and all this. This whole situation just seemed like a big fucking misunderstanding, and it should not have been made public. Which I, unfortunately, as we've said, I was going to keep it private, but unfortunately, that did not happen. This entire situation has been just one fuck up after another, I think, from a lot of people involved. I, at no point, was trying to make Parlo do something that he wasn't comfortable with. I was trying to make him
that's
as
not for you to
comfortable
decide, right? You never thought that you were going to, but that's what ended up happening.
That's what I'm saying, is it's like, if I, at any point, made you feel uncomfortable, or that you were in a position that, like, you couldn't say no, or, well, not even like that, but, like, if I made you feel like you were pressured to have sex with me, like, obviously not my intent to do that. But if I had ever made you feel like you were in a position like that, then that's my bad. That was not. I at no point was ever trying to make you uncomfortable. I wanted us to both have fun.
Why have you made this public? That's my question.
Because it's like Dickers and I said earlier. I was under the pretense that this would be made public.
No, you weren't, because I literally told you on the 8th that this shit makes me feel sick.
I talked to Avalon last night, told him that I would not do anything with this if you do not do anything with this. And that was when Himpleton sent me a message saying that they are gearing up to make this public.
Are you fucking kidding me? I literally did not want this public whatsoever, and you were
Himpleton.
Everyone.
No, I can post the DMs right now, Dickers. I can if you want to pull them up.
Feel free. I'll pull them up. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually think you already have them.
I have the DM that he forwarded to you. I don't have like Himpleton's explanation. Did he have it in text or was this in VC?
This is in text.
Okay.
Like, trust me. I at no point wanted this to be public.
No, Cal, you've jumped the fucking gun. Jesus Christ.
It's like you said, this entire thing is embarrassing.
Okay, just FYI, people who are confused, I see Keller Vetla in particular. So we'll read the DM that Avalon did, okay? Yep, Cal, overconfident, not understanding a drama.
True.
So Avalon sends this message. We, in a conversation between him and my colleague, that was not an agreement, and was us voiding his contract. This is talking about internet anarchists. Internet adjacent. Voiding his contract and walking away. He keeps acting like our services magically make us representatives of Parlo and give us full power to control his every move and agree on things for him. Just because we're walking away from this doesn't mean Parlo is, and we've made it very clear none of this has been in our contract or burden of responsibility. I can't control my clients and don't speak for them, but he can't seem to comprehend that, even after we've made it clear multiple times. So what's Avalon saying here? I've got no control over these people. Whatever Parlo is saying, Parlo's saying. Whatever Parlo's doing, Parlo's doing. I'm not involved. So Himpy sends that and then says, the reason I talked to Avalon like he held some semblance of power is because that's what he did. He took control of the situation when it first happened, and he didn't void my contract. I quit. So Himpy says, quote, just because we're walking away from this doesn't mean that P is. Internet Adjacent says, I called Avalon not too long ago and said I wouldn't say anything about this if Parlo doesn't either, and Avalon agreed. Himpy says, that's not what it sounds like. At all.
Yeah, Avalon's just messaged me, and like, I've looked at our DM history. He's said countless times. I've always spoken to Avalon as well. Like, we don't want it to become public. Like, being him can't deal with the stress of this shit. And it's not just
if
us
people
who
have
get
found
affected.
the Cinderella
Literally
dildo, I'd appreciate it if you'd not send it to me. Thank you.
This shit. I just wanted peace and fucking quiet, which is something I have not gotten for the past since the police came in. Like, just been hell and fucking hell. And listen, I'll take flack for the retarded GoFundMe thing. It was stupid that I splashed 1,000. It was planned, and I felt like when the days were coming up to it, I couldn't cancel it because it was like, if I fuck off IA, it's gonna look like there's something going on. I felt like, again, I was too deep in it. I really wanted to see as well, to socialize, because I didn't know what would happen next. But the money that I've received has only been used for uni accommodation and food.
Once again, nobody's saying you misused the money from the actual GoFundMe itself. It's just that you maybe asked for money when there was money to spare on some of these expenses.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
On the point of this becoming public, though, Internet Adjacent, why, after this happened, and Parlo basically said, I'm very upset by this, I feel kind of like that I was pushed into this, because you apologized at the time and said that wasn't what you intended to do, but then afterwards, you went around to like several commentary YouTubers and called them about it.
I started the way
Presumably
this started.
knowing that that would spread around. No.
I specifically told a lot of them not to share this around. I specifically said, "Do not send this to other people. I'm giving you this in confidence that nothing is being shared here."
I mean, you said to
And-
Samuel you wouldn't care that it got leaked and that Himpleton's finger was on the trigger.
And I apologized to Zilla later on. I said that was stupid. I should not have said that.
What do you mean by Himpleton's finger was on the trigger whenever you
Because
told him to
Himpleton
go
has
forward with
wanted me
that?
to be public about this the entire time. Himpleton's adamantly told me to.
Yeah, but you were
public.
bragging that at any moment you could just go to him and he'd green light it.
Yeah, because Himpleton said that this would be fucking crazy and that like.
Yeah, but if you didn't want it to come out, why were you bragging that? You could just, at the flick of your fucking fingers, get it out there.
Because I don't want to just push this like alone. I wanted like.
Yeah,
I wanted
but
an
you
opinion
just
of
went
people.
from saying you don't want it to become public to now you bragging that you could make it public at any moment.
Yeah,
Why would
I'm
you do
saying
that?
Hold on,
I've
got a DM conversation between Internet Adjacent and Himpleton here that he wants me to read. So Internet Adjacent says, "This is the very start, I guess." Wait, can Himpleton send me the fucking? Can Himpleton send me the context? Internet Adjacent says, "Then I was lied to. I said I wouldn't talk about this situation if Parlo doesn't either, and Avalon told me that was already expected. It sounds like Avalon is saying Parlo is gearing up to drop that shit." Himpleton says, "Yep." Internet Adjacent says, "Well then, he made the choice for me. I'll talk to Aiden in a bit and prep to release everything." Himpleton says, "You're prepping to release... You're prepping for release with Aiden?"
By the way,
Internet Adjacent says he wants to talk about
This
it.
guy's so content brain. Holy
I'll
shit.
send you everything as well. Himpleton says, "You got to do it tonight," and then Internet Adjacent sends him the link.
By the way, I have another one if you want to read it.
Okay, maybe more context. Okay.
Yeah, because this is the context that.
So Internet Adjacent says, "I called Avalon not too long ago and said I wouldn't say anything about this if Parlo doesn't either, and Avalon agreed." Himpleton says, "That's not what it sounds like at all." He says, "What do you mean? What part is unclear to you?" "I don't speak for my clients, but as far as I'm aware, that's an utter lie. I'm aware of nothing being agreed upon." And he's warping an entirely unrelated call between unrelated people to try and make it seem that way. It isn't.
And that's
Internet
when I
Jason
go
says,
like-
"Well, then I was lied to." Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Himpy wants in the stream, I believe. "If we're going to talk about me and spread shit about me, can I be there?" "Yes, you can."
Yeah.
Welcome, Himpy. How's it going?
Hey guys, I'm doing so great today.
By the way,
I do want to put on the record real quick that like, you know, this whole bullshit of me like, oh, I constantly wanted it to be public and stuff like that. Like I literally no, excuse me, let me talk. So when I was asked like how I would react to a situation where IA is presenting this to me as like, I'm being lied about, I'm being defamed, people are just talking about me and my life is ruined and my friends won't talk to me anymore. I was like, why wouldn't you want to correct the record on that, dude? Why wouldn't you want to correct the record on that?
Because I was trying to
the thing that I was talking about.
You're right, IA. It is fair. Okay, so I don't like this bullshit that you're trying to pull. I don't.
I can say exactly what my criticism of you is, if you'd like. So you had a direct line of conversation with Parlo. Direct line of conversation with Parlo. You're in a group chat with him.
I messaged Parlo and he never responded to me. Parlo can.
Yeah, I didn't. I only saw the message today.
Yeah. Literally.
Okay. Did you ask Avalon to clarify if Parlo had plans to release this?
No, I didn't know. Listen, I just saw that in a group chat and I interpreted it as I interpreted it. I saw because I mean, listen,
was this not around the time
clear.
that? Okay, to give a little behind the scenes. Okay, that everybody was freaking the fuck out behind the scenes because there was
either yesterday or the day before.
There was rumors of an agreement between Parlo and Internet Adjacent that neither of them were going to release it, and you, in your words.
And then
had spent months of work preparing this.
Hold on. Just 1 month, by the way. But Sam sent those images of Avalon's response where he basically said that IA was lying. And I saw that and I was like, wow, I mean, that doesn't sound like This doesn't sound like that whole thing of like, he didn't agree to walk away from this, right? Like, that's just how I interpreted it.
Wait, Dickers,
Like,
I just got sent something. Check the hours. Sorry, continue, Himpleton.
I just feel like that's pretty cut and dry, right?
This is grotesque.
Jesus
this is grotesque.
Christ.
Okay.
Your community, by the way.
Nick Andros is his own man, okay? Fucking hell. Okay, but this text doesn't say that at all. That's an intentional warping of what Avalon said here, right? Avalon never said here at all. Avalon never said at all here that Parlo was intending to go ahead with it.
Well, that's not what I
Avalon
said.
said here
I didn't
that he
say
can't
that. I
speak for
just
Parlo.
verbatim. Hold on. I did not say that. I verbatim said what Avalon said, right? That's what I said. Like, I didn't say...
Yeah, but then you're choosing to highlight that as if you genuinely believe that Avalon is trying to slip information here that Parlo is going to leak.
What?
Is that not the intention here? You're not trying to convince Internet Adjacent that Parlo is going to come out and leak this document?
Is that not what he said? I mean, did he not say that that Parlo's not going to walk away from this? Am I retarded?
What? Okay, so he says, we as a conversation between him and my colleague, that was not an agreement and was us voiding a contract. We keep acting like, he keeps acting like our services magically make us representatives of Parlo and give us full power to control his every move and agree upon things for him. So this is Avalon in talking about people coming to him, asking him, is Parlo going to do this? Is Parlo going to do this? Basically saying, no, actually, I don't know. We have no control over him. We have no power over him, okay? Just because we're walking away from this doesn't mean that Parlo is. And we made it very clear, none of this has been in our contract or burden of responsibility. I can't control my clients and don't speak for them, but he can't seem to comprehend that, even after we've made it clear multiple times. That's the point of this text. He's saying we've made it clear, it's not within our power. People should stop asking us. We've got nothing to do with this. Right? I can say that I'm rinsing my hands with the drama, right? I'm not getting involved with it anymore. But whatever Aiden's going to do, Aiden's going to do. I've got no power over him. Is that saying that Aiden is going to leak it? Or just that I've got no influence over him? Either way.
I thought it was saying that the like agreement, quote unquote, that these two came to is null and void, right? And that Parlo hasn't agreed to anything.
Leap, dude.
How is it a crazy leap? We, as a conversation between me and my colleague, that was not an agreement and was us voiding his contract and walking away. That's saying that the agreement that they made is not actually an agreement and it was the voiding of the contract and them walking away. Am I insane?
I don't know,
that's
man.
a conversation between Avalon and Internet Adjacent.
True.
By the way, that's not...
But then why would he say... Why would he say between him and my colleague?
This isn't a one-off instance, by the way. Here's some more DMs, Dickers, if you want to...
Him and my colleague, as in him being Internet Adjacent and my colleague being Parlo.
Dickers,
so that's not between Avalon and
Dickers,
No, that's not. Avalon's got a guy that he works for to do the management stuff.
No, Avalon is the manager. No, Avalon is the manager.
He's the person that they manage.
Avalon is the manager. Avalon is the manager.
There's two managers.
He's not. He's a minority shareholder.
There's two managers.
He owns 40% of the business. His colleague owns 60%.
Dickers, if you want to pull up the two other screenshots I just sent you about this.
Okay. So, can you answer the question? Do I need to plan to cover this tonight? Or would you be going public with it tomorrow? Oh, is this because you're worried about Aiden sniping you?
Oh no, this is out of... Okay, let's show the full fucking DM if we're going to do this. Hold on. Let me bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Internet Adjacent says, I'm going to wait at the minute. Himpy says, okay, so to directly answer my question, is it not coming out today? Correct. He says, probably no. Himpy says, cool. Internet Adjacent says, I talked to him. Himpy says, Parlo, how are you proceeding? Internet Adjacent says, he is still waiting. He's still willing to publicly lie about me if I go public. So, in order for everyone to avoid that headache, we've come to a sort of agreement to both never speak about this situation again. Himpy says, given the fact it is now leaked to people like Morale, I think it's probably beyond your control, but you do you, I guess. And then the other one is... Well, considering Morale still messaged me, then the BS Parlo was spewing likely didn't leak. Just the fact that me and him have some type of relationship. Himpy says, bro, you literally affirmed whatever rumors he heard were true by messaging him. Do you think that they aren't going to run with this? I don't think Morale ever has, right?
No.
Okay. Internet Adjacent says, no idea. But also feel like if he heard some crazy wild shit, then he would have said something about it to you. Last night, I just assumed the worst had happened, and I made a rash decision. It's smart to sit it out and do nothing unless I'm required to take action. I don't want to blow this up if there's no need to. Himpy says, bro, a lot of people know something happened, and it's just going to continue to boil. That's my opinion. Internet Adjacent says, nah, I get it. But if I schizo out and spurg on DMs while Parlo says nothing, it makes me look shitty.
I'm trying to find where this is so I can give the full context because it is a little cropped. Hold on.
Okay, I can find
it. Dude, you went live today with an exclusive on the drama. You'd had calls recorded like back and forth. You gave commentary at the end of these calls. It's clear you wanted an exclusive, right? You wanted the story to come out. You had put time and work into it. This was going to be like a big opportunity for you to like be able to break the story. You got very annoyed when you thought that Aiden was going to stream about this first.
Well, I mean, listen, of course I wanted the fucking exclusive, right? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
There's no, like, come on.
And so, but you've got a clear incentive in, like, trying to make sure that this comes out?
No, listen, I'm not trying to, like, I didn't want this to, like, you know, I wanted it to come out naturally. I emphasized that multiple times, okay? Like, I wasn't going to bring this out myself if one of them wasn't going to go out with it.
Yeah, but it seems like you've kind of made efforts to make sure that Internet Adjacent does go forward with it. I mean, that's fair. You can just admit that. You don't lose the argument if you do. That's just, like, honest, right?
Wait, sorry, I'm looking at the DMs. Repeat that. I'll lock in. Sorry.
Okay, so it seems pretty clear that you've, like, tried to make sure that Internet Adjacent feels as much pressure as possible to try and, like, make this public. You don't want to, obviously, make it public without his consent, but you're trying to kind of essentially encourage him or goad him into releasing this, making this public. Then Parlo drops his document, then it all blows up.
I wouldn't go that far with it. I mean, like, would I... sure, to some extent. Sure.
You had communications with Parlo to cover his document as soon as you were done with Internet Adjacents when you went live. That was part of the plan of the stream.
Well, yeah,
no?
I wanted to make sure that both sides were covered. Hello?
Yeah, that's not what I'm criticizing you for. But you knew there was going to be like a chain reaction of content there, and you tried to make sure that Internet Adjacent was going to like release it through you in particular. It's not like it's just going to come out into the ether.
Well, I mean, I think it was naturally I want it first, yeah, right?
Oh, yeah,
like, I don't think that's crazy, is it?
I mean, that's not... I'm not saying about it's crazy that you want it first. I'm saying there's, like, a clear incentive to try and goad Internet Adjacent into leaking this. Because you know there's, like, tons more content from that. You know that then Parlo's document's going to drop. I mean, there's just a clear incentive. That's all I'm saying. It seems like you did try and kind of excite him to maybe thinking that Morale was going to go live with this, if nobody else did.
No.
Maybe Aiden was going to go live with this.
Listen,
there are loads of commentators talking behind the scenes. It's going to boil over at some point.
There were. That's true. People have been talking about this behind the scenes. Like, multiple people.
Yeah, but nobody's been talking about this publicly.
There was multiple people who said that it was going to be talked about publicly. Like, I mean, Aiden jokingly said in my DMs that if I didn't get it done in the next 24 hours, that he was going to go forward and leak it publicly.
And to be clear, I wasn't, because
jokingly. I said jokingly.
Well, no, I had intent there. Let me just be honest.
Okay.
I was not coordinating with IA for his release. I found out the nature of these allegations. By the way, this is only going public today because Himpleton Himpleton alluded to something a month ago without elaborating. I mentioned it on stream a month later covering Templar. Then Morale tells Himpleton and everybody about that he heard some IA rumor from me that caused it to get leaked in public view. Whole chain reaction. And then I speak to IA for the first time yesterday, hearing about all of this. But I realized that I wanted this out so I could cover it. And I knew that you wanted to leak it really bad, and I didn't know if you were having second thoughts, so I decided to turn up the flames a little bit and tell you that I would leak before you.
I only, and I think, Aiden, if you want to post our DMs, at first, I specifically said I wasn't going to talk about this because it was a private, a super private thing, because I've been saying this whole time that this entire situation could be solved by people talking to one another. That has been my stance throughout the whole thing. But
then why did you reach out to all these commentary YouTubers about it, bro?
Yeah, I wanted to get their stance on this in case Parlo made it public.
On our first call, which I really wish I had recorded, you were the one saying that you want this to be public. You want to make this public. Like, oh, I want to like fucking burn him to the ground. That's literally like the kind of fucking sentiment that you were saying. Yes, it was, dude. I wish I had recorded. I wish I had. That is the dumbest thing that I had done in this entire situation. Was not recording it and not like backtracking on all the fucking lies that you've told.
Aiden,
like you've been so slimy throughout this.
Aiden, I even messaged you last night. I said that this was a private thing. If we want to put the time frames together.
Okay, nothing about my communications views, like, I mean, in the sense of like leak anything you sent me, leak anything I've said to you. There's nothing like private there.
Yeah, I want to, Dickers, if you want to pull this up, we can put this to the time frames together. I was going to keep this private until Himpleton told me that this was probably going to go public.
You said to Avalon that you were actually gonna make it go public unless we had a call in 24 hours, and you started giving a panic attack.
This was boiling over, and I said, like, I am tired of the lies being like spread about me. I want us to have a direct line of communication. I want us to have a call with a mediary as well. If that doesn't happen, I would take it public. And then we talked, and then I told I talked to Avalon, and I told them I would not do anything further.
Well, you still told me in private that you would also want it public. You kept jumping between the two.
Yes, because this has been a very stressful situation.
So do you want it fucking public, or do you want it fucking private?
I did not want it public, but after hearing that, I did not want it public. So until after hearing you were going to go public, and that was when I made it public.
Okay.
Is this ultimately on me or is it on IA, dude?
Yeah. Yo.
Okay. Yo.
Heard you wanted to talk to me about some shit a month ago. Was there anything to that?
Okay. Am I gonna have to read your bits, dude? Do you read my
okay. Okay. I'll do it in a normal voice.
Okay.
All right.
Nah, it was a potential behind-the-scenes drama. I was thinking of bringing it to the public, but I'm still on the fence about it.
Now I'm interested, but I get it if it's private.
Yeah, it's pretty private. Actually, are you free? I can go over some of this.
And when
I'm free in like 30 if you're still up.
Depends if I'm off work early.
Okay, well I'm up all night, so just let me know.
Got a dono sound.
So,
yeah, that's good.
I want to point this out. When I said it was pretty private, and in between that was when I was told that Parlo was sharing her own screenshots of the document, and that was when I was like, okay,
who were you told that by?
Himpleton.
Me.
Which is true. Sending it to you.
No, he was not sending it to me. He was sending it to Ace and Sam.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Again, I have not talked to Parlo throughout this. I reached out to Parlo. No, Parlo wasn't sending it in a group chat with me in it. No. Not until literally today was I in correspondence with Parlo. Parlo, can you confirm this for me, bud?
Yeah, let me go and open your DMs quickly. You sent one message in October.
Yeah, I sent one message because I was trying to reach out to Parlo.
Hold on. The DMs from Parlo today, okay, 5 hours before this went live, is clearly about him being annoyed at the fact that this is going public. Internet, this is what he sent from their DMs, presumably. My point is to actually mitigate this becoming public and say that I have zero intention of talking about this going forward. Then another one, Internet Adjacent talking to Himpleton. I talked to him. Parlo. Parlo? How are you proceeding? He's still willing to publicly lie about me if we go public, so in order to keep everything headache, we made some court agreement to never speak about this situation again. Okay. There we are. And there's a conversation. Oh my god, dude. Himpleton. Dude, you say, well, that's when it's happening, unfortunately, because you're trying to get Parlo on your live stream. Parlo says, is that when he wants to release his document? Himpleton says, yeah. Parlo says, the preemptive defense document doesn't make him look good. Himpleton says, yes, that's when it's happening. Parlo says, I haven't even come out. What is he attempting to do here? So Himpleton says, so if you want your document, Parlo says, okay, it'll be a long stream though. Himpleton says, if you want your document read, so your side is heard, send it over, and obviously you're welcome to call in. I don't want this to be one-sided at all. And then, yeah, Parlo continues to send screenshots. Presumably from his document. Himpleton says, what about the actual document, though? Parlo says, okay, I have it. I was just showing it with Sam and Ace a couple of screenshots. I only want to give the document after Wolf releases his. There is a big clause I put at mine at the beginning. This document has not gone public. It will only become public if Wolfgang instigates the situation and makes it public to preemptively get ahead of this situation. And then shows more screenshots with that. So, Himpleton, when you went live today to help Wolfgang release this document, you knew that Parlo had no intention of releasing his side unless Wolfgang released his first.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah? What? Wait, how does that change anything? Am I retarded?
I think Internet Adjacent's got some thoughts about that.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Dude, you were the one, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. You fucking moving the goalposts about this shit is crazy.
Dude, our last situation is me saying, I don't want to make this public unless Parlo makes it public. And you're telling me he's fully planning on it. And now I'm finding out.
I did not say he's fully planning on it. I never said that.
He's gearing up. I
said that's what it sounds like. I said that's what it sounds like. And that was before all of this happened today, where it was clear that it was already happening. And then he said all of this stuff. Like, you are getting the timeline all fucked up. You're convoluting the timeline. You're literally fucking moving the goalposts, and you're shifting blame onto me because you can't take responsibility for the fact that you went to all of these YouTubers and yapped your little ass off, said that you wanted to burn Parlo to the ground, and guess what? This is what fucking happens. Okay? That's it.
Oh my god.
No, quit trying to deflect blame. You have this victim complex. The docs were right about you. They really were. You have a victim complex, and you just have to be the guy who's getting fucking, you're getting fucked over, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fuck off, dude. Like, I mean, it's such pathetic behavior. Like, you have to take some responsibility for this. Like, did I? You know what? No. Let me admit this. Listen, did I want this out? Abso-fucking-lutely, buddy. Absolutely. Right? Like, did I send stuff that I got from other people? Yeah, I did. Like, that's it. I'm a fucking commentary YouTuber. Yeah, I want this stuff to be out. Like, of course. But you went around to all of these different people, and you were the one talking about this in my public VC without naming names. You were the person, like, that orchestrated all of this. Like, I don't want to fucking hear that this is all my fault. Like, will I take some responsibility for it? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm willing to admit that. But is this ultimately on you? Yes. Yes. Like, what the fuck?
Would you accept, if not for your intervention, this likely would have never come out?
I disagree with that. I completely disagree with that.
Internet Adjacent, what do you think?
I had no plans of making this public until you told me that.
Oh my god, you fucking...
Himpleton, let's be honest. Let's be honest. This did come out today because of you.
Did it come out today? Wait, hold on. Did it come out today because of me? Absolutely.
Indirectly,
have come out,
I told you through a butterfly effect.
Right. But Aiden, would it have come out, period, with or without me? I think absolutely. Absolutely.
On what basis?
True.
All the people that this guy has
agreement to never talk about it publicly again.
I've talked to 3 people. I've talked to you, I've talked to Ace, and I've talked to Samuel. Ace and Samuel went and they talked to Parlo, and they went to Avalon, who made sure that they wouldn't talk about this publicly. I have talked to 3 people in this situation. Three people in this entire situation. And 2 of them were, from the very beginning, convinced that they wouldn't do anything with this.
Wait, Himpleton, weren't you the one telling chatters about this, like Kalora Vetla?
No, this is the one who told Kalora Vetla about this. You really think I'm the only person who's been telling people about stuff? You really think you tell 3 commentary YouTubers? No. I'm not implicating anyone else. I'm going to die on this hill. I'm going to be the Christ figure. It's fine. But here's the thing. You really think you tell 3 commentary YouTubers about this shit, and you really think it's going to stay there? Come on, man. Come on. You think you're going to talk about this in public VCs without naming names, and you really think it's going to stay there? Come on. It's such a joke. But
they're going to go forward with what? Rumors, suspicion.
Yeah, there was nothing to go off of. Even Emrau just said he only heard rumors. That's what Aiden said too, and Aiden was in that call. Aiden, like you're saying, like you alluded to stuff in that call. I did. Aiden, you were there.
The voice chat in Himpleton server.
Yeah,
I have to be completely honest. I'm zoned out from many voice chats I'm in, and everyone keeps telling me I was in that one. And I honestly, I don't remember shit. I'm sorry. I don't remember anything about voice chat.
The
one from a month ago?
It was like a day. It was like maybe a week ago. It was not that long.
You were there, Aiden. You were literally there. It was you, me, Gokato, and IA, and I think a couple of other people. If I recall correctly.
I know I'm not disputing I was there. I'm just telling you, I don't know if I was playing Hoi 4 or something. I literally just do not remember what was discussed.
Yeah, he was blatantly talking about the Parlo situation. He just didn't name names.
I was going I had a call with someone the other day, and we're supposed to arrange a call with someone else in a few days.
No, you said more than that. Come on. Come on. Can't we just be honest?
What else did I say?
You literally said I'm trying to figure out if it's going to go public. We had this call a week ago, we had this call and I just don't know. I'm tired of them lying about me. I just don't know what they're going to say. You were talking, come on. You're obfuscating the details. You are such a slime ball. You're such a slime ball.
Fucking Gokato's in chat right now, and she's saying I was alluding to some situation. I never said anything specific that could give anyone away.
He was being vague about some sort of situation he was in and being super hype about it. Can confirm.
Yeah, I was being... I was super hyped.
Super hype about it.
Super hyped that we were having a call on the 14th. And I said, that will determine a lot of things going forward. And I don't know where you get the idea that you can call me a liar.
I'm more than happy. Listen, Dickers. I'm more than happy to, share my DMs with IA. I'm more than happy to, show that am I a commentary YouTuber? Yes. Am I somebody who gets hyped up for content? Abso-fucking-lutely. But is it still just as much on IA, who this whole time was saying stuff to me? Again, in that first call, and I just am dying over the fact that I did not record it, where he's saying that he wants to...
50-50.
Yeah.
It's half you, half him. Yeah?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, I'll take my responsibility as a fucking commentary YouTuber. Do I want content out, and do I get a little crazy about it? For sure, man.
I've said multiple times that me talking to people like Ace and Samuel wasn't a good idea. I've told Avalon that behind the scenes multiple times. I've apologized.
I did want to ask you, the motivation for that, because my read of this was that Parlo was with Avalon. They'd spoken together. You'd been cut off from your management, Avalon and his colleague, And
Yes.
so you reached out to Sam and you reached out to A Space because
Yes.
Parlo had somebody on his side and you wanted somebody on yours, right?
Yes,
That's
I
what-
wanted.
That was the motivation.
I wanted the opinion from someone who like talks about stuff like this all the time. Because I mean, I feel like my objective view was like my view was biased no matter what.
But why did you want us?
Listen.
Why did you want his perspective on it? Did Parlo ever
Because-
say? I mean, I asked Parlo. Did you ever say that you were going to release this?
No.
Didn't know that, and I was frightened by what would happen.
Didn't he verbatim tell you that he wasn't going to, as long as like
No,
like
I didn't
what?
talk to him until like 48 hours.
How about
I hadn't
Parlo
talked to.
answer that?
I didn't talk to Zillow until
Parlo
48.
answer that.
I told
How about Parlo answer
everyone. I told every commentary YouTuber I would not come out about this first because I didn't
Well,
want to.
there you go.
Did you say that to? Or did you say that before or after? I
Said
talked
to
to him?
Ace. I said
Did you say that
to
before or after I talked to
Samuel.
Ace? Did you say that
Both of them
before or
came
after?
to me because you went to them first, by the way.
So you talked to them after I had already talked to them.
Did they have open contact with you? I told them weeks ago.
So that's my point. Is like I talked to them and then I like we're saying like I was you're trying to argue I was aware that like you weren't going to release this. You're saying you told commentary YouTubers after I talked to them.
Literally
And I
told
like-
you on the 8th I wouldn't release this, by the way.
The
Ooh.
8th. The 8th of this month?
Yes,
Of-
I told you on the 8th.
We're
of
talking about when this
November.
first happened. We're talking about the 14th and the
Yeah,
15th.
but irregardless, I told you numerous times.
You didn't talk to me 48 hours after it happened. I didn't hear from you or Zillow until like 48 hours later.
Yeah, again, I dodged every call that should have been indicative of the fact that I just didn't want to talk to you or deal with the situation. You were even aware that me dodging the situation clearly proved that I just didn't want to talk about it. But like as well to other commentary YouTubers, I just didn't speak to them about it. Zilla was like the middleman who would push forward the fact. Yeah, I even brought up the topic of an NDA.
One
Like
sec.
he brought it up
Sam's
first.
typing in chat. Okay, so Parlo has said that the whole time to me. Oh, that he didn't want to come out about it. It was very clear Parlo didn't want to come out about it, and he confirmed as much several times. Right. I mean, that's what I've heard the entire time, that Parlo didn't want to come out with this.
And I hadn't talked to Parlo until like after I had already spoken to Ace and Samuel. And I said, I've already admitted that speaking to them was a mistake. It was a rash decision. I've apologized to Avalon in private about that.
Dude, he went to you and said that there was a topic of an NDA being brought up, which I didn't bring up first, by the way. He even admits that.
Well, that's what he told me.
Yeah, well, he's literally clarified that you misinterpreted what he stated. I never
Yeah.
brought that up, but I thought it was a good idea. And you were told about that, so I have no idea why the fuck you decided that I actually wanted this to become public. It's the most humiliating, embarrassing fucking thing ever.
It's literally like I said like yesterday. I was not going to make this public until I was under the assumption you were going to. We've confirmed.
Even though
that.
you literally have me unblocked on Discord and you could have just contacted at any time.
True.
Why not wait until Parlo makes it public first? It's a
That's a
response to
great point,
allegations,
too.
right?
Well, it's also a great point that he could have reached out to Parlo at any time and been like, "Hey, dude, is this happening? Is this happening?" Like,
And if I said no, he could screenshot that and call me a liar, and there we go. My ability's now mired.
well, and he could screenshot that and send it to me and be like, "Dude, are you trying to like fucking make this come out?" Like, dude, you are such a fucking like.
Wait, so he could have
God,
figured out
oh.
what you were doing?
Yeah, exactly. He could have figured out what I was doing. Guess what? I'm playing the fucking game, baby. Fuck it. You're welcome for the fucking content, man. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this. I don't care.
Listen, I've got no problem with it, okay? I've got no problem with it. It was when I tuned in. It was when I tuned into your stream. This is what made me decide to talk about this, was the fact that I tuned into your stream and you were talking about the fight that was going on. And you're like, could somebody, people keep on talking about this fight. Could somebody please send me, like, something to do with this? I haven't seen any of it. You were in a group chat where the videos and photos were sent. You had seen the fight. You had seen the pictures of the fight.
Dude, I didn't know. hold on, Dickers.
Guys, can somebody please send this to me? Can I get this, please?
No. Okay, Dickers, this is the one thing I'm gonna push back on. Okay, now that I've gone like full on, just like fuck it. All right, listen, this is one thing I'll push back on. I was at work all day and I genuinely hadn't seen the fight. Okay, I genuinely had not. I did not realize that was in the group chat until after. Okay, that is the one thing I will. Okay, and guess what, dude? Of course I wanted to see IA like fucking like, dude, his like smelly ass like wailing on like some retard, dude. Of course I wanted to see that. Come on.
You wanted to see IA's smelly ass?
Dude, yes. Yeah, and I'm tired of saying I didn't. Okay.
Cal, I'm sorry to break it to you, dude. You're not in this group chat. I'm sorry. Okay. There we are. Okay, so that might maybe is that the end of it? Is there any more threads we can go through here? Or have we squeezed every last drop?
We talked so I did miss a bit, but I do just want to make sure like Parlo got to like talk about how many people did IA send the making out picture to? Did we talk about that?
Oh, we never got that question answered.
That was
He apologized for it, but yeah.
Well, yeah, and on my stream, he repeatedly said to me, because I continuously said, and I listen, I did a little cheeky thing, right? I knew that he had already had like, you know, this picture that was sent to someone else, and I wanted to confirm it with Parlo, so I did, because I wasn't 100% sure, but I was pretty sure, and because he made that allegation, and you know, IA just kept on telling me, well, I don't remember if I sent a picture of me and Parlo making out to anyone. And I was like, how do you not remember that? What are you talking about? How do you not remember that? And he was like, I just like don't remember it. Like, I just don't know why I freaking remember that, dude. And I was like, dude, that just kind of sounds full of shit to me. Like, I don't understand like how you wouldn't remember that. And then as soon as I confronted him with the fact that he actually had sent it to somebody else, he was like, oh shit, dude, maybe I did.
The first thing I did was go to Parlo and I apologized for it, and I apologized to him on stream for it.
Well, right, you just had to be caught with actual evidence of it, because you continuously said, listen, I don't remember if I had sent it, but like if I did, that's fucked up of me, dude. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what that sounds like to me?
Don't remember deleting DMs until you're confronted with actual proof about it. It is a growing pattern, mate.
Slime ball. You could have just said no. You know what? That's what I have to say to you, IA. You could have just said no to me. Okay? You could have just said no. Because that's your phrase, right? Get raped.
Okay.
Get raped.
I don't know where else to go from here. I don't know if there was actually anything to talk about. Did we talk about the dog cock? We put a pin in the dog cock.
Oh, the naughty
is Parlo
cock.
Still here?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Not naughty. Yeah, naughty.
Listen, you're not American. You don't get it. We say things similarly. It's okay.
Bad dragon. Yeah, is that what we're talking about?
How should we go about addressing that?
I mean, you laid out Parlo, or I can read the part in your document if you'd like to get us teed off.
Yeah, you go over my document first, because it's fucking almost 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. I'm going to type in dog cock. Can't find it.
Canine. Dude. Holy shit. Careful, dude. I'm going to type in dog cock? Dude.
I mean, okay. Hold on. All right. Oh, fucking hell. So, fuck me. So Wolfgang is seen posting furry NSFW to me, showing anatomically correct canine genitalia artwork. The artwork shows canine not, and the genitalia did not bear humanoid characteristics, which is typically seen in anthropomorphic furry NSFW art. So Wolfgang sends them. There's no reply. Wolfgang texts back the next day. Yo! Parlo says, hey, I got in trouble as soon as I came back. So when he shared this content with me, I did not respond out of discomfort. So, Wolfgang is here speaking to somebody else. Farron says, also, where you at right now?
Oh yeah, that's
Wolfgang
got
says, what do you
nothing
mean?
to do with the dog stuff.
cock.
There is a screenshot at the bottom of the document if you scroll all the way to the bottom.
I do want to say I was sent unfortunately, and I did have a nightmare about it. I was sent the original uncensored images, and I don't know if IA left something out, but all of these do look like anthropomorphic animals, albeit in incredibly disgusting positions. So I don't know if there's something I'm missing.
Is it true,
the
Aiden, that
argument
on the
is
daily, dog cock gets posted in your server?
that is
by
not
your top
true.
mod?
This is just lies.
Are we talking about dog paws then?
Okay, paws are very different than a dog cock.
Okay. I mean,
Okay,
it's only a step. It's only a step further.
That's okay. I know that sounds better.
Okay, here we are. So Wolfgang is seen mentioning how he has STD skateboard. Okay, that's not that. So
It's
Wolfgang
not
sends me
that
more
one.
examples
It's
of
that one,
unsolicited pornography with canine genitalia to mutuals of his, Cyan. This document has not gone public and will not go public.
Yeah,
Right, so this is
anymore,
another
dude.
example. So what's going on with this then? So somebody is sending around dog porn, dog cocks to people with no idea that this is going to be reciprocated or enjoyed.
I got into a debate with Wolfgang on the 8th of November. You can scroll up to see the full context of that, where I basically highlight my discomfort towards people who get off to illicit content like that, which pertains to anatomically correct animal genitalia, with the same argument that could be made with like lolicons. Why do you get off to that content? Well, I'm going to presume that someone has got off to that content because it's specifically, a lot of these images that were given specifically highlight that genitalia, and there's no reason why it should be presented like that. It could be humanoid, like as per any other anthropomorphic drawing, but specifically these images were like knotted dog dicks. And IA brings up the defense, well, Bad Dragon does it, but neglects to mention the fact that Bad Dragon is owned by a zoophile pedophile who literally has animal dildo casts of fucking horse cock, orca cock, feline cock, really gross shit. Now, it is a grey area whether people will agree if it's inherently zoophilic or not, but I do think it's like a pipeline kind of shit. It gets incrementally worse the deeper you go, but it certainly isn't something that is morally acceptable in my opinion.
Okay.
Having, fetishized shit like that.
Wait, is Internet Adjacent not here anymore?
He ran?
No, I'm here. I was making dinner.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. Okay.
My in-house
is
expert,
there
I
any
think might want
response
to
to
call in.
I mean,
Rita.
Yeah, my in-house expert.
Okay.
I'm not actually sure if he's even online.
Or
so keep
Aiden,
going.
we can.
I was just talking to Rita.
We
They're
can
definitely
tag team
online.
these DMs if you'd like. I'll read Parlo,
What?
you read Internet Adjacent.
Okay, yeah.
You do the American, I'll do the British. Art sexualizing anatomically correct genitalia, depicting knotted canine dick, is inherently zoophilic. I mean, come on, man.
Dude, I could go to the store and buy a dildo shaped like that right now. I mean, fucking Bad Dragon exists.
There is a distinct difference between anthropomorphic furry art with humanoid genitalia and furry art depicting anatomically correct canine cock.
Hell, and want to create a website just like Bad Dragon. Are they zoophiles?
That is not a good defense, since Bad Dragon is owned and operated by a paedophile zoophile who has cast animal sexual reproductive organs.
That is actually not true. But even apart from that, that's what and want to try and do.
Casting sex toys based on horse cock, feline cock, and dog cock is inherently a red flag. I don't know what they want to do, but green That's a Y, by the way. That's a Y, by the way. Says it is not true. Yen? Sorry.
If you think it's weird, that's fine. But it is not zoophilia.
All I know is that art is concerning.
Like, inherently, if you think it is zoophilia, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how that shit works. You actually
I
just
was
have a fundamental
dissuaded. Yeah, go on.
Stop interrupting me, you dumb cunt. You actually just have a fundamental misunderstanding of how that works.
Reading the same DM again. Nice. I was dissuaded from engaging in sexual-based conversations with you when you posted it.
Big difference between a depiction of a four-legged dog getting fucked and an anthro-furry with specifically shaped genitalia. Lamau.
Even if you didn't ask for it, you still commissioned it, and you still commissioned it, did you not? I mean, you could have simply not asked for it.
Real question is how.
Genuinely, you cannot be serious with this, Lamau. This is not the point you think it is.
Dude, it's sexual art depicting animal genitalia. It's fundamentally weird. Why are you talking about other people? Like, this isn't a good response strategy.
Weird is different from zoophilia. Like, you're justified if you think it's weird, but you were accusing me of a crime. Okay, big difference.
No, I'm not. You're creating a straw man argument. I said that the art is inherently zoophilic, and using bad dragon is not a good defense.
Sorry, mesothelioma. You're trying to accuse me of being one of the worst things possible, very falsely. Like, laughably falsely.
There are numerous commissioned art pieces like that. You cannot just utilize the plausible deniability card. Why don't you see a problem with that kind of artwork?
I don't need a fucking plausible deniability card because it is not zoophilia, Lamau. Your reasoning fucking sucks. And it wouldn't hold up. Tee.
What can one possibly say? What can one possibly say to try and justify that type of content? I'm asking because I'm curious. I mean, you called creators out who engage in content down that pipeline, so it's pretty shocking to see art being commissioned of that stature.
I call creators out for getting art of dogs getting fucked. This is not that.
Please read what I said again. Content down that pipeline.
There is a massive difference between what I call out and this, lol.
Are you meaning to tell? Oh, are you meaning to only tell me that the only problem is derived from the quadrupedal animalistic creatures in a sexual position and not their genitalia, which is also being depicted?
I think if you get art of a human with a penis like that, then I see no issue.
Penis like what?
And not penis?
Why do you not see a problem in that? I mean, you can't deny people are going to sexualize mainly that organ.
Because there isn't a problem with it, Lamau.
And deriving sexual satisfaction from it. It's literally canine genitalia, is it not?
And is it attached to a feral quadrupedal dog?
Why must the sexualization of animalistic sexual reproductive organs be normalized or defended? Why can't you simply disavow it? I mean, the majority of people aren't going to be defending that kind of stuff.
You can make that argument with furries in general, but why are people sexualizing characters that have animal characteristics?
I think there is a major difference between anthropomorphic characters and anatomically correct canine cocks.
But these furry characters are anatomically corked. They have tails, muzzles, and dog ears.
I think you know what part of the art is going to be specifically sexualized.
People sexualize muzzles, Lamau. They make fleshlights of muzzles. Is that zoophilic now?
They make fleshlights of muzzles.
Apparently.
In some made-up La La Land.
Yeah, some places do that.
kind of places are you
So
hanging out
Wolfgang
at?
is seen attempting to deflect the topic to his close mutuals, while also using the animal cast dildo manufacturer's Bad Dragon as a defense. Normalizing the behavior and claiming that consuming artwork sexualizing canine genitalia is not a problem. Okay. Do we need to go further, or we've got the majority of this? This seems kind of.
I think we've got the fucking gist.
Mhm.
I'd like to thank the Academy. My agent.
Is there any response to this? I mean, there seems to be.
I mean,
Internet Jason. Without people asking about it, if you don't think they're like into it, or if there's like most people aren't into this, right? So I guess why Why send people like zoophilic kind of dog cocks?
It's not zoophilic. That's been my whole. It's just what furries do, man. And I mean, shit.
Haven't you said recently?
I
think you said this to me on stream that you used to be a furry and you don't mess with that stuff anymore. I thought.
Yeah, I don't mess with the community as a whole. I just kind of chill on my own.
If a furry yiffs alone in the woods and there's nobody around to hear it, are they a furry? Okay. Right. Hold on. What the fuck is this? I got sent this. This is from Himpleton.
Okay.
Is he still
Wait,
here?
Wait, before we get into it, do either you, IA, or you, Parlo, want to speak on Avalon's attic at all?
What about his attic?
Yeah, what about it?
Okay. Like, did anything, not so great happen in there at all?
Like I saw Zen, the fucking schizophrenic, say that there was, like, just today in your questions chat that there was fucking CP there, but...
Yeah, apparently someone rated it
before that.
I have genuinely no clue. I've only ever used the cool channel.
I only used the VC.
Like, once or twice in main chat, but I'm barely active in it.
I mean, just to like, maybe pump the brakes very slightly. This is from somebody who believes that Avalon actually had a threesome with Parlo. We can have a look at this though if we'd like. If it's public, if it's been sent to you.
Well, Dickers, I think that's a joke, buddy. But yeah, it was sent to me.
Okay.
I just think it's worth giving a look-see. I'm not saying that this is like horrific and evil. I'm just saying it's worth giving a look-see, right?
Okay, please end my life after this document. This is a call for urgent, desperate help. Anyways, Avalon is one of 3 people which Parlo had a threesome about. Please read these 2 docs at your own caution. It contains bad 18+ words and things. My experience with Wolfgang. Internet Jason. Google Docs. My relationship with Parlo. Avalon owned a server on Discord as like a hangout or something. The guy had a whole staff team who did not give a fuck about the fact that the server had people as young as 12 to 13. Okay. Apparently Wolfgang was in this server. And so was Parlo?
I was in the server to
I
was in the server to use the VC. I didn't really talk much in the general chats.
Oh.
Is there any evidence of like anyone being young as 12 or 13? Any evidence of quite literally anything in here? Why is the document written so schizophrenically, not well structured at all? And
let's ignore the writing and let's just look at the evidence. And I'm not saying that it's damning. I think that both of you should be able to respond.
Let's see the evidence.
I'm very confused.
I feel rough doing this while Avalon isn't even here to defend himself, but I guess he can type if he wants to. I'll just ask him. Still here? Okay. Time to get to the evidence.
Right now. All right, let's see
the
the
worst
evidence.
part. Okay. So Parlo was there. Wolfgang landed in there. This is Parlo.
Wait a minute. Wait. I know what image is going to come up.
It's censored, Parlo.
Is this a genuine? Is this a genuine document?
This is a genuine document.
Okay.
I can click on the links and everything. Okay. Wait, hold on.
Is this a new allegation?
This is a new allegation, Aiden. This is a new allegation.
Just dropped?
Yeah,
it just dropped. It's fresh.
Hot off the
Dicker's
press.
exclusive?
Rated fresh.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dicker's exclusive. I gave Dicker's the exclusive. I wanted him to take that on this one.
Let's just say.
Let me see if I can. Purge 24. Purge 24.
Okay.
I'll just manually delete.
Yeah, I know the context.
Never mind,
of
I
this.
can't.
So the server got raided by like this schizophrenic anime profile picture person, to what I can remember. And I had admin permissions in the server, and I got like a ton of pings. And I had people like, I looked in the server and people were like complaining that there was no moderation, people who were like there to ban anyone. So I was trying to see if I could just manually delete all the like Discord links that were put in like the server, but I genuinely couldn't do it. I mean, it's self-explanatory. I tried.
Is it true that CP was sent in there?
Wait, for the wellness and poison, I think we should look through this first, and the explanation should occur after.
Exactly. Let's do the explanations after. I think we should look through the evidence.
Can I ask real quick? When did this happen? When did?
I mean,
when did this...
it's the time, the dates are there.
The dates are there. Yeah, you just have to have some sort of literacy, and you'll be fine.
I haven't been in there for a while, so I'm wondering if I was even in there when this happened.
So Wolfgang says, "Hello, I have a PhD in cranking 90s."
Dude, Fortnite reference.
All of this is proof that Parlo and Wolfgang being the server and actively interacting with the weirdos there.
Yeah,
big
actively
difference
interacting.
being some people are dicks and a moderator of the server. So, like, they can be extra annoying with what they do, like kicking you from VC repeatedly and or server muting you for no reason. That's see y'all in hell, bruh. Account functionally deleted says, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty much a Twitter leftist that doesn't use Twitter. Not gonna lie.
Awesome.
Okay. See y'all in hell, bruh says, real first grade level shit. And, like, that's frankly an insult to first graders. Bowling emoji says, yeah, I get it. I'm sorry to hear that. I can see why that's toxic. I hope you understand. There isn't much I can realistically do. What is this? See y'all in hell says, I understand you have children in the mods, and they should probably be removed because you got to be 13 or older to use Discord. Bowling pin emoji says, have you explained your bio at least, or like didn't want to and got kicked for it? See y'all in hell, bruh says, I didn't feel like it. I was questioned about the micro celebrity part, and then Malkin10. Hey, I'm just 13, and I'm already touch-starved. Ain't it great?
Oh no! Dude.
What the
Whoa! Okay, I can't have that word on my stream. Okay.
Whoa.
So what is that? What is that? What is that? Okay, so this is somebody presumably in this server, and their about me is, warning, this user is an obnoxious furry. Shoe straight, people! Go look at stock market or something. European. 15 years old. Transgender. I love my stupid boyfriend Shanks. Love heart.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
So they're not a mod.
I wasn't even here when
They are,
these
however,
messages were
purple.
sent. I wasn't even here when these messages were sent, and in order for anyone to even make the claim, I would have to see this. I would have to individually filter those numbers to see these messages, which I fucking didn't. I've never interacted with any of these people in this server. It's literally only been my mutuals in core.
You weren't there the July the 13th.
This is grasping at straws. On God, this is grasping at straws.
Wait, who owns? Wait, no, hold on, Himpleton, hold on before you do your little angle. Do we know how many people were in this server?
There's like a couple thousand.
Oh, okay. So I think it's totally plausible. Parlo wasn't aware, didn't interact with these people.
Yeah.
Sure.
If any of the morons who are trying to claim that I'm lying in chat want to disprove it, by all means, but I've never interacted with any of these people in my fucking life.
The
only people who I engaged with was Alex, Crypt, Wolf, Fanny, Flicker, who barely even knows who I am.
Me and Parlo are gonna. I'll say me and Parlo are gonna argue about a lot. Obviously, I can genuinely. I'll back him up on this. No, he's like literally this guy only uses the VC chat, and I like rarely type in the general chat.
What is the purpose of the server, by the way?
It's just kind of Avalon's server. I had what the
Wait, Avalon server has thousands of people in it?
Yeah, I only have 13
and
messages
hundreds
in
of
the
kids.
server. I only
Okay.
have 13 messages in the server. I have not looked at the service history.
13?
I'm only active.
13 messages, right. Okay.
I think I literally just go in like the general chat every now and then, just say stupid shit like Fortnite, and then just don't check it for a while.
To be fair, I am always skeptical of dramas where it's like you were in a server that, like, because you saw this Internet Anarchist, like when the shit was going on against him, and it turns out like you would actually have to scroll relatively far back in a specific text channel to see this message that showed someone was a minor. And when it's a server with thousands of members, I think it is like totally reasonable to say that you didn't know these people, right?
And that's what that's what I'll back up. That's what I'll back up Parlo on this. I rarely saw this guy type in the general chat. I usually only see him type in VC.
Yeah, and the fucking retard who made the document who's in the chat trying to elude me to seeing like any of the messages, but it's like you'd have to funnel through hundreds of messages sent and hyperfixate on the. That's not what I was doing. Like,
However, Internet Adjacent was there often enough to be able to conclude that Parlo was not often there in the general chat.
Oh.
What's up with that?
What? No, I was in the general chat too. Wait, I'm very confused.
So you were there. You were there long enough to be able to say conclusively that
because I'd only ever seen him in VC. Like I said, I don't check general chat.
Wait, let Cal in. I think he's going to make a really stupid point. It's going to be very entertaining. Can you let him in?
He is desperately trying to call in, and so is Spindling. Okay, fuck it. We're going for them both. Okay, Cal first, alphabetical order.
Hi, boys.
Okay, so I found something really interesting about what Parlo said. Parlo said he wasn't in the server at the time that the 13-year-old image that you just showed was shown in the document. But those messages were 2 months ago, and Parlo joined in July and September, respectively, on both of his accounts. So I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Also, I want to bring up the fact that there is an introduction channel, right, where you can see everybody's ages, and I don't see any scenario where anybody joining a server, especially one of someone you know, looks in an introduction server and somehow doesn't notice the general ages of people in the server. I'm assuming there's a lot of minors. But that's just me.
Wait,
I haven't seen this document's pretty bare bones.
Yeah, he's assuming an awful fucking lot, aren't you?
Yeah, I am assuming because you haven't shared anything that disproves the fact that you haven't seen any of this stuff.
Literally,
you haven't disproves the fact that you haven't seen any of this stuff.
You're asking him to prove a negative, Dad. Come on.
What
You're
a
asking him to prove that he hasn't seen these messages.
Son of a bitch who's clearly trying to go out for blood here and trying to grasp the
Are you still in the server? Are you still in the server?
I'll report the images. Give me the message IDs. I'll report.
I'll
leave
just checked this right now. Avalon has 1700
I don't care.
members.
Listen, I don't care that. I just want more info because this document is bare bones. It sucks. This document sucks.
What do you expect? What do you expect me to do?
It doesn't have a lot of info.
Okay.
So what I want from you is I want you to share.
Okay. In defense of Avalon, until like a month ago, they themselves were under the age of 18. So I don't think having minors in their Discord server, and they are a minor. Okay.
No, I'm criticizing Parlo for lying and saying he wasn't in the server at the time. Now, he could have misspoken.
I didn't fucking lie, you stupid shithead. A lot of the screenshots are from 2023 when I wasn't even there. You're just misconstruing shit I'm saying.
The screenshot was
Have
from
you not
2
read
months ago.
Yeah,
it was from
read
2 months ago. The
document.
screenshot said 2 months. The screenshot said 2 months. That doesn't make any sense.
There's 2023 messages in that document. Why are you
I'm not
lying?
talking about the 2023 messages. I'm talking about the messages where it says 2 months ago.
Yeah, but when he says he wasn't in the
did you join
server at
the
the time, he says he's referring to the 2023
But he was.
message.
But he was.
There's a fundamental
past the messages that were sent 2 months ago when he said that he wasn't in the server at the time. The messages 2 months ago said that there were minors in the server.
Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Parlo's saying he wasn't in there in like the screenshots that are from 2023.
Is that what he?
That's not what he initially said.
That's not what he
said.
said.
He may have misspoken. He may have misspoken, but that's not what he initially said.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm assuming because
It sounds more like a misspeak than an outright lie.
That's what I'm saying. And I mean,
Wolfgang's
I
been
only...
here for the past 2 years.
Verbatim
Longer
the
than
word
Parlo.
server.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I only use the. It's like I only use the VCs.
Oh.
I
Yeah, but
literally
you're able to say conclusively that Parlo was never in general, and then afterwards said that you'd never looked at
yeah,
general.
because I know
so
when
how
he
would you
was
know?
invited in there because I invited him.
Wait, were you in Kitty Corner 1 or Kitty Corner 2? It was like frequent.
The only time that I it's like I said, I would occasionally send something stupid in general chat, but the only time I actually did something is when people would @ the mods, because I think I was like the only American who had those permissions to get rid of people.
So were you aware that there were like, you know, like
no,
kids on the mod
no,
team?
absolutely not. I would have absolutely said something about it. And hey, why the fuck are there like 12-year-olds here? I absolutely had zero idea that that was going on.
Do you have a server, Wolfgang?
Yeah, I do.
What's
Is
the
it
is there a
18
rule
plus?
against having minors in there?
You wanna show it off?
I mean, I just have a an invite. I think if there is a there's like a there's some it's we have like an anti-raid system. I don't know about
No, well, that okay. Well, nobody's talking about your anti-raid.
Well,
Are minors allowed in the
What's the
server?
maximum age?
No.
What's the
Is
what's
there
the
an age
of
against
the people in the
underage
server?
users?
No.
Well, I stopped
because if
people
I find
hacking
out-
my Discord server.
Because I mean, if I find out someone's like under 18, I'll ban them from the server. No, I don't allow like minors in my
Didn't you
server.
just say that before?
Yeah, why didn't you just say that like verbatim? Like it's a yes or no
Why didn't you
question.
just say that before?
Okay,
The NPC says for the
I'm
fourth
sorry.
time.
I autistically frozen. I'm sorry.
So do you not have like enumerated rules?
Building
Because
report?
I do. I think Aiden does. And usually the first one that I introduce is... Okay. So these
I
are the
don't-
rules. No slurs, no homophobia, no transphobia, no racism, no porn. Suggestive is allowed. Nothing illegal. Burger
Of
King
course.
is F tier. Agreeing results in beheading. If you're going to record in VC, just ask first. Outside behavior affects your status here. Staff complaints go to Wolf directly. Don't feel afraid to DM. No mentions of illegal activities, no harassment of anyone in or out of the server, no politics. Shit is gay. Also, follow the Discord TOS. No mention about age.
You just wanted to glaze yourself there, Dickers. You just wanted to talk about your cool rules.
What? No. These, what? No, this is Wolfgang's rules.
Yeah, no, that's
that's
Wolfgang. I mean, part of
Himpleton
I'm exposing myself for not having an under 18 rule.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it says you. It says you, Aiden.
Yeah.
What?
We don't
Anyways.
talk about that one server.
I don't know. I kind of figured it was like kind of unspoken with my content because like I cover like pedos and shit. That, like,
So you don't verbatim say it's 18 plus?
Yeah, because it's also kind of like I'm the only moderator
It's just
there.
You're
I'm like the only moderator there anyway, so I kind of if I see it, I'll just ban them.
How many people do you have in your server?
Don't have that as a rule. It's just implied.
250.
Right. Probably have more than just yourself then.
Holy shit.
I mean,
Right.
it's I should not really.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's I mean that's kind of
Don't you
why
have
I'm,
people
like,
in
the
here
only
from
mod.
back when you did furry content, talking about like cartoons and stuff?
No, it was I did make it.
You've got
I was
you've got somebody
very-
called Punchy here who says, "I am not a baby. I am 16." Deleted user says, "That seems pretty
There was
baby
a-
to me. Shh, it's okay. Shh, it's okay."
Wait, is this
Punchy
an,
says,
is this
"Why
an,
are you
is
doing
this
this
an
to
IA
me?"
server? Just to clarify.
Yes,
This
Yes,
is
this
IA
is an
server.
anarchist
There
server.
was a time when my server was
Jason, bro. Stop
there was
slandering
a
the internet
time
server.
there was a time when my server was 16 plus. Parlo, I believe you saw something about that.
Someone was calling
Wait, so
you out.
Dickers,
on
do
that,
you
I
want to
think.
search up? Do you want to search up like at some point where Internet Adjacent announced in the server that the age would be changing from 16 plus to 18 plus? You want to look for that?
Well,
Yeah.
he had neither in his rules. I can look at announcements, but
that's-
it's
Yeah.
just
So
for videos.
if he had neither in his rules, then how Internet Adjacent? How would anybody who joined the server knew that if they were a minor they couldn't be in there?
Or how would people
Yeah.
know to report each other?
That is that is a little bit of an oversight.
Is it an oversight or is it a defense?
That seems like it could be an oversight, to be fair.
Okay, here's another important question.
I kind of figured
Were you sharing some sort of Go ahead.
I was gonna say I kind of figured with the content I was making that it wouldn't attract a lot of like kids, so I didn't really have to worry about that. But it is, I mean, it is kind of an oversight. Yeah.
What does the rule general attendance mean?
It's just someone who's allowed in the server. It's just like a regular person.
It doesn't seem like everyone has that role.
People don't.
Maybe they left. So somebody ats you 5 days ago and says, hey, at Internet Adjacent, in the rules, is it written you need to respect Discord TOS? Does that count with age laws? Because in some countries like France, Discord is restricted to 18 plus. Do those laws count or no? So people aren't even aware that you already have a rule of 18 plus. I mean, you just don't really have that rule, right?
Yeah. It's just, yeah, that's a pretty big oversight for me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's all just oversights, isn't it?
Wait, so Dickers, in the rules, does it say that you can't share anything that's NSFW?
No, it says you can't share porn and nothing illegal, but you can show stuff that's suggestive. So there's not going to be like an EPI allegation here.
Yeah.
I mean, suggestive.
I mean, yeah, that's.
EPI,
I mean, that's a fuck up on my part. I'll fix that. Obviously, I'm not.
Parlo, do you have a Discord server?
Yeah.
God, we're just going down the fucking. Okay.
Come on, let's give it an
editing
order.
the rules right now.
You can see when it was edited if you hover over the edited sticker.
Right.
Yeah, I just added that to my rules.
Here we are. 17,000 members. Shit, I forget you're like a big YouTuber and stuff. Thank you for coming on my stream. Okay, I've got it. Must be 13 plus. Rule 5.
Yeah,
Okay.
this,
everyone with respect, absolutely no harassment, witch hunting, sexism, racism, or hate speech can be tolerated. No spam or self-promotion. No age-restricted or obscene content. This refers to text, images, or links featuring nudity, sex, hardcore violence, or other graphically disturbed content. 4, if you see something against the rules or something makes you feel unsafe, let staff know. We want the server to be a welcoming space. 5, must be 13 plus.
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, that seems kind of fair, honestly. If he's not allowing like explicit material like that, then I don't really know why.
Wait, that was the exact same rules in your server, and you took the L and said you were going to change your rules.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I didn't have the like specific age in my rules. That's why I like owning up to that.
It doesn't matter, does it?
Also, what it's going to really depend on for like these huge YouTubers that do kids-oriented content is the level of moderation of the server, like the moderation teams themselves. I would never advise it, but you have people like iShowSpeed who have like massive fucking Discord servers that are obviously filled with kids, and nobody bats an eye because he has like professional moderation teams there. So 13 plus is like the general standard for like the age that kids are allowed on most major social media platforms. So it's set around there. So then if like Parlo's a major kids content creator or whatever, then it's going to depend on, okay, how strict is his moderation? Yeah, I would always advise against
Just seems
setting it that young,
reckless.
but I don't think that's like
I
necessarily.
mean, if
like,
something happens, it's on your fucking head, right?
Yeah, of
That's the
course,
problem.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. There we are.
Thank you guys for coming. You can find me on Aiden Underground. Thanks, Stickers, for coming. Thanks, Cal. Thanks, Internet Adjacent, Spindling, Parlo, and Himpleton.
Hey, just
Nice.
thank me for all of this content. So, you know.
Yeah.
You fucking lying piece of shit, Himpleton. Go fuck yourself.
Thank me.
I don't like
Thank
you.
me.
You said
You're
nothing in
goddamn
this call,
welcome.
by the way, Spinling.
Yeah,
You said
you're
absolutely
goddamn
nothing.
welcome.
Parlo,
You're goddamn welcome
Parlo,
for the
you need to
content.
stop acting like you have a finger in your ass, okay? Like, I'm sick of
Even
it,
when
dude.
you
Get
do.
him.
Even when you do.
Come on, man.
I did have an actual question.
Cal
I did have a
believes the
question.
allegations, by the way. Cal is just mocking somebody who he believes to be a rape victim, taunting them over their rape. Just wanted that to be on the record real quick. Okay.
So which one had AIDS?
Anything else?
Wait,
Okay,
I have a real question. I have a real question, like a real legit one. Did IA ever address why he was running away from Alex?
Because
I
I
don't
heard
even
you were
know
going to
who
bring
Alex
Alex
is.
on stream. I said before that I was only cool if it was like a one-on-one type thing with like me and you. So when I heard you were bringing on other people, I was like, all right, I'll dip out.
I literally specifically said that I wasn't going to bring them on until we were done talking. I told you that.
Well,
And you said, okay.
it's like I said, I was at work, so I wasn't hearing the whole thing. I heard that you were going to bring on Alex, and I figured that was my cue to dip out, and was like, okay, well, he's going to bring on Alex, so.
But you said you were going to debunk him.
Yeah, you
that's-
literally said
and
that you're going to debunk Alex.
I talked about the situation and like what was going on with that. I didn't say I was going to talk to him one-on-one.
What was Alex going to say? What was this?
Well, Alex was going to talk. So Alex was supposed to go. Parlo, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Alex was supposed to go on the trip, right? And didn't at the last moment. Is that correct?
I think so. I'm not too knowledgeable about that situation.
Alex was supposed to go to the Alex was supposed to go to the December trip. That we had another trip planned in December.
Okay. And then got it. Yeah, and so Alex was saying a whole lot of stuff about like you essentially like trying to churn him against Parlo and Avalon.
I came to Alex about my side to go like, this is what's happening, and I also told them in regards to the December trip that because we got to that topic or whatever, I told them that they were only expected to be there a day because that's that was what I was told at the time, and I've since talked to Avalon and heard that is no longer the case.
Okay, but that didn't really address what I just said, did it?
I mean, I wasn't trying to turn Avalon or Alex onto anyone. I told Alex he could ask him about it.
Alex also made allegations of you suicide baiting and said that they're going to archive all of their DMs and send them to me.
I mean, all right.
It's just interesting how you ran because you did.
I was told that you were bringing on Alex, and I said I said I was only going to do a one-on-one.
I made it very clear.
I said I was only going to do a one-on-one. I said I was only going to do a one-on-one, and then when I heard you were bringing in Alex, I thought you were like, okay, well, I'll dip out.
People, I'm rape people. Okay, but anyways, so no, I made it very clear to you that I was not going to bring Alex on until we were done talking. I said that to you, and you responded, okay. And then 3 minutes of being muted, and then I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck's going on? And then you just randomly leave. And you run away.
You talking about bringing on
run away
Alex.
to your good old pal, Limey Dickers. Okay?
I heard you were going to bring on Alex, and I figured, okay, well, he's going to bring on Alex, so that's my cue to leave.
Wait, what did you say about having to get back to work then?
Yeah, I've been at work for like hours. I muted.
But you said you had to go back to work, and then you went to Dickers and started talking to him.
No, I muted because I was at work. When I heard that you were bringing on Alex, I was like, okay, well, I'll just dip out anyway. And then by the time I was back to being able to call, I was like, well, Himpleton's doing shit, so I'll call Dickers.
It's just another oversight, right?
Well, no, that's an explanation.
Well, no, it's just kind of like how, you always have a little explanation for everything, and it's just so convenient. It's so convenient. And it's because you're full of shit. Right?
Okay.
Let's just all be honest.
I'm being honest, okay? Himpy, you're being honest. Spenling, are you being honest?
Spenling's always honest, dude.
I'm always honest. I'll
Okay.
show you how honest I am. I'm touching myself.
Okay. Nice, great, lovely stuff. I'm gonna chat to you guys later. I'm not sure if there's anything else to be squeezed from this, but yeah. I appreciate everyone
night,
coming
Dickers.
on. I appreciate
You're welcome.
everyone who would send me stuff in private or, talk to me to be able to understand it. But yeah, there we are. I'll chat to you guys later.
You're welcome, Dickers. Goodbye.
Right. Okay, there we are. I guess Internet Adjacent came on really fucking quickly into that. And then Parlo joined like soon afterwards. So I guess I wasn't fully able to like read through the docs and like give my opinions on it, I guess. I feel like I pressed in most places that I really wanted to. I mean, the dog dick stuff I truly do not give a fuck about. The fact that Yiffy, Jennifer, the other one, the fact that the Zello, it was 17 when I don't know, he was being asked if he wanted to join in on a threesome. I really don't care. These people are like 21, 20. I truly could not care less. Yeah, I really don't care. I do think that it seems as though Parlo needed to be like a lot more clear with his no. There was a change in things, right? He should have been honest about that. However, it was pretty clear from the way that Parlo was talking on message to then where he was in real life. Sure, I can understand we chalked it up to awkwardness, but it seems as though Parlo had said stuff that he intended to do in real life, and then completely changed up, right? So far as I'm aware, they never went ahead and did anal sex, right? Which is something that Parlo was specifically interested for beforehand. Don't forget, that's the reason why he didn't eat food, despite having not eaten for like 36 hours. That guy was really fucking dedicated to have anal sex, and in the end, they didn't. There's something in that, right? There's something in that. Internet Adjacent never picked up on it. I think genuinely, Internet Adjacent never picked up on it. So I'm going to give Internet Adjacent, what? A D+, a C- for consent and picking up signals. However, Parlo is probably going to get like a C for communication as well. I understand, listen, consent can be like a really fucking tricky thing. And nobody in these situations wants to like say no, right? Nobody wants to create a fucking issue. But at the end of the day, like, you kind of need to. Because even Parlo said, if you remember, at the very start of us going through this, in the secretly recorded conversation they had together, Parlo said, I don't think you did it maliciously. You just weren't picking up on signals. You were just being completely obstinate about it. Right? There we are. I do think that Internet Adjacent was being pushy, though. Does seem like Internet Adjacent was being pushy. Now, that is completely gonna fucking change. Depending on which side of the issue you stand on, whether Internet Adjacent was lying about the shower, lying about the finger on the arse. Right? There's a lot of times when Internet Adjacent and Parlo like directly contradict each other on exactly what was said. This is gay sex, not a crime. It's gonna completely depend whether you believe people on it, right? Unfortunately, there's a lot of spaces in this where you do actually just have to maybe throw your hands up and trust Internet Adjacent that nothing bad happened, nothing went wrong. It doesn't look good, okay? It really doesn't look good. But at the end of the day, what can you prove? Nothing. Gay sex isn't a crime, okay? It is when it's with a sparkly fucking dildo called Cinderella, okay? We can say that much. You can say that much. Alright. Is that it? Well, that was a base stream and a top tier reason to miss sleep. Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate it, dude. There we are. Listen, I don't think I have any content tonight to be able to go through. I kind of blew my load. I blew my load with those gay blokes. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. Okay. Then after like 4.5 hours. If you're new, why not go ahead and subscribe? Okay. I'm betting there is a lot of people who've come to the stream who are new viewers. And if that's you, feel free to subscribe for the content. Okay. I'm going to be live every day. Well, 5 days a week anyway. 8 hours. If you're new, there we are. Schlep video. Schlep was in chat. I went through that yesterday. And I explicitly didn't point out that Schlep was here because I don't know if he'd like what I said about his video. Okay? You can go and check that out if you want to watch my viewers beforehand. There we are. Diorio viewer here was entertaining. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to do exclamation point Discord in the chat if you want to join the Discord. Like on your way out, okay? It's super important. Not only does it help the channel, It also helps the VOD in the algorithm. So I'd hugely appreciate that. Listen, okay? There's nothing more I can add. I'm going to raid you guys out. Who am I going to raid you guys out to? Also, I want to say to everyone who subscribed, everyone who's subscribed on Kick, okay? Subscribing on YouTube is free. Subscribed on Kick, sent a super sticker, super chat, bought a membership, or gifted a membership. I completely appreciate it. Super, super appreciate it. I wouldn't be able to do what I do at the channel. Other people who work on getting the segments out wouldn't be able to do it either without your generous support. Thank you very, very, very much. It looks like Morale has been restreaming this stream, possibly. So I'm going to send you over to him. All right. Lots of love. Godspeed. Talk to you later, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Ta.